Welcome back, one and all, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jay Beto. We've got Shivam behind us on prod, and we got a banger night, the last night of the regular season for the winter split of LPL 2026.
It's been a short but action-packed first split, Mazel. There's been a lot of matches very quickly. We've had quite a few upsets, especially in Group Ascend, that we're kind of doing a Group Ascend final send-off here. There is more matches to be played. There's more teams in this group, but it's been a little all over the place for a lot of our teams. Both of these teams in that category as well have had ups and downs. I think that Invictus Gaming have had a few more downs, and Weibo have had a few more ups, but we're getting close to play-ins, and this series does matter for that. Only a little bit, making, some standings potential, but it is an important series.
Hey, we got to keep it spicy for the last night in the LPL regular season. Speaking of, let's go ahead and take a look at the group standings here. Things have panned out for the most part. Obviously, like you said, we just have the couple Group Ascent bouts still going on. Would be really interested to see how the top two pan out with AL, BLG a little bit later, but the first series we have tonight extremely important for Weibo. If they do win at least one game, they will make it in the top four. If they win two games with a 2-0, then they will make it to third seed there and surpass JDG, which should be super interesting. NIP and WE will actually be in a tiebreaker. If everybody saw Nightmara's tweet, shout out to Nightmara. Tiebreakers will be taking place tomorrow, and it will potentially be Weibo TES, but NIP and WE guaranteed there since they have the same game differential score. But as we talk a little bit more about the standings, let's go ahead and move into the potentials for the play-ins bracket. Now, we did go ahead and place some names here for the play-in bracket. Obviously, things would change just a bit in terms of who WE and who NIP are playing there. But still some things up in the air, and that's how you know you got to keep it spicy. But that bottom bracket, though, Jay Beto, my God, it's going to be... I'm not going to call the words that maybe I would say, but it should be a lot of fun, at least. Maybe a little bit of chaos in there, too, with LNG kind of lording over everybody.
It's going to be fun to watch. I've said this a ton. I'm going to say it again. I'm really excited to see LNG against other teams outside of Group Nirvana, so I'm very keen to see that team. But looking at this graphic right here, the most important thing is that once you qualify to playoffs, you are in Group Ascend for Split 2. So in the round 1, you just need to win one match there. For your round 2, they need to win 2. And if you lose in round 1, you just need to win in that third round to make it to Group Ascend. And then obviously vice versa, right? If you lose here through the play-ins, you will not be in Group Ascend for the second split. Now, that doesn't specifically matter for the teams that we haven't seen in Group Ascend necessarily, but there are some names here that are at risk of not making it, and some other teams that we would love to see. We will be getting 2 teams added to Group Ascend no matter what.
Yeah, it should be a little fun. Hopefully it doesn't pan out like it did last year. Unfortunate for a couple of works. One no longer with us, so I guess that matters in some ways. Let's go ahead and talk about the matchup here, though, coming into it, because it should be a lot of fun. I think on one hand, for IG, the story has been one of disappointment. I think for Weibo, it's been one of question marks. But for this IG roster, I think it's really important to note some of the highs we've seen from them. I think some of the newer faces coming in have made some splashes here or there, but it's really the more veteran pieces that we call question marks to. And if we take a look at this this IG roster, I think it's plain to see you have some known names. You have some people you should like in the LPL, but it's struggling to still come together here consistently.
Yeah, I mean, this org last year was more of a super team, like a very big super team, and they didn't find the heights that you might want from a super team, but they did make it to a technical Worlds, and I think they would have done quite good if it wasn't for a certain LCK team who has a habit of upsetting LPL teams. But this IG roster does still have some good names on it, right? We've got some more fresh-faced talent, but they haven't really broken into a stride yet. Group Ascend and Split 1 is short, like we mentioned earlier, so they've still got a ton of time to improve, a ton of time to look through, and they've got play-ins. They can make it to playoffs, but Rookie has been a kind of rock for this team. in a lot of their wins, it feels like he is what's driving the team forward. I want to mention back to a graphic the other day of Rafa's IG improvement plan, where he'd love to see some more out of the jungle from Wei, playing fast through the early game and aggressive, setting up players, and Photic reminding him that he has been a really good ADC in the past, finding some more success from that bot lane as well. So we need some more pieces to come together.
Yeah, it's going to be tough tonight against the competition cross, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's the IG team, I guess, if we can just go ahead and throw up some of these clips here. I find it really interesting when a team is willing to adapt a different style than maybe what is like the norm for them. And I thought this adaptation for IG was really interesting against JDG. This was, a JDG that had consistently taking control of some of the early games, sometimes lacking a little bit in that way, but they always tried to be proactive with Junja and Hankyu. But here, IG attacked that strength early on in the game, and then you look here, just 20 minutes in, you see a massive snowball, a couple big team fight wins, and a game win for IG to start it off against JDG. And I thought that was a huge tipping point for them, something that they can like try and extract some good information out of.
Yeah. Some creativity here as well. I mean, the LeBlanc in that game, something that we've seen, Showmaker play over in the LCK, but not a ton of that champion played into the Azir. So I like that look. It is different, and that's important. This is another clip where IG's creativity in fights, the way that they pull in and out, they have shown signs of success, but can they find that frequently? Because this is not an easy to execute fight on at all. Both JDG and IG are going in and out, and I think that Rookie plays this fight really well. I think that Saburo and Photic play this fight really well. They just need to... It's hard to look at this and say, well, just do it again, But that kind of is where it needs to go. Like, the aggression through the early game, sacking these Drakes is something that in the LPL has been super valuable through the early game. That third Scuttle spawn that gives you level 6 on the jungle and the upgraded Smite. And having these like synergistic team fights. The cross map is nowhere near, or at least it seems nowhere near as valuable as it was last year. A lot of the time, we're not cross mapping for gold. It's just about these dragons.
Yeah, a little thing there, they were losing that fight before they took that last one, which I thought was hilarious against that team JDG. But on the other side, a team that they've had chances, Jay Beto, they've had opportunities, they've had any synonym you want to represent that thought process to make it into the playoffs, and they have one more chance. They've had 3, and the fact that they made it all the way to the end and still have to find a way to lock it, they need to win one game as we look at this Weibo roster and take a look at some of the no names that need to get across the finish line here.
Yeah, so Weibo kind of competing in their own little side series against top esports in this series here. If they win one game, like you mentioned, they lock in top 4. So top esports watching with anticipation, hoping that IG can, pull a underdog story game or series in this in this night. It is a Weibo favored match. I think that looking specifically the bot lane first, Elk has been on fire. I mean, just looking at the top, like here's the 3 highest kill games, 19 kills, 18 kills, and 17 kills, all on Kai'Sa. Arha has been doing decently, and Xiaohu, although
he's been better. Old man's been better.
Yes, although maybe he's getting a bit unk. You were talking to me before we went live about how you really find that Xiaohu is super important to this team's success. And I think that both of these teams kind of have a mirrored mid lane matchup in that, where both of these players are crucial to their team's success. But this is something that I'm really interested in talking about. It's stats on everything. He is really high up on the stats on a team that is, only 4 and 5 right now. But some of his performances are kind of similar to like a Viper from Humble Life last year. He just pulls his team over the finish line, mostly on Kai'Sa. I expect him not to get this at all this series. But if he does, I'm ready for another crazy Kai'Sa game.
I'm here for it. Hey, Elk's got my vote. If you want to go ahead and vote, make sure you hit that QR code. Cast your votes for the all pros that we're going to be having for each group as well. But Elk is definitely a good answer, and that's why we were foreshadowing earlier that Photic has to do a lot tonight to be able to surpass this guy who's been really lighting it up and earning his place on Weibo after storied couple years there on BLG themselves. So it's nice to see Elk finding his own, finding some stepping room, but I want to see the team be able to play around him a little bit as well. And that kind of goes back to that conversation of these mid laners, because both of them are extremely roam heavy. Both of them like to be proactive. I think we've seen Xiaohu, that's a hallmark for his entire career. But at this point, Rookie has been the kind of glue that keeps a lot of his teams together, even last year. And we haven't seen that, general for IG really step into the spotlight so far as many times as needed. And Xiaohu has done better. He definitely had a rough start to the split. It's been a lot better. I think the last time these two teams met, I think the thing I found was whichever one of these guys is most quiet in the game, that is going to be tough for their team, right? The teams are harmed when these guys aren't doing something. And it's kind of cool. I mean, this is a story as old as time. It feels like in the LPL, it's a matchup that we all know and love, and it's almost 100 games for these two guys going head to head. I couldn't even imagine playing 100 games against the same person, let alone over the course of many, many years.
And not only that, but the most exciting part of this, I guess, is the total kills against each other. They're tied at 331 kills each in the head-to-head across all their games. These two players are incredibly storied, I should say, in the LPL. They've been around for a long time, and their stats are quite close. I mean, I think that damage per minute is probably the one that's skewed the most in favor of one person, but the rest of it is like the win-loss is very close, the kill participation is very close, quite high for a mid laner over the years, and the kills are exactly tied. So this is a pretty historied matchup.
Yeah, it's should be one that at least nostalgic people will be happy to watch. But it's also extremely important for this series. And for Xiaohu, earn some respect back, King. Get your team across the finish line. Get to those playoffs. Get to that top 4 in that group ascend for next split. But brass tacks is done. You got to get to the business of things here for IG and Weibo. We'll be getting into the games here hopefully soon. But for IG, they have the opportunity to do the funniest thing and make Weibo go play a tiebreaker against Top Esports, who have maybe found some magic for some reason. And so I think, while Top Esports is going to be praying and hoping on IG, I think Weibo know what their job is. They know what they need to do. And we, while have seen a couple slacking moments from the big names, especially these last 2 series, they've had been some tough losses. I still think that Weibo will muster enough courage to go ahead and clean this one up.
I will say that when you say this is a nostalgic mid lane matchup, what Mazel actually means is it's one for the old heads, all right? If you're not an old
Thanks
head...
for translating. Appreciate
like, who are these guys? No, but you're right. Weibo have definitely got the momentum going into this series. And you could say for IG, they don't have anything to lose in this game. So, they're relaxed. They're in play-ins. They know roughly who they're going to be playing against. They'll be watching that tiebreaker series tomorrow and preparing accordingly for that. But Weibo are stressed out for this series. They don't want to, you do not want to, as a team here, have to go through play-ins, to run the risk of not making it into group ascend, to have more matches to play and more opponents to prep against. You want to be locked in for playoffs. So while Weibo have the momentum, they also have more to lose here.
They do. And I think not only does that come with some of the track record they'd had this split. I was talking with K-Man and Alec on the podcast, and continuing the mantra of this team is just so consistently inconsistent. And while I hate that name and we used it way too much, it's so apt for this team, Weibo. And I really want to see what they give us tonight. But I guess I want to start transitioning to maybe some of the conversation about draft here for them.
Yeah.
Because the last time we saw these two teams meet, obviously it was a little bit of a slog between them, obviously a long while ago as well. But are there big things that you're looking out for tonight? Maybe a little bit of priority around that roaming mids, but more particularly, is there anything else that you're really looking at?
The Kaiser is the first one, for sure. Elk has been really, really good on Kaiser. Not that it's in a position where I think that you can just blind pick this champion willy-nilly. I think that there are things that you'd want to get out of the way, pick it on a 4-5 angle. But I think that with the way that Elk's been playing on this Kai'Sa, maybe he's not allowed to have it. We could see a potential IG takeaway so that you don't have to ban it. For the mid lane, though, there is that Azir, and I think that Rookie's been one who's played against that pretty frequently, with the LeBlanc that we saw, with the Syndra earlier in the split against Hongq. I really, really liked that game from IG. The Syndra into Hongq's Azir was great. But for the roaming mids, if Orianna's banned, Ryze, Talia, I think Ryze is not underrated. That's not the right word, but he is like a sneaky third, in my opinion. You've got the Azir, the Orianna, and I think that the Ryze locks in for a third there, where with this actualizer item in the right comp where you can stand there and hit, I think it's got great matchups. It's got that roaming side pressure, so we could see a handshake of those mids. The Galio is rising back up too, something that allows you to team fight really well. That could be a nice look as well.
I hear all your wonderful analysis and the great picks that'll come in mid lane. I got one stupid question to ask you. Which one of the 5 ADCs that we found that Elk has not played this split, which he's played 13 of them already this split in 4 weeks. Which one is he playing tonight? Is it Draven? Is it Vayne? We came up with some other ones.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he's played looking at 13 ADCs this year so far, which is a pretty ridiculously high number.
It's a lot of ones, folks.
Yeah. It was like Vayne, Draven, Samira, Nyla, Ziggs. I think Ziggs is pretty likely. We've started to see the Ezreal, Karma, Zoe in. I'm
gonna stop you right there. You stop that. That is propaganda. We don't accept conversations about that around here. All right.
No Zoe fans here.
No, I'm just joking.
No Ziggs fans. I think
I'm a Ziggs fan, actually.
The Draven's an option. It is quite aggressive, so it is an option to go towards. But I think if this goes for 3 games, the Ziggs is probably the one that makes the most sense for me. We've seen that a little bit played around, and it does work well. You can go an AD mid. You can pick that Zoe Ziggs that I think KT played the most of last year. Towards the end of the year, that looked quite good. But I guess the Zoe is interesting conversation too. We saw it 2 series in a row, the Ezreal, Karma, Zoe. So maybe this is a thing that's going around in scrims right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Teams are happy to play that. It's very, very tough to execute on. You've got the range, and it theoretically is almost impossible to play against if the Ezreal, Karma, Zoe play their lanes right, play the game right, set up well. But we haven't really seen the high level of execution that draft requires.
Okay. Well, if we're gonna stick to that trend of me being an old head in LPL and trying to maybe keep things in mind that maybe mean something to the older generation of LPL fans. First of all, I think even the newer generation of LPL fans, give Elk Kai'Sa just for the fun of it. I've lost Jay Beto. Hopefully he'll be back. I hope Elk gets Kai'Sa. I think if Weibo get it, it's a mistake for IG, but it would be heckin' fun to watch. There's also a little bit of history in the LeBlanc between these two guys. I think it's really interesting. Obviously, Rookie has been known for LeBlanc, but I'm not gonna lie. When LeBlanc first came back into the meta with that weird on hit AD build that she was doing, Xiaohu destroyed teams by himself on that pick by side laning and forcing so many resources to go his way and not being answered to. I know that's not the same LeBlanc that we have right now, but I want to see which one of these two guys gets LeBlanc at least. And hey, they got the spring Gala fits going as we are kicking off the spring Gala for the LPL. We'll have show matches after the series itself, but looking pretty tough out there, Jay Beto.
I love the branding. Yeah, this is tough.
Rookie's just making it rain.
I like it. He's happy. IG happy. Again, they're relaxed. They know where they are in the standings right now. They're going to play-ins. That's okay. They're here to play their last match of the series and do the funniest thing ever.
Okay. Yeah, I'm right here. Rookie. You throw it to me, please.
Yeah, please.
Through the computer screen. No, it's really cool to see fans get to iterate. Yeah. Oh well, crap, man. You got to share. All right, you got to share. Nice little intro, though. I love that they're making it a little bit more special, and I know that means a lot to the fans of the community. So awesome to see, and immediately to go to take the jackets off and get ready for the game.
Well, here we go. Have we got the same
Xiaohu,
amount of
where's
aura?
your jacket?
Oh, here we go. Ooh, that's
what a
tough.
beast.
Yeah, are we gonna
Put on
do
the
the same
jacket of
thing?
the captain.
Ooh, all right.
The hand cross.
Nice.
What a beast.
I mean, Weibo look like they're having fun too. We're not making it rain as much, but we are handing out.
No. I like Rookie. Rookie's just throwing him out. He's like, I'm going to give it to everybody.
Random crowd members. Love it. Ooh, to the camera. All right. Well, we're having fun here on the LPL. You've like every time I hear about this AD LeBlanc thing, I just get like flashbacks to it, like someone Wing forward, Shiv, fleet footwork, auto, rapid fire cannon, like you're half health now, completely unplayable. It's been a while, and it was a fairly short meta, but that was very something. I like this outfit. This is nice. Look at like a Christmas vibe.
Lunar New Year, one of the two.
Same.
What I just saw, I know it's really stupid, really small. Xiaohu has his Weibo gaming jacket on the chair that he picked, that he went to sit in. So I wonder how that's gonna work. Which jacket is he gonna? He's gonna wear both. He's gonna wear none.
Depends on how the game goes.
The hard-hitting questions that are coming out here of the LPL English broadcast. But we'll be getting to it now. It's always a lot of fun. For me, it's weird because Spring Gala is usually like, at least for the official broadcast, it was like a big event. They always had us try to dress up and stuff, and it always came in the middle of the Spring Split. And then it's 2 weeks of no playing games. Like literally everybody takes like a 2-week break and then we come back, and that was always in the middle split. Now we actually get it in a normal time where we have a small break because it's going to playoffs. And Rookie has a nice little hand drawn. I'm going to guess that those are done by maybe... it would be hilarious if it was done by the player, but I'm going to guess it's like maybe done by a school somewhere or something. That'd be really cool. As they have a bunch of little drawings all over the place.
Man, if I had known about that, Mazel, we could organize something. I would have dressed up. I mean, I did the Australia Day thing. I would have done this too. I'm all for it.
I'm here for it. Hey, they'll do enough celebrating. I'm trying to read what that.
It's very white. It's very bright.
Xiaohu. It's very bright. All right, I'm gonna stop before I bait everybody. But they look cool. I think in the end, it's awesome to have these Spring Gala events. I love that there's gonna be some show matches afterwards as well. They always do that kind of stuff, and they always do like Wild Rift, League, and TFT. They used to have us cast them in English for the show matches, and it's always a lot of fun. So it's cool to see the Spring Gala still at least pertinent in the winter split here.
I am not good at TFT at all. That would be hilarious. Get me on a TFT cast. I have no idea what's going on. He's winning.
They put me, so it was so funny. There's a guy, Sam, that works for the official Chinese broadcast. He does like a lot of like social stuff for them and things like that. And he cast for them as well. But we got paired up together, and it was one of the funnest experiences because we were literally just asking each other questions about how each version of TFT is different, because their version of TFT is different than our version, and we were just having a great time about it. But it was some good times. That's a little bit history's past, and now we got to start thinking about now, because everything is set. Jackets are off. I had to get my nostalgia out there somewhere, somehow. But now it's brass tacks. It's all about Weibo trying to secure that top 4, that place in Group Ascend for Split 2, and the bye from the Knights Road.
And with things in the headlights approaching, the playoffs, like you said, but the first stand, Split 2, MSI, I mean, you blink and these things will come around. Every match is important practice against each other. It's important for these standings. I think that IG is having a great time. I really think that this is not the most like analytical. It's more of like a narrative thing. But like if IG win here, I think it's very likely that that's because they're so relaxed and Weibo are not. Weibo have been down a few. They've said. So you said they've had 3 chances and they haven't been able to make it into playoffs so far.
At least this IG have been.
Yeah. Okay. This is the third. So this is their 3rd chance. And IG have been out for a while. They've been out like the whole week. They know that's okay. We're going to have fun. We're prepping for our play-ins matches. And Xiaohu's not exactly the most expressive player in the world, but
he has a smiley face right in the center of his chest, so he doesn't need to be expressive. He just show the smiley face. It's fine.
He just does that. Maybe that'd be cool. He gets a good play, just shows up the smiley face.
I honestly, that merch would go so hard, just like kids' drawings all over this stuff. Like, it actually looks so cool.
They're pretty good.
I'm getting distracted. From the real stuff, man. It's the last day of LPL. We gotta be super serious. As we'll be getting hopefully closer to game, even though it's taken a long while. I'm sure the festivities had something to do with that for sure. But as we get closer to draft, I just want to reiterate some of the things that you had talked about what the picks we were looking for. You know, the mid lane I think is extremely important. Wondering if Rookie's going to bring anything out spicy, and, you know, willing to go with some of those more off meta picks.
Oh, the red.
What kind of roaming are we going to get from these guys? Got a little bit of update to the draft itself. But speaking of, let's go ahead and update with the bans. Weibo are going to ban away the Malphite, the Varus, and the Anivia. We already get the Jace and the Orianna banned by IG.
So the Anivia ban has been something. Anivia has been a champion that's been almost exclusively played against Ryze this season so far. We're touching on that Ryze priority in the roaming. Azir is up, Orianna's banned. Is Ryze the priority here? It's actually the Nico that's been left open. I still think this is probably the best support on the patch, or in my opinion, it is the best support on the patch. See what Weibo can do with it.
I like it. Not only because you have an opinion, but also because I like the pick. I think it provides so much, and Arha has exclusively been a kind of really big engaged supporter, a little bit too aggressive sometimes, but giving him a lot of tools and utility here. But the big question is, what is the 1-2 punch from IG? What do they want to go with? It's going to be a Photic new classic, I guess, at this point. He's going to go with the Yunara, and we'll see what the second pick for IG is going to be.
Well, the Zin's out early. I think you'd like to go support on 3 here for IG. You don't want to drop so that you can get a decent enough matchup into the Nico, but you want to see a little bit more of the draft before you lock away that. So you go a strong jungler, but then the conversation becomes, what's the mid lane matchup? Here is the Ryze that I was talking about before with that Anivia ban. Makes a ton of sense. You could go 80 carry, so Elk just slams the Kai'Sa.
What did I say? If it makes it through, it's a mistake. IG, that's strike 1.
How many strikes do you get? I mean, Weibo, I love this draft. Like, the Kai'Sa Nico, something that was very highly prioritized last year, and then the Nico started getting banned away every game, so we lost sight of that a little bit. The Ryze has been rising up in priority, like we were talking about, and even though the Azir is up, the Ryze is the priority with that Anivia ban. There's the Lulu, so you've got a bit more range into the Nico, and the Kai'Sa makes that lane a little bit tougher for Weibo, but you are going to have to endure bans against Rookie.
I'm still stun locked that they just let the guy with the top 3 most kills in single games on the same champion for all 3 of them get it again. And you know what? The biggest one, the 19 kills, that was against IG. So they know. And they still let it through. Maybe they think the answer is here. Maybe they think the wild growth is enough. Maybe they think the damage profile is enough. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but we'll see at the end of things when the dust clears. We're already in the second phase. We see the Pantheon ban. I like that, taking away some proactive tools from Dede. We'll see what Weibo want to go ahead and ban away.
Yeah, Elk says, let's go for 20. Let's go for 20 kills this game. Let's get the first one.
Get closer tonight.
He is. Maybe he'll every Kai'Sa game he just gets one more and one more and one more. So again, here's the bans against Rookie, the Cassiopeia ban. I like the Pantheon ban to deny the double global, but I still there's a ton of options in jungle, right? Wukong, Nocturne. You could go the Vi is another option as well before you get into some of the less played things. We saw the Sejuani, but I'm worried a little bit for Rookie here. He's going to have to endure another ban. There's the Vi. So what does he have? He's going to have to dig pretty deep here, something that either has range. You could just go the Azir if you're feeling really confident. Maybe the Syndra, just something that works with your comp, pairs with Zinzar quite well. But I'm still worried that Xiaohu is going to have a lot of time to roam across the map.
See, I know a typical answer, at least back when she was a little bit more meta, was Talia, but I know she's taken a pretty big hit. But that roaming possibility is always super important to keep an eye on with these 2 guys, at least. No longer the pure control mages coming here, staying in the mid lane. They want to get roaming. That final ban will be the Galio, so taking away maybe a little bit of that front line that IG would be looking for. But now in this second phase, we'll see what IG want to leave for counterpick.
Ooh, okay, so having a discussion here. What do we want? Do we want the Taliyah or the Syndra? The Syndra offers more range and a bit of a better pairing with Xin Zhao. I think the Taliyah is a great answer for the roaming if we do lock that in, if we swap over last second. But with the Syndra locked in, it's a much better pairing with the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao Taliyah, not the best pairing. You don't get the flick back synergy with something like a Pantheon or a Vi that you get, or even a Wukong. So this is offering more range and a little bit more of that control you were talking about.
Not the biggest fan. I've been really curious at a lot of our teams, going with more squishy compositions. And here we're going to get another one. No Orianna Shockwave combo, but the Nocturne comes out nonetheless. And that side lane is going to be pretty dangerous here for IG. They will continuously look for those big picks.
Yeah, Weibo's comp is so scary here. I mean, it'll just be a tank on 5 here for IG. Silent, Cassante, maybe maybe an Ornn if you really want. Galio's ban, so that's quite a nice ban there. It covers both mid and top with that. But we're looking at Nico Nocturne, something that T1 started playing early last year and before Nico had really come on. And then we've got the Rumble on top. So we've got the Rumble Nocturne synergy, which the way that works is the Paranoia comes through and then the Equalizer goes on top. Everyone's disorganized, and then the Nico on top of that, Nocturne Nico, very, very scary, with Elks, Kai'Sa, and Xiaohu on the roams. I mean, IG have good damage, they have good late game, they've got Xin Zhao plus Enchanter, which is quite strong, but I'm worried they don't have enough engage to really either, get onto Elk. I think that he can kind of do whatever he wants this game.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think a lot of that weight is going to be borne by Wei. I think this team needs time. I mean, you need like that 2 or 3 items for Yunara. You obviously need some scaling for Syndra, but it's going to be a lot on how proactive Wei could be to keep his team in the game, because all that Weibo want to do is get to level 6 and find people in the side lane. You want to just try and get as much of a buffer as you can before then, so you have some control of the map.
And even then, it's a big ask of IG against the Nico. I'll be talking about it a bit more in the game, but I think this champion is ridiculously strong. I think she's the best support still, even with the cannon changes. I think it's very hard to answer Nico in team fights when you're really creative.
Well, we're getting into it now. Couldn't be more sweat on the brow here, getting into the final day of the regular season. It is Weibo, who have had 2 times before to make it in the playoffs. Here's their 3rd against IG.
And everyone's excited. Got some festivities. And you mentioned sweat on the brow, Mazel. There's sweat on my brow. It is really hot right now in Australia. It is still going to be hot for a while. And it's thunderstorming too. So we've got like the double
I love
wombo
me a good
combo.
thunderstorm.
It's fun when I'm not in my room is really hot. I'm at the top of my house and it's, with my PC on, it's very hot.
Does the thunderstorm not cool it off? Are your thunderstorms not like cool?
It's a hot one.
Make it hot? Oh man, that sucks. Well, maybe I was going to try to say anything to make the action make it colder, but honestly, it's just going to get hotter. So I'm sorry, Jay Beto, but
if there was an Anivia, maybe that would have helped.
But they banned it away. Weibo was like, no.
They banned it. No, he's got to be hot. He's got to be sweating. But that's okay, because we're still here for some awesome LPL action. The last day of Split 1. Just, putting aside some tiebreaker games, this is the last official day. Yeah. Now, I like the level 1 prio here from Photic, who hits level 2 first with the Yunara Q, but Weibo will be able to push back. Heals expended on both sides. Now, this Nico champion, I have a lot to say about it. Some people really don't like it. They think it's unhealthy. Like, I know that there was a Chronicler tweet, I think, a while ago about, like, surely we're not allowing the Nico to do, like, the old Galio thing where you can flash in ult, and some people think it's fine. Some people think it's really broken. The cannon change is a good one. I think that was kind of ridiculous and a little unfair, but this champion has, like, one of the best lanes. You have to pick something like Lulu, Karma, Bard to even contest the lane prio that this champion affords you in support. Then you've got insane vision contest, better than all of those other supports that I mentioned because of the W, and you can still do the base thing and allow it to stay there for longer. And then you've got a great lane, you've got a great, you know, vision contest, but then you've also got like one of the best, if not the best, team fighting support ults. And I think I personally like it because it rewards you being creative.
Yeah. I always love the different entrances and stuff, and especially you know, for our cerebral supports, it's always really nice to see how they want to enter fights. I still think it's a maybe a little bit of fight going on here in the jungle, as Dede was wanting to start up the scuttle, but bot lane kerfuffle will curtail that for now. Dede is going to be on the other side of the wall here. He's going to have to choose to run away, because if he wants to stick around, he has to go all the way back around. Photic doesn't have as much mana. Arha, he's going to get traded on pretty heavily. Those void stacks starting to hit, or at least the plasma stacks. Dede has decided he wants to go ahead and engage on the way. The fear is going to come in. I don't think this is a fight that Weibo wanted, but they're going to go for it anyways. Now Xiaohu is just going through the backline, ripping and roaring. He's found two. That's going to be a couple going to Weibo. 3-0 now to start in 1.7 thousand gold at 3.5 minutes.
And IG get nothing out of that play. They lose the scuttle. They lose every flash out of the 4 that were there. Actually, we lost 8 flashes right there. That's crazy. But Weibo, with this roam from Xiaohu, the Rise pushes so fast in the lane, rotates down earlier. So I think we're looking here at how this roam happened. And we pan down here for Jeje, who it looks like he's going to go up and just go for the other scuttle. But then Xiaohu gets in, pushes Rookie out with Jeje. And because Jue takes this big chunk, Xiaohu's in first. The bot lane of Weibo joins up, and
they're all together.
All goes right.
Xiaohu just has fish in a barrel. Look at these bounces.
So much damage from this Rise early. Rookie nearly gets one back. Like, that is a bit unlucky if he has any more damage there. He does trade one back, but Weibo and IG kind of flipped the game there at level 4, and it goes in Weibo's favor.
I just can't believe we just saw them full commit to that early game play there. Absolute chaos. And really good heads up from Weibo. I mean, I love that Xiaohu just put himself in the middle of everybody, knowing that this is his prime moment. And even this early on with no items was able to do that much damage. And now, as we look at the kind of state of things here, Weibo have serious control over the map. And it's already a position where Xiaohu almost has Realm Warp, almost has the ability to get to these side lanes, and the game plan from Weibo just got skyrocketed.
And Jeje looks like he got both Scuttle Crabs as well, so he's fast-tracked to level 6, which is much stronger. Equalizer in top lane, but Saburo will be fine to walk away here. Yeah, Nocturne fast-tracked to level 6. Xin Zhao's level 6, as a gank perspective, is not that great, realistically, especially compared to a Nocturne who he's already up 400 gold. He's already hit level 6. He's got the upgraded smite. Like, Jeje is much stronger than Wei is right now. Weibo can easily do this Drake, cancel some bases. Even if they don't do the Drake, like, this is that's really unfortunate. It's fortunate for Photic, but if Weibo had got that cancelled too, it becomes even worse. So Jeje will take a base. They're not going to rush the Dragon down with that advantage. Maybe because of the Xiaohu base, he doesn't have TP, so they're playing it a little more slowly. Want to go for some plates instead.
Some of that standing gold in Elk's pocket. But so far, so good for the Weibo ship. As, again, they only need this one win if they can get it to make it into top 4. 2 would be nice. But a first win is all they really need. And again, we talked about the game plan for Weibo. Now, I mean, they don't even have to wait any longer. Everything's already level 6. They can be proactive. They can move. There's Dragon on the map. There's going to be Grubs coming up in about 1:15. Do wonder which side of the map they want to put priority on, at least, with this about 2.5k gold lead as Elk gets all in. Level 6 is not acquired just yet, but it's the damage of Yunara in those early trades, and Elk will not be able to get away. The Tangle Barbs at the last second to save his ADC. Arha, the new face for Weibo.
That is a complete save, and Shadow's coming now.
You know what's going to happen. You answer strongly by Weibo, and you're going to try to get the catch here. They got the double bounce with the Void Seeker.
No.
Elk comes back from seemingly the grave to get the kill.
It's disaster for IG. Barely not enough damage for Photic to get that kill. Arha with a great E, the Tangle Barbs rooting up the bot lane of IG, and then Xiaohu with the roams. We've been talking about it before draft, we talked about it in draft. We want to see these mid laners get active in the fights, and so far Xiaohu has been a cut above.
We said if they are quiet, that team loses. Well, right now, one is 2-0-2, the other 0-0-0. Who is being active as Rookie tries to make his first pounce into the game. He's going to get dodged out by the
There you go. There's
clone.
the vision contest.
And yeah, exactly like you said, a little bit of that control. And now Weibo, they can close ranks so quickly. They have so much mobility in this trio that is just running around the map together.
Like, I want to highlight that even more. The reason that this is so impossible to play against this Nico champion is because of the poke in lane. If you were, you know, a Lulu, right, or a Karma, you can't do that. You can't check vision like that aggressively, right? If you're a Lux, okay, you can with E, but then you don't have the team fight. Nico has everything, and I am surprised that Weibo got one of the best mids on the patch. They got Nico, and they got this Kai'Sa for Elk. It feels like Weibo have walked away with everything they wanted to in draft, and they're playing like it too.
Draft masterclass. As we take a look at state of things, there's some pretty hefty CS differentials coming, about 20 in the jungle. As Ziezie goes and starts up the grubs too. That's going to be a massive XP boost, and he's already a level over Wei. He's going to have so much XP already. He's going to be able to have that kind of springboard going to that first item as Xiaohu comes over. But even in top lane, pretty decent CS differential developing there for Zika too.
Yeah, the jungle lead started with that early skirmish down the bot side where Deja ended up getting both scuttles. Photic dashes forward. He actually uses his ult here, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get anything more. It is the prio for IG, so maybe they have access to the Drake, but Wei's on the top side.
He's not even here. That's going to be a tough sledding. They're just going to get a back off, it looks like. We try to get back and see how much completions of the garage sale items they can get. Zika gets a little bit more golden top side. We have officially first item on the board. Maybe it was Rookie's boots, but the one I want to highlight is that hex plate already completed for Dizzy.
Yeah, Dizzy, after the double scuttle, he got that third scuttle spawn as well at the top side, so he's a ton of CS and XP ahead. He's nearly a full level over Wei, has that fully completed item, now the 3 grubs. Weibo haven't pulled the trigger aggressively yet. They're waiting for, most likely, level 6 on Arha, that's been hit. They're waiting for these first item completions everywhere. Xiaohu just bought his rower. Elk, most likely very close to the Kraken Slayer. Zika's item doesn't really matter for this conversation. Arha having his rocket belt would be nice, but Weibo, even though they're up 3,000 gold, this big XP lead in jungle, it's a full level, they haven't decided to take another aggressive team fight.
Have not, and you can see they're a little bit reserved to do so, trying to clear out some vision there, but we'll just lose that priority they gained. They'll get a back off from Wei. He's hoping to go complete his first item, but they might just do Dragon. Oh, he stopped his back.
He's waiting here on this pink ward to try to find a look onto Xiaohu, but this is the thing with Ryze. He's so safe because of like the innate health that he builds. And there is a decent amount of damage.
Oh my god, Arha. He wanted to get the Void Seeker so he could go in with the Killer Instinct. They don't get it. The Paranoia also got burned. Dede himself, speaking of some of that hesitancy from Wei on that back, I mean, he still has it back, but Dede has started the dragon, walked away, then restarted the dragon, then walked away again. So both junglers really just don't want to give anything up.
Dede is up so much XP and gold right now. He's up 700. Yeah, some assists, but mostly CS. And this massive XP. It's more than a full level. Xiaohu will show that the top camps are up. So I think that Jezia honestly could just give the Drake, run straight to the top camps. We could be very quickly looking at like a 2-level lead for a Nocturne. That's pretty crazy.
And he's going to have Arha right there with him. Xiaohu is going to be there with the distance of a Realm Warp. They will be close, and they know they need to escort him to get this gold, get this lead to continue to balloon. As now Rookie wants to go over to scout it out a little bit, but Wei is just going to forfeit that entire side of the jungle as he takes his back.
You can see that Arha is cloned as as Nocturne, walking into his bot camps. So that was on a vision too that might have convinced IG that JJ was actually on the bot side. Look at this XP differential in jungle. Like, JJ's going to be able to get his bot side camps now too. It's an entire level.
That is disgusting.
He's going to be up like nearly a level and a half soon because his bot camps are spawning. JJ is going to clear his full top side, then his full bot side. So much XP that JJ has access to. And Weibo say it's one Chemtech soul. It's fine. We can give that.
We're going. Burned. Photic gets a wild growth used on him, but here comes Zika. He's not the one you'd expect to come, but from the top rope comes the top laner, and that's going to be another kill to Elk, a third in a row, and he's starting to get up there.
Yeah, that was a great TP from Zika onto the ward there. The camera pan up made me think, okay, Xiaohu's here again with another great Realm Warp. No, it's the Rumble, and Elk is off to another amazing start. 13 minutes in, he's already 1,000 gold up. He's 3-0-2.
That's an incredible start. Though I will say, I don't know if we're going to get up to 17, but
hey,
it's a good start, all right? And we're already on first items coming through as well. We already have the Rod of Ages there for Xiaohu. We already have the Kraken Slayer, like you're saying. We do have some item spikes on the other side for IG, though, as well, to try to match that. Loons has been completed for Rookie, but we've talked so much about Weibo, and we're going to see even more of that Weibo play here.
I mean, the great pink ward, so that Zika knows no one is coming to stop him. TPs to the ward, IG are way too far forward. The force of the clans, Elk goes in. It's just so well played by Weibo. Every part that's moving here is pretty much perfect. You can't want any more. Back at live, though.
Pop the paranoia. JJ does not get the fear off. We'll have the slowdown on the way, but
he's up 2 levels.
A little bit gone away. Yeah, that's insane right now. 2 levels for JJ.
I know it's like a fake 2 levels because it just, but the stats aren't fake, right? If that fight comes
analysis.
JJ is 2 full numbers up, like, worth of stats. He's working on his second item now, up 800 gold. Wei is struggling in this game. He's getting ran around by JJ. And even if you take like a skirmish here, he's still down 2 levels. Only after the Scuttle Crab will he manage to, you know, get to level 10, but JJ's back in topside. He's invading again.
Thinking if Wei is going to try to fight him out of that one, but Weibo's still willing to kind of put their hand in the cookie jar and see what happens. I will say it's not a perfect game anymore, though. Dragon did get secured by IG before, as we said, and we're getting close to Quest being completely completed. The biggest sad point is that Photic still hasn't completed his, and I think that's the big one when you're looking at timing base, because it is extra gold for the ADC to come through. Hopefully he'll be completing that one here soon. But you can see both junglers still looking to see where they can be active.
I think Wei is spending a lot of his time covering because of the paranoia, right? Because of the fact that JJ can be there at any moment. But because of that, JJ is actually not ganking. Like, look at Wei. He is just back and forthing around the Herald, not doing anything, not farming. And JJ is farming. At any moment, this can happen.
Oh my god, Rookie misses the scatter of the week and pays with it for his life. That's incredibly done by Weibo, but here comes the train. Here comes the moment for IG to try to pick a fight, but they immediately turn away. The train was not for them. It was for Sapporo to come see his teammates.
Like, the timing for Weibo it's a little lucky, because Wei, and for IG it's incredibly unlucky, because Wei is waiting on the side there for like what feels like 30 odd seconds while JJ is farming. The second he says, okay, I'm going to the Herald, Weibo pull the trigger and go onto Rookie in the mid lane. This is why Wei is covering so much and why he's down so many camps, but JJ with his timing is just so perfect as to when he's going in and when he's actually farming or invading.
See there, first turret win percentage for Weibo, pretty high in that regard. But the thing I love about this performance from Weibo is it is just quintessential how they should play to find the best version of themselves, right? That proactivity, that movement from the mid lane, getting Xiaohu involved. Speaking of, they're going to try to get IG involved here. Rookie wants to try to find the scout of the week, trying to get a little bit of that lockdown, but doesn't do so. But that is going to be IG starting up the Dragon now.
Alright, doesn't have flash or ult, so this is a Nico down a lot of tools. But Weibo are 5.5k up.
They take Elk down a half health. That's a big TP coming in, though. It's going to be countered on the other side. He's the real tank player. Here comes the Paranoia combo onto the Equalizer. They try to get Way down, but Way keeps that Crescent Guard going. Dede is the one that dies first. Rookie looking to pick up some slack here, but it is Elk that is starting to fire away with this Kraken Slayer. It's going to be 4v4, both junglers down. Dragon's still up, and both teams very hesitant to move forward, but IG might have just taken the bait. They're going to look for the unstoppable onslaught onto the bot lane, but Saburo is by himself, tries to take down Zika, but now Xiaohu is going to be ripping him apart. Then Elk just killed Rookie. He will end up getting a little bit of a trade there in that mid lane fight, and it will be Photic that picks up the return kill. So it is blood and chaos across the rift, and Xiaohu finally kills Saburo.
It's very scrappy, Mazel. I think Weibo overstepped too much there. They don't have Nico Wall, they don't have Nico Flash, but Jezza goes anyway. They trade jungle 1-for-1, but then get split up, and IG are able to get some good kills back. Elk falling down in that play is important, but IG weren't able to get the Drake. Weibo could have honestly just said, okay, we probably can't get this Drake. We probably can't win an actual fight. So let's just trade. Let's just trade kills. Elk is down to half. I can't believe that this fight looks this good for Weibo after this game state. Like, they're so split. Jezza goes in. The Equalizer on top, flashes over the wall, which forces Saburo to flash and trade. But the fact that that Scout of the Week from Rookie doesn't hit, so Elk can get Way. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but they're still split up. They can't connect. So this is the part of the fight we didn't see. Rookie waits in the bush and finds Arhat with the ult there. Oh, look. So flashes down from Elk, but the Pop Blossom just didn't go off. Rookie killed him before. And then Elk gets polymorphed. Unfortunate Lulu diff.
1,000 gold there, right? Right to him, too. We see the bot lane play now as well.
Yeah, Saburo, I don't know about this one. I don't know. Maybe if he lands the unstoppable onslaught, he might be able to kill Zika, but you are just giving another kill over to Xiaohu. He does have ult, like Xiaohu has Realm Warp, so that could be, again, like a sacrifice. I'm going to die here so that Photic can get that gold.
Then you look back and Xiaohu takes a second turret in the side lane after having taken that bottom one as well. Dragon's still going the way of IG in the end. Still a 5,000 gold lead for Weibo.
And they were able to get the Dragon as well.
See if they can just take down Zika here.
Wow.
100-0 under the turret.
Okay, well, Weibo is going on the other side here.
Oh my god, he knocked him back and then he just got his support killed. Rookie just killed Dway, and that's going to be a massive avalanche in the mid lane.
I mean, IG get the second Drake. It's Infernal Soul, so they're feeling pretty good about this, but they're losing so much in the mid lane. Weibo's answer back. They quickly pull themselves together after that kind of scrappy fight around the Drake, and are we realm warping to top? Are we realm warping to Baron? No, it is top.
He's got the
Herald
too.
Get
the charge here too. It's not going to be enough to get too much all the way down, but the Mites actually might do some work here to buy a lot of time. That's just going to be more plate gold. And you think IG are getting a play. You think IG are getting something back. But then the lead continues to balloon. 6.5 thousand gold.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. A lot of it is on Xiaohu as well. And if the new turret changes weren't in, that tier 2 probably would have fallen as well. But because there's so many people around those plates, the fewer plates, at like 1 or 2 plates left, the turret is so tanky. But that's kind of the benefit of having the Herald in this season, is that it is a little weaker because of, you know, the top side objectives just being weaker. But the fact that you can get plates without killing the full turret is super valuable in this play. I'd love to, you know, if we could watch that play back in the mid lane to see, again, that Pop Blossom in mid. We did cut into it, but Baron being on the table, being a potential threat, is worrying for IG, who are down a lot of gold. But, good news, Photic has 3 items. He's very, very strong, and with an Enchanter, with a Xin down a Scion to buy him time in the front line, I am confident that he can have quite a lot of uptime in this next upcoming fight.
Gotta say, though, Xiaohu being almost 2 items above Rookie right now, that is not a place you want to be in. Elk is on 3.5 items now as well. And it's going to be Baron's start. Because why not push the mold, push the buttons, and push that moment to potentially get in that top 4. They just want to see what resources they could burn from IG.
They're trying to get Xiao's TP, but the market is live.
Oro here. They're just going to take him out. The Kraken Slayer doing so much work, but they want to be careful of the rest of IG hiding in the jungle.
I'm not sure if there's a spectator bug. I didn't quite see here. Okay, there is a spectator bug. It showed that Xiaohu's, sorry, not Xiaohu's flash, the Scion's flash and Rumble's flash went down at the same time, but they didn't flash, so still available, but the Baron also available. Here comes the TP. I think that's all they wanted. They wanted the TP out of Saboro. They get that resource out, and now for this upcoming Dragon, the side lane will be a threat. Down to TP.
You got to be careful. Crescent Guard comes out, but now Wei has overextended himself. They do get a little bit of damage onto Elk, and Saboro is starting to at least tank up onto Didier. He will use that Unstoppable Onslaught, though, to get away. Another Scatter of the Week will go wide.
So IG, after losing the Saboro TP, want to try to get something in return.
Oh, Arha misses. The Paranoia gets used, and Arha dies. Oh, man, that's a big pick. And IG, they're starting to weave back a little bit of strength here, and that's why I want to talk a little bit about their compositional strength, because this is a meatball comp, and while they were getting picked apart, when they are together, that's their strength.
Yeah, I think when IG are grouping there in the mid lane, and Saboro's looking aggressively, they're trying to find onto Arha to get his flash and maybe his ult, and originally they don't get it, right? They have to use Zinza ult, they have to use Scion ult, and those are pretty big tools. Means that IG can't really send it aggressively, but then Arha makes a massive mistake, loses both his flash and his ult, so IG at the end of that end up getting exactly what they wanted.
While the lead is still out in front of them, they have done their due diligence. They are now on soul point. They could give this dragon if they want to and buy a little bit more time, but having those first two dragons early will help them in the long run, as Rookie also finds a little bit of a pick on the Didig, gets a little bit of damage, and his spell shield out ahead of the dragon fight.
IG are actually in a really good spot here. Again, Arha no ult, no flash. Jejia has no ult. It's coming up just now. This is the try to pull back. Weibo say, oh, we can't contest the dragon. We have to just try Baron and pull you away.
Yeah, they just want to force the tempo. They want to force the play, and they did so beautifully. I mean, IG fell straight into that one. They are going to leave Zika to get a tier 2 in top lane with no response either, and they're going to try to take the mid lane turret, but now Weibo is collapsing potentially.
Arha has ult back, so they bought enough time, Weibo did, and now their support has that crucial team fighting ult. So IG maybe just have to do the dragon, but because they're down tempo topside, and they don't have great vision in the topside river either, they can't
they're too scared.
do the dragon because they're worried about this Kai'Sa Rise Rumble burn of the Baron.
All right, they're going to try to split. Are the Weibo members going to call their bluff here? Because they are without Wei, but they are going to try to pressure the Baron. The dragon getting lower and lower as we speak, but Baron has been taken. It's still taking him so long. He's not going to make it in time. The equalizer comes down. They are without Wei right now, and Zika will have to flash away. That'll be the dragon finally down, but the Paranoia comes in. JJ finds the backline with Elk. Elk going for more kills here too. He's got 2 more. He's looking for a third. Is this going to be the pop-up moment? The flash comes out. Wei looks for the kill on the Elk. Elk finally goes down. Wei is now looking to clean up on the Xiaohu. That shield is going to be big though, and the TP coming back in for Weibo. That's the Zika joining the fight. The Scatter of the Week does go a little bit wide. Wei is getting burned down with the Flame Spitter. Can't get away from that Rumble. And Saboro going to be circled around on the flank as well. And Weibo have taken everything from IG.
I think Rookie played that fight really well. I mean, Scout of the Week onto Nico. Another one down the bot lane there. Or sorry, down the bot side of the river. But Weibo only lose Elk. IG invest so much to taking down this 80 carry. Yes, they get Infernal Soul. That is a massive boon. But Weibo now on the Baron. They're getting a bit low, though.
All right, got to remember, the Baron is stronger now, and got to be a little careful with Rookie prowling around. Photic and Tway coming around, but the Baron will be taken. Another Scout of the Week comes through. They're going to try to pick off Zika here. Can they get him? Realm Warp going to get them out to safety. There's the clone coming through, and that will be an exit strategy from Zika and Weibo.
I think that Arha Nico, like the minion clone, is to bait an ult coming through so that IG walk away. But I think that Weibo are late here. They're not aware. No, they are aware. The dragon's on a ward. I'm surprised that Weibo don't send this earlier. They wait until Wei can path up. Elk gets a double kill, flashes away. It's so well played, but it's just not enough. Elk does so much damage, and Rookie does really well providing space for his team. Scout of the Weeks are good. There's another one there onto Arha. But Rookie by himself, despite him playing really well, can't do enough on this Syndra. Now, Elk actually got to respawn after that. So it's 5 members with Baron. I mean, Elk's on 10 kills. He needs 10 more to break his record.
Absolutely insane. And, you know, if you're liking some of this combination, Shiva, if you don't mind, we can go ahead and bring up that L3 unless Elk gets just picked. You're okay. He's not. He's not. We'll bring up that L3 now to go ahead and get your all-pro votes in potentially for Elk, as he is having a masterclass once again on the Kaisa. You can see backing up some of those numbers that we represented him with.
I don't know if you believe in curses, Mazel, but that was almost a really bad one. Like, he's 10-2. We're talking about his kills. You say, bring up the all-pro, and as you say all-pro, he mind controls in to nearly die. My goodness. But yeah, look at these stats. I mean, first in kill participation, second in gold per minute, fourth in KDA. This player, and this is on a team that is not first, that is not second, is currently not third. So doing so much for his team, a lot on the back of this Kaisa. They are down Infernal Soul Point, but they do have Baron and a 8,500 gold in Mazel. These Baron cannons are doing a lot to the tower. Arha, no one is getting, no one's getting fooled by that cannon. Equalizer down.
What if I get fooled by the cannon? I don't know. What happens? But I know what happens in about 1 minute and 40 seconds, and that's another dragon, and that would be Soul for IG. So Weibo need to find a way to stop this. I think an Infernal Soul on this comp is going to feel real good to try to fight back this 9K lead, even if it is so substantial. Ooh. And a big completion here, the GA completed for Photic, so he can play super aggressive on this Yunara.
This 80 carry build, we've actually seen this matchup a couple of times, the Kaisa versus Yunara, and this new Kaisa build is kind of all the heat right now. I know that there was a lot of... Oh, hold on.
Oh, whoa, wait. His whole health bar just gets taken from him in the matter of seconds, and that's ahead of the dragon. He's not going to be up for the fight. He's going to be up 15 seconds after the dragon spawns, or at least right before the dragon spawns, but they're not going to have any position around that. Yeah,
and Weibo will be able to walk in here and get some more plates. They won't be able to get this turret. Remember, the plates are super tanky, so they'd have to go for the kills and really push IG away if they actually want to kill the turret. But it's just about keeping IG on vision in their base, right? We're going, though.
Okay, they're just going with the paranoia. Elk wanting to walk down, but he doesn't have killer instinct just yet. They do get Saburo, but he's going to go zombie mode and do some good damage over to Weibo. And Xiaohu's tanking the turret, but he should be fine with that shield coming through for him, and the turret will finally fall.
Very nice fight from Weibo. Again, they had to go for the fight before they went for the turret because of how tanky the plates are when they get lower and lower, and when there's a ton of members around attacking the turret. But TP in from Rookie here. IG, I don't know if you need necessarily to fight this. You've got 3 Drakes. You can give this up, but IG don't want to.
Okay, they don't want to, and that's the case here. They're going to move forward, but Elk's on a little bit of an island here, and needs to get back with the team. They're going to start up the Infernal.
Elk is by himself here, tanking it up. This is kind of leashing it for IG. Without there's a TP behind as well.
They're going to find the angle. He's got the GAs playing super safe. Xiao, who goes for the flash play. Now goes onto the back line. He's looking to complete his quadra of the top kills in the game. He finally goes down, but it is the rest of IG who will fall right alongside him. A double kill comes from Xiao, and Weibo look to end the game. Look to make it to that top 4 and lock in playoffs with one final push.
Saburo might need to just sacrifice himself for the wave. There's this one and maybe the next one. If he can get it, I don't know if Weibo can end. Remember, the turrets are so tanky this season. They can get the inhibitor. Will they push? It's a pretty big wave, but Saburo playing aggressively, so they can't end just yet. They're going to have to go back. This gives IG more time to find something, Mazel, but that something, unfortunately, is against a 12,500 gold lead. This is one of the biggest gold leads we've seen so far in the LPL in Group of Sand, and they're down Infernal Soul Point. So IG are positioned around the Drake, but the paranoia goes in. Zika is TPing behind on the Rumble, and then Elk goes in, and even though he does die, Elk alongside Xiaohu do so much damage. The Pop Blossom is definitely something, but the TP behind from Zika is great as well. Weibo have stumbled around the Drakes, IG of Soul Point, but these team fights have been really good from Weibo.
They really have been, and I'm not going to lie, 3 kills away from Elk having the top 4 kills performances in the entire split. He needs to pass 15 kills, and with the way things are going, I think Weibo will easily secure that. Near their 100th matchup, if not their 100th matchup as well. Xiaohu and Rookie trying to go toe-to-toe, but Xiaohu has had the better hand of it now. But now, Weibo looking to force the Baron from IG and force the tempo.
You have to do something because Weibo's not getting Soul. It's too far away. It's too long. It's just about denying that. But if Weibo could get this Baron, look at Arha. He is a wolf sneaking around. He's been spotted though.
It's the clone.
The fake.
They're gonna burn
He's
it
gonna
with
go
the
again.
paranoia. The Baron's gone. Arha looking for the angle, gets stopped, but here comes the paranoia on the back line anyways.
Rookie's
They're gonna be in a lot of trouble, and here comes Photic with his transcend oneself, but they lose Saboro. That's the front line. They immediately back away. It'll be Baron and a kill to Weibo.
Rookie again. He just saves his team there from the instant defeat with the Scout of the Week away, pushing Arha away with his engage. No flash from Arha means that he can't potentially flash over a wall or flash over the Scout of the Week and land onto the full team. But Rookie does keep his team alive. But it is a 13,000 gold lead, and Weibo have Baron on 5 people. And one of those people is Xiaohu, who is 6-0 and 11, and the other one is Elk, who is 13 kills on his Kai'Sa. He needs, 5 would give him 18, so he wouldn't be able to break his record, but he would tie his second best, but he would need a pentakill.
Yeah. And the thing is, you have to remember, we've seen this before. The highest kills in a game for the entire split so far is 19 kills by Elk against IG the first time these two teams met. And IG fell into the trap again. And you see what happens as Elk does his work. He's almost full build now, 13 kills. And the entirety of Weibo have shown up right when they needed to. Be damned, a 2-loss streak. When they have their one opportunity, they're going to take it. And now they need to try to find a way to finish the game.
This one game for Weibo here, if they win, will lock them 4th so that they are guaranteed into playoffs. They are guaranteed into Group Ascend for Split 2. They just have to break the Nexus.
Gonna try to siege in now. Dede waiting on the side with his paranoia. He's gonna pop it. Crescent Guard's already been popped through though, and they have not taken any health bars from the main members of Weibo. Elk about half health now, but he should be fine. That will be the tempo play that Weibo were trying to pull. Not going to be successful. Zika goes golden into the Power Unleashed, and that's going to be a big cooldown down for Rookie.
And sieging is just so hard in 2026. With 4 people there, the turret is so tanky that even with Baron, you cannot break it. Weibo are not confident in their ability to dive. If they do all die, you give over so many shutdowns, you might lose the game there on your own. So Weibo play it slow and steady. It is a minute until the dragon. This is the strength of Soul Point. IG have another chance to get Infernal Soul. The problem, they're down 13k.
And they just completed a Serpent's Fang. So, all that shielding that was really nice to have, not going to be there any longer. But I do want to talk, because we haven't gotten to talk too much, because it's been fully Weibo one-sided. But how do IG even approach this next fight? How do you want to see them fight?
I think Rookie has done an exceptional job of team fighting so far, knocking away the engage from Arha. If he can do the same in this fight when Arha has flash, that's a big ask though. If he can do something similar onto Jeje if he goes in, I think Photic has enough damage, right? He's got a nearly full build, nearly 7 slots. He's working on what looks like maybe a BT here at the end, which would allow for a bit of sustain and a bunch of more AD, but he's got most of the build finished. He's not that far off from Elk. Even though this gold lead is massive, Photic is nearly full build. That is crucial to this fight, right? You've got jungle 3 items with GA. That's basically full build. So IG say, okay, we're going to make you end. We're going to give this Drake. The problem is, for Weibo, they have to end on the Barons, and the Baron sieges haven't been great. They're very hard to do this season. So IG have, another 10 minutes now to get gold before Weibo can theoretically threaten an Infernal Soul. That's probably where IG will say, okay, enough is enough. We might be waiting 10 more minutes, Mazel, for that to happen. Unless Weibo can do something to break the game open.
I do like this reservation from IG, though, knowing they are still scaling. Their scaling is insane with the Scion and this Syndra as well. So they're just saying, let's opt in. Let's get rookie 4 items, get that Rabadon's potentially. Is it going to be enough time? The question does remain. We'll see in about a minute and a half how that next Baron fight goes. Weibo continuously poking, continuously prodding, trying to find a crack in the armor of IG.
Where will that crack be? Maybe a pick on Saboro, maybe a pick on Shui. Photic has GA, so does Wei. Rookie has that Phantom Veil, the black shield that will help him against the engage from anyone, from Arha, from Jeje, maybe a root from Xiaohu, a Void Seeker from Elk, something that might catch on to him. And even though Rookie is much further behind in the mid lane matchup, the items are relatively the same. It's mostly 80 carries with that extra gold generation. Weibo with priority around this Baron, but I actually feel confident.
Here. Yeah, I mean, they're just stepping up right there, but Paranoia with Arha on the flank. Is he finally going to get stopped? Saboro tries to get out, but dies instantaneously. Arha with the 3-man as Elk comes over the top, and Weibo have sealed the deal. The power unleashed is not enough. Rookie is not enough, but Weibo is, as they take down Wei one final time, all 5 strong, to bring an end to this quest.
And that will be it. Unless a miraculous defense from the 2 carries from IG can do something, Arha finally hits a massive Pop Blossom. This champion is incredibly strong, trying to get the wave, but 1 minion is in. They have a cannon. No wave here. There is another one coming in, but they're going for the kills.
Rookie's trying to hold on like Spider-Man, but he cannot. The minions are gone, and Weibo, they're going to wait for this next wave. Can IG
going to respawn?
They
have to use this wave.
They've had 2 opportunities to land this one, to sink this one in with a series win, and finally here they go. Elk goes back onto the back line. He is going to try to find more kills, but I don't think he's going to be able to. The GA has been popped. Now it's onto the Nexus turrets, but Elk goes down. Photic going wild, and that's a triple kill for Photic to defend the base. Now Xiaohu is going to die as well. Xiaohu trying to get a little bit of damage back, but he should go down slowly but surely, and the defense stands.
They can't end, Mazel. IG's carries are still alive, and they only have 1 wave before IG respawns. The towers are too tanky in this season to end without everything, without the Soul, without the Baron, without 5 dead. And IG...
Baron's up?
I mean, they don't even the gold 1 bit at all, even despite Photic getting a triple kill, but they hold on. It's more time for IG to potentially get an Infernal Soul. IG get the Baron as well, and I've said this a few times on broadcast. I'm going to say it again. Gold in this season feels fake because there is so much damage, because everybody actually holds gold. Remember, Photic is full build right now. He is 7 items. He actually sold his GA because it went down, I believe. So he's working on another item when this graphic comes out. What does he have? He has a QSS, so no more. He is full build. Just as strong as Elk. The gold is irrelevant in bot. It doesn't matter at all. Most of this gold lead now is becoming irrelevant. I mean, Ryze, 6 items is pretty strong, but he's nearly there. Rookie is getting there as well. You know, he has some pieces, but when the Rabadon's is finished, maybe Azonya's is finished as well. That's pretty much full build for IG as well. So despite 10,000 gold, 50 seconds on this Infernal Soul, IG have Baron. The conversation has just completely flipped.
They have indeed, and IG just continues to fight, continues to grit their teeth in this one, as you'd think that they would be done. You think Weibo would be able to finish, but they have not been able to. Now another fight for the Dragon comes through, but Baron pushing can be there. I'm just going to say, hindsight 2020, Elk should have gone for the turrets if Weibo wanted to win. Obviously they didn't. So, you know, we're here. And now we're at a point where IG can completely turn the tempo of this game back in their favor.
This does give more chances for Elk to break his kill record, though. So maybe this was all the plan all along. It's just Elk wants more kills. But has that bitten him in the foot? Photic.
He wanted Elk. There's the unstoppable onslaught onto Xiaohu. He's going to hit the wall there, though. Won't be able to find too much. I like the forward advance from Photic. Try to get a little bit of pressure with this Baron wave.
IG have full control here. Look at that pink ward, though. There is a TP ward, but nobody has TP. Zika doesn't have TP yet, but at least there is some vision around for Weibo as IG started up the Drake. There's a ward in the pit too, so Weibo will know that this is being done. They can see the HP, but it's burning fast.
Rookie's on the side, goes for a scattered weak. He hits on the Dede. Now they're going to go straight for Rookie. Rookie getting low, but he's still fine. He got the wild growth on him, and now Dede is down. The Dragon is the focus. Zika wants to try to turn and kill it. Elk finds the kill in the back line. At least he tries to take a little bit more. He goes golden, but it will not buy him enough time. Big picks from IG, but they've lost their front line. They've lost the Dragon. Now a third for Weibo, and Weibo will escape. The game goes on.
This game is becoming quite exciting, Mazel. Still 3 members with Baron. Now Photic pushing in the mid lane. Way a little bit caught out here. Not with his team. But again, these towers, they're so tanky. This is the thing. You kind of want to be sieging with just one person pushing the wave in so that the towers aren't that tanky. This is the first like real turret siege we've seen go well. And it's IG pushing in. They'll trade the mid inhibitor back. Like, I don't,
you got to do something, Weibo.
I mean, Zika has Equalizer. I don't think they can do
coming
this.
Down in 2 seconds. This could be one of those rubber band situations. Photic is saying, no, not today. He's doing so much damage, but he can take a turret shot. Arha looking for a little bit of an angle, waiting for these respawns, and here comes Dede. He has Paranoia. Photic might have overextended.
Go!
Paranoia coming in. The big Pop Blossom too. Photic going a little bit of the distance. He's still got his damage. He's still pumping, but Dede comes and takes him down, but the fight continues. It's still going the way of IG for now. They've got Rookie back in the fight, but here comes Elk. Elk is the big man on campus right now. Saboro going to try to tank him up, going to try to flash, going to try to pounce on him, but Elk goes for the killer instinct, and Elk is still free firing. Meanwhile, Wei tries to go for Arha. He gets a little scatter the weak onto him, but they don't have enough damage to follow it up. IG are stuck in the base of Weibo, and Weibo will claim their souls. He's going to go for the Wellmort play on the Rookie. Rookie going to flash away, but Saboro will be that next target for Weibo.
I mean, there's super waves pushing in favor of IG. Rookie's been found. No kill instinct, so Elk cannot chase that kill, but it'll deny the base from Rookie, and Arha will chase.
Arha going to try to bait out Rookie, stop his back, but it's Dede turning over.
They can't end.
Potentially get the kill. He's got the Paranoia up. He's going to pop it. Rookie doesn't have much, doesn't have the scatter of the week, and will be smoked down. The Teemo phase comes up. Is this finally a J-Beto?
Can they end? 6 seconds on Photic. He has ult available, but no one else is around. Photic would have to go massive. This might be it.
This is it, Photic. You got to stand tall. You got to stand strong, but he gets locked down by the Rune Prison. Immediately, GA pop. Weibo, they have done it. Finally, after all this time, consistently inconsistent, but they still make the top 4 and group ascend for Split 2.
Zell, before we went live, I said to you, 19 kills, 18 kills, 17 kills. Elk just hit a 16 kill Kai'Sa game, so he's collecting all the numbers. He has all of them. And Weibo, despite a hard 45-minute game, will win. But that just shows you how tough it can be to end the game in this season.
What a crazy game. The back and forth, man. But it's IG's comp. I mean, that was what they drafted for. To meatball. To try to not be picked apart. And they were winning fights at a 13,000 gold deficit, J-Beto. I think you're right. Gold is a fraud.
There's a lot of damage in the game because the minion waves are fast. Even though you're down gold, you have enough damage to one-shot. If in consistent fights, in long fights, Weibo have more damage, but when Elk's getting one-shot, when Xiaohu's getting one-shot, when both junglers are getting one-shot out of nowhere, the objectives are kind of getting flipped all over the place. Weibo, a down soul point for majority of that game. It wasn't a clean look from Weibo. Remember, if Weibo can get a 2-0 here, they will lock in 3rd seed away from JDG going into our playoffs. But they did lock in playoffs. They are in Group Ascent for Split 2. Congratulations, Weibo. Well done. But I think IG can take a game off Weibo here. Maybe even potentially look at 2 games. I know that's a tall ask. The early game for IG was very rough. But I think that the team fights from IG weren't looking too bad. Rookie seems on. I just think that you can't be down that much gold. You're given like 3 chances at Soul and none of them pay off. I think IG were this close from making like a full comeback in that game.
Yeah, hey, it feels bad. I think it feels even worse to lose a game like that because you feel yourself coming back into it. So I do really wonder what that kind of morale is going to be looking like for the second game for IG, or if they're really just thinking about Knight's Road down the road. But man, I couldn't have asked for more for the first game of the last day of the regular season, and for such an important series, for Weibo to, have to work for it a little bit.
All right. JB Mazel, Melvin Grapes. 6-game day, all right? 6-game night.
6-game day, baby. 6-game day. I'm here for it.
We're starting off pretty good.
I'm just still, mind blown that Elk has the top 4 most kills in a game for the split. I feel like that's unheard of. I've been casting LPL for a long time. Usually it's spread for everybody. To have all 4 of the top 4 all on Kai'Sa, stop giving him this champion. Yeah. Stop.
I don't know how do they get Rumble? That's really strong. Then they get Ryze, which is really, really strong. Then they get Kai'Sa Nico, and they also get the Nocturne Nico combo, the Nocturne Rumble combo. That comp is insane from Weibo. I think that IG did a really good job pulling it back again. Rookie had a ton of great fights there, denying Arha access to his team. I think that IG should feel good about that game. Again, that they need to be relaxed. This game for them doesn't really mean a whole lot. You could argue, if they do make it to playoffs, standings there, who they play against eventually, but it really doesn't matter. IG are relaxed, and they look kind of like they're playing comfortably.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest thing, and I think a lot of this changes based on the comp, and I'm not going to lie, the Nocturne did not do it for me, but the essence of this comp, the strategy behind it with that early proactivity and moving onto side lanes so quickly, that's got to be in game 2 again for Weibo, and that's the type of strategy I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of harmonize with and continue to push.
MVP, though. I mean, that's a crazy game to pick an MVP. Maybe it's... Let's have a look at these damage guys. I mean, Elk did so much damage. It could be Elk. It could be Xiaohu. The goal graph wasn't as crazy as it could have been. The objectives look hilarious. Love that. But
got up to a 15,000
Elk.
gold lead. Jesus. I think Xiaohu could argue, but I don't know, man.
He was
Elk's
Sleeper really popping off in that game. A lot of the realm ups are great. Going and finding roots.
That first one where he flashes into 4 people just to get the AoE damage up, and we won't even see it because the game was so long.
Yeah, how do you pick highlights for this match? There were so many fights. I will say, I was a little worried coming into this year. We had so many objective fights last year because of Atakan and Feats of Warfare and Grubs and Herald, and we want to fight over everything. And there was a conversation about objective fatigue coming in, and okay. And I was worried that with the removal of Atakan, with the slowing down of the game pace, the potential slowing down of the game pace, we were not going to see this. But if anything, it's gotten worse. I say better. There's just more fights. We are fighting all the time over every dragon because that's what matters. And the teamfight mechanics are so high tier. We are in, one of the best regions in the world. At times have been the best, but we need to get back there, okay? Team fighting looks very important this season, and I think our LPL teams are really good at it.
Yeah, I can see sometimes we get the edge in those team fights. It's consistency that bothers me, but hey, we'll see what happens. But again, congratulations to Weibo. I think it's a big moment. We'll see who gets the MVP after these highlights go through, but I'm just wondering, honestly, what happens with the rest of the series, because a 2-0 is important for Weibo, so I don't think they're slowing down. I don't think they're going to try to wax off a little bit, but I do wonder for IG if they're going to try anything crazy, if we get the Anivia actually come through, if Weibo ban it away, or what their approach is really going to be for a final game of a season that's been a tough one for one of the known names in the scene of the LPL.
I mean, there are so many things down in draft. No Rumble, no Nico, no Kai'Sa, no Yunara, no Ryze. A ton of those are first pickable, so all of them are gone. You don't have to ban them away. I think that the bans are going to get pretty crazy, especially if this series does go to 3. There's a lot already taken off. A lot of those very standard bans that we've been seeing teams go kind of locked in have been let through in this game. So I mean, The last cast I did was Nefiri Virus top, which was insane. So we could try to, you know, one-up that. But yeah, looking for a 2-0 here for Weibo is important for their seeding standings. And they're definitely not going to be happy with the way that game ended. They will be happy that they locked in playoffs, obviously. But yeah, the fact that it took them so long to get to, and the fact that it looks so rough for them is something to go, okay, guys, we need to be a little bit more clean on our sieges. Our Baron macro wasn't great. We gave over a ton of dragons and made the game a lot harder for ourselves than it needed to be.
Indeed, but looking forward to seeing who gets that one here. If the Elk Kaisa show continues to pick up MVPs, I think at the end we'll have to see how many he gets. But it's going to be really interesting as we'll see exactly how they get on. I think it's always also so interesting for Elk in terms of, you know, the journey he's been on, the high highs that he's had on BLG, but it's still so off-putting for me to see him in a Weibo jersey.
Okay,
it's not him this time, which is fine, but Xiaohu gets MVP. I think we all know that Elk should maybe get it, at least in my opinion.
I think there are some games where I'm like, man, mid lane, like, boom, boom, damage MVP, wow. But this is one where it's like, okay, I'd like to see the votes. I'm sure there are some for Elk, but Xiaohu not doing like a ton of damage. He has a great KDA here, but providing a lot for his team. The Realm Warp, like you mentioned, the Realm Warps and that early flash in, doing some big work for his team, means that he's going to earn the MVP for this game, but Mazel, we've still got a potential of 2 more coming up.
We do indeed. I couldn't be more excited to get to that. We will see you for Game 2 of Weibo versus IG. Welcome back, one and all, the LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Jay Beto. We've got Shivam behind us on prod, and we have a first series of the day, one of two, to finish out the regular season.
And what a game that was. I mean, how else could you ask for the regular season to be finished? Got a lot of league for the whole year coming up, so it's good to have the first split, a bit of a quick one, but it's been action-packed, it's been exciting, there's been a lot of fun matches here, and I think that this last day has kind of been a encapsulation of exactly a screenshot, if you will, of how our first season, first split has looked. We've got nearly throwing 13k gold leads, who is actually, seed 3, who is seed 4, where is everyone going to end up being, who's going to be first seed, that'll be a little bit later, and I'm sure that series is going to be just as chaotic as this one is starting off to be, but Weibo, not going to be super happy with that. They will obviously be happy. They did win that first game. It is an important one, but it wasn't an easy win.
And to clarify, it did not lock them into top 4, but a win now would lock them into top 4. So we'll see. They just can't lose that game. And we'll see if they can actually do so. But I think for IG, it's a tough question to ask of what you do now, because yes, some of those early kills went away from you, but you still had a scaling comp that did make it to the late game in some regards. And so do they go with a similar strategy of going with just a pure late game meatball comp, or do they try to be a little bit more individual in this draft? And I guess that's something we'll find out very soon.
Already you can see differences in the draft. Sivir ban, that's for Varus pick. The LeBlanc ban we've been talking about, potentially allowing for it. So Varus is up with no Sivir. I'm interested to see what we're going to play against this Varus, which is going to be first picked here. Again, this could be a Varus top. You never know. You never know with the LPL in 2026. But Azir could be an option here too. The Oriana's banned. No LeBlanc. You'd have to go something like an Akali maybe, or something really old school. You could go the Ziggs. Again, we've seen that matchup already. But for IG, I think securing something strong in the bot lane is going to be important. This is...
No, it's strong. It's strong. Hey, don't. Were you gonna talk? Were you gonna crap on Jhin? Huh?
No.
Okay, good. We're good. No, I don't think that's the pick here. I think it's tough against Varus in the first place. If this Varus goes to bot lane, I do like the Jhin Pantheon combo, but I have a feeling that Pantheon's gonna go to Wei.
Yeah, I think the best things you can play against Varus, even though he is really strong, is caster AD. So the Jin's not too bad. It is really hard. The lane is hard.
The laning phase sucks.
The laning is really hard. But later on, okay, so it is the Ziggs answer, but man, the draft for Weibo is already really strong. You've got Varus Azir, really scary, and then Poppy Flex, which can go into genuinely 3 roles right now. It could just be a match into the Pantheon, could be to protect the Varus, but we're talking about
Poppy
Ziggs.
Is insane.
It's not a bot lane Ziggs, but it is a Ziggs.
See, if it's just going to be... I mean, you do want to move the Ziggs around to get some of that turret gold, especially once you can start breaking them down, but not a lot of mobility probably out of the mid lane for rookies. So they're definitely going to change strategy, change direction just a little bit here. But speaking of, we're going to change direction. The second phase of bans, we already got the Renekton ban as well for IG to kind of target up that top lane. The Nautilus is going to be banned away by Weibo.
Renekton ban. So we're getting something a bit different in the top lane. I'm praying for not, double tank. Although that would be pretty... Weibo would need a tank, so they do kind of need some frontline to provide space for this Azir Varus comp. Against the Pantheon, you can't really match the global anymore. You can't go Galio top here blind. It's not how it works. So you're going to be down tempo just because of the ganks, because of the gank potential from Wei. But Wei was down a lot of farm in that game 1 on the Xin's out, and also got out-rotated because of the Nocturne passive, right? He spent a lot of time hovering on these lanes, waiting, and then JJ was just able to find these great timings here. So support bans across the board here. IG not convinced that the Poppy is going to support, so likely a Poppy jungle angle.
It's a classic for him. Cold comfort, and I just think, again, he has one of those mines that just really work well with some of the cheese paths that you can do on the Poppy and some of those earlier ganks as well to kind of get things going for Weibo. But now we got to figure out what IG want to grab here, what they want to save for that counter pick as Alistar coming through.
I mean, this means that Poppy could easily go into support, and then it would be pretty tough, but Weibo opting for the pseudo self-counter. I say pseudo because Alistar is a good matchup in the rel, in the lane, and in the fights, but you still can find angles. It's not completely unplayable. We've seen this hand shook a bunch of times, but Weibo just going something in the top lane. Renekton's banned, and Bessa is really strong, and want to have a bit more of a conversation about this support. Is the Poppy going to go into support? Is it going to be a Poppy jungle with this rel? And it will just be.
Yeah, or, wild and Bessa jungle. See,
Poppy's half,
there's so
maybe.
many different things. So many things that we could see. But I do expect it is, again, a comfort for Dziedie. So we'll see if he ends up going for it. But IG need to figure out what they want to get as their final pick. Saving that pick for Saburo, who hasn't played a big role, I feel like, in their last couple series. But maybe wanted to get a little bit more piece of the cake, if you will, here, as Zahen will be locked in.
Yeah, I've been a bit of a vocal doubter about the Zahen. I think it's really hard against a comp like this with the amount of range Varus and Azir can afford. But considering the Yorick, I don't love the Yorick this season because of, again, the team fighting potential. So Zahen does slot in a bit better in that regard. And he does have people to hit against. He's got the Ambassador, got the Poppy, got the Rel. So we'll be able to stack up that passive a bit better than in some games you've seen, or we've seen in the LPL, sorry. But again, the Azir and the Varus has so much range against the Zahen. The good news for IG, they have a ton of gap close. They have, and guaranteed engage, right? They've got the Pantheon W, they've got the Alistar engage, the Jhin follow up with the Deadly Flourish. So it comes down to whether IG can find the CC onto the backline. They've got the Ziggs long range damage to pair with the Jhin, but Weibo have a scary backline.
They do. I do love a little fact, though, of IG swapping away from that, supportive enchanter back to something that engages. This guy has had some of the best engages, I feel like, and being able to see that kind of come through here could be really important. But I just think that it's a little bit more of the same, at least for Weibo, and I think that's right up their alley, where you have that proactivity, but you still have a lot of dueling power in your carries, and they're really setting themselves up for success here.
Well, I'm about to jump into our second game here. Strong lanes for Weibo is the name of the game here, Mazel.
It is indeed game 2, Weibo versus IG, kicking off now.
Yeah, Jayo. Let's go. We're getting to the end of our split one, Mazel. Yeah, there was one right at the end. And it does invoke a confidence in you, I have to say. Like, it is very encouraging to hear a really nice start in bot from IG. And normally the Alistar has a really bad level 1, like one of the worst level 1 supports in the game, if not the worst, because of, he has like Pulverize or Headbutt. He can't do the combo. He's got no poke. He has no disengage at all. But against Rel, his level 1 is really good because Rel wants to start with W so she can crash down or even scoop back. She can start dismounted. But Alistar, his play into the Rel, is to deny that engage. So Rel can't do anything in the lane that she would normally want to do. So despite having, not the strongest level 1 support, and against a Varus, IG actually get this wave 1 prio here.
See if they can bounce back a little bit here at least for IG. Maybe use some of that prio on the bot side. I do love the kind of setup potential, the utility that the Jhin brings to the table. But I do also want to check in on the jungle pathings. We're going to have opposite side pathings this time around from both of them. See what kind of boons they go for on either side. If we're just going to get, quick re-clears coming through for either. But I do think, getting early advantages, finding those early advantages for both these teams, and more specifically for both the junglers, is extremely important.
I mean, 3 pushing lanes. It is only like the second wave here, so this might not be the same with the Varus push eventually once he gets some of that lethality online, but 3 pushing lanes with a Pantheon is incredibly scary. He can be anywhere, he can dive you, he can be all over the map at once, and you have no way of setting up vision, pardon me, because you're constantly under your tower. So if IG can keep this up, when Wei gets level 6, it's going to be a really hard time for Weibo to navigate through this early game.
Indeed, you can see IG just trying to keep as much potential poke as possible, threatening down onto Weibo's bot lane. Keep Elk at a place where he's not comfortable, and especially with Wei having potentially pathed down this way. Could find something as the Bloom will give his position away. Another deadly flourish, potentially stop it back, but resets will be given.
Aha's just happy about this. He's like, yeah, my CS, nice. Look at that gold lead in bot, 7 gold, nice. So he's just able to pick up some of the CS of his own, and we'll have a TP back in bot, so we won't be losing too much there. Elk will be able to join that back up. But yeah, the top lane matchup, not going super well right now for Zika. He's taken a pretty decent chunk trade. There's the matchup of the Alistar into Rel on full display, but IG taking some resets here, getting on some items. You've already had TP in mid, so the Mana, Crystal, and an Amped Home start. Got a Sword for Photic, the Tear for Elk. Fairly, slow early game. That's what happens when you're against a Pantheon. Or when a Pantheon's in the game, Poppy's not a massive invade champion. She's not going to be able to make these ganks happen super early against something like an Alistar either. So that third Scuttle Crab spawn, Mazel, that is a really important one this game. There was a game, I can't exactly remember which one it was, but it was a bot side play, and Pantheon picked up the Scuttle and instantly ulted. I think it was onto Gala, who was playing Varus, and instantly got a kill on him.
Yeah, those kind of tempo plays are super huge. You can see that Weibo were trying to set up a little bit of tempo in the mid lane. They're already getting a roam off from Arha. I think that's going to be an important factor to keep in mind, is how quickly both these supports get onto the map and kind of get involved with those junglers. But I just want to say something, Jay Beto. I think Rookie heard you. It's not a Nivea, but it is the Snowball Zig skin, so maybe he's trying to cool you down just a little bit. But that's also something because he had a pretty cold performance in that game number 1. Want to see Rookie kind of step it up, and on the Zigs, I think you are the kind of backbone damage there for this comp, because Jin ain't going to be killing that many until he's cleaning up fights in the later game.
I mean, with the Mega Inferno Bomb, like with the Ice Skin, is it cold Inferno Bomb? Hold that thought. Saburo in top.
They go the ult with the public execution. Saburo doesn't have the passive and can't even cast the Grim Deliverance there. That's an easy first blood.
Really nice gank from Jeje, but Wei will answer back with the Dragon. So here, Jeje is doing the top scuttle, so he'll hit level 6 and have the upgraded smite. But the Dragon will be well beyond gone there with the prio that this bot lane is affording IG. There is the scuttle completion in a second. Right there, level 6 and the upgraded smite, but the Dragon is already gone.
And it's going back to a trend from that game number 1. I mean, IG were able to stack those dragons early, and yes, Weibo started fighting them back and getting some of them, but they had already gotten this whole point, and that's a lot of decision-making power you can have. But now Jie going for one of those cerebral ganks here onto Rookie, pushed right into him with the combo straight into the wall, and Rookie can't do anything as Jie expertly takes down the mid lane of IG.
This is kind of looking exactly like game 1, despite not having that early triple kill. It's Weibo playing for gold, fighting across the map better. Jeje's been in top lane, got a kill, mid lane got a kill, invaded top side as well. So it's a little bit of a gold lead for Weibo, and IG just got the Drake. So I think for both teams, you're not unhappy with this. It's not as if IG with like a Ziggs Jhin can really, at this point in the game, fight an all-in and win. But they do get the Drake. Weibo get these kills, and you see the Poppy Azir combo on display, the shuffle, dash into the wall. Kind of like a, I think we saw that first with Skarner Azir when that was becoming popular, when Skarner jungle was pretty popular. We were seeing the drive into the wall. Now we're seeing the slam into the wall.
Remember when that champion was relevant? It's crazy.
I do. That's fun. I don't know. I like
how far they fall.
Remember when old Skarner was a thing and he had the crystals?
True.
Me neither. I'm not an unk.
Oh, Elk remembers when he didn't miss that ult. I know that for sure. As he unfortunately goes a little bit wide on the Chains of Corruption, but was looking for a bit of an aggressive stance on the bot side. Still gets a good amount of poke now with that serrated Dirk. Although I will say, Photic has his on the other side. And it looks like he's going for steel caps potentially.
And Photic has cleanse, so... Oh, nice execution.
Saburo has nothing. He hasn't even charged up his passive, and he still gets a big chunk onto him and a little bit of a level advantage for Zika.
And Saburo opted into this lane, so he did have the early prio because, you know, the early Zehen with the passive potential is very scary, but now that Zika's kind of dashing all over the place, getting the shields online too, not a ton Saburo can do, but IG continue to find push in this lane, even against the Varus.
Oh, the Grand Starfall coming in, and they fully focus on the Elk. There's going to be a little bit of savior play from Zia, but it's not nearly enough. A late TP coming in. That's going to be more reinforcements for Weibo and Xiaohu looking to clean up. He's still got his whole combo. He's looking to try to pick up some kills here. Rookie has finally made his name known. He's going to come over and try to get a kill. Big shove coming in from Xiaohu as he picks up one kill. Keeper Verdict going to knock Rookie away, and Zia will have to back away now. Another TP coming in, and that's going to be Elk rejoining the triple TP comp coming to fruition here as another from Zika. This one's extremely late on the backside of the fight. He doesn't have public execution. He might... Oh, it's actually going to be Arha who switched to it with his spellbook. So a fourth TP.
I mean, IG with the level 6 Pantheon, kind of what I was talking about earlier, where as soon as you hit level 6 with those pushing lanes, it's really scary. You can never have vision of the Pantheon unless you've got some really deep vision, but Weibo can't get vision. They're under their tower the whole time, so the Pantheon comes from completely nowhere all the way at the top tribe rush. Really nice dive from IG, and even though it's being covered by Jeje, there is too much damage here. Xiaohu TPs and he gets one in return. But IG finding some early play through the jungle.
Photic flashing their way still picks the kill, but a little bit of gold back, especially for Weibo. But I really love the way that IG fought, and you gotta think that, you know, that fight's way different if Elk still has his ultimate from that missed one onto Jue. Hindsight being 20/20.
I'm going to call myself out here a little bit. Every time someone says that, hindsight is 20/20, when I swear I first heard that saying in 2020, and I thought it was some weird, like, flashback. There's a lot of damage on Arha.
I have a little bit of a flashback here. He doesn't really have much tankiness at this point. He does get the heal at the last second. The Chains of Corruption comes down too. The Blight stacks are there. Elk almost gets the kill, and a Photic. The Arcane Comet isn't enough. That's the Deadly Flourish now coming down, and Elk is left out to dry. Somebody's going to have to dodge. It goes through the middle. Elk gets sniped by Photic.
The Ziggs bomb was huge there. Did so much damage, and even if that play didn't go the way that Weibo wanted it, IG wanted it to, Wei is just around the corner. He didn't have ult at the time, but it is coming up, and he easily could have come down and dove, but IG off to a much better start, Mazel, than that first game. 1,000 individual gold lead. Nice shuffle.
Rookie's going to have to be forced to flash out of that one. Zeta goes for the combo with the Keeper's Verdict, though, and they have enough damage to take down Rookie. But here comes Wei with the Grand Starfall, always willing to answer, always willing to put his body on the line, and Zeta will flash away.
Really nice kill. No flash Rookie as well. That means that you are able to go back and punish it again. Ult in top.
Grim
Zika might be dead.
Popped. That's public execution. He's just going to dash away.
Oh, never mind.
He is an Ambessa. But I got to say, I'm not, you know, a proud parent or anything, but I'm proud of Weibo right now. Like, they're working around Xiaohu. Xiaohu has been a crucial piece to both of these games already.
And, I mean, a little bit sleeper in game one, like, from us, I guess. You know, he kind of flew under the radar a little bit. We didn't really get a chance to talk about Xiaohu a ton in that game because of, you know, the Elk Kaiser and the stats on that pick and how well he did in that game, how crucial he was to the team fights. But Xiaohu is the one with the biggest gold lead on this Azir, who has been the primary mid laner for the... as long as I can think back, Azir has been top of the meta, and you kind of have to play this champion. This is one of the critiques of Knight in the LPL. He, you know, struggles on this pick, but Xiaohu picking it up here against the counter of the Ziggs that we've seen rising up and up. I think it was, mostly, I'm not sure if it was first picked by Knight, but it really kind of was pioneered by Knight, his answer into the Azir, and Xiaohu making this start look good.
Arha misses the Shattering Strike there. Will be locked down with the Deadly Flourish. A little bit of vision play here as Titik gets hit by the trap, and now he will be sprung on his ambush he was trying to attempt on the bot side. But another dragon had gone down to IG, so that timer is still going their way. Meanwhile, we'll see what happens with that Rift Herald coming up. And yeah, the Cloud Soul coming through.
I mean, Cloud Soul,
Not
Pantheon, Zehen.
You think so?
I would disagree. Yeah, I think that one of the big problems of Zehen, in my opinion, like I've been a very big proprietor of I don't like Zehen. I think he's weaker than a lot of pro players are showing. I might have to hold my thought here. Weibo, want to fight over the Scuttle Crab?
Apparently. Let's see what happens in a 4v4. Deadly Flourish does not land, but the Headbutt Pulverize lands onto 2, and Wei stuns Arha down to the dirt.
I'm not exactly sure what Weibo are looking for there. That they want to fight over the Scuttle Crab, and I know that the Scuttle Crabs are genuinely important in this season, but this isn't that level 6 Scuttle Crab. You do just end up losing your support for not a whole lot of nothing. But going back to what I was saying, one of my biggest problems with Zehen is he's like Mbessa, right, with the passive, with and Aatrox with the healing. He's kind of does a lot of things other champions do. But he has no CC really outside of the W. It's short range. It's not a great catch mechanic. He has very little mobility out of E. He kind of does everything averagely, in my opinion. But the thing he does really well is when you are fighting in his face, he wins. He beats you because he gets those extra stacks. He has, he just stat checks you, right? And then he gets the res. He has lifesteal from ult. With Cloud Soul, with Cloud Drakes, being able to use that to gap close onto the Azir, onto the Varus, if that's a tool that Saburo has access to, alongside Wei, if Wei ult and then uses E, which gives him extra movement speed as well, IG are really fast, and all of a sudden the range disparity that Weibo have is no longer a factor.
Really help in that regard. See how it comes down, as they will need to continue stacking that one and not stall like they did in game number 1. Nice flash from Elk, predicting the engage as Jway hit that little bit of a ghost speed up from his spellbook. And everybody's going to be positioning around this Rift Herald pit as it spawns.
IG are around first. They have much superior vision. So Weibo are down tempo here.
Oh, they find the pick though. Arha might get picked again. Is pretty tanky as he walks away for now, but a lot of pressure now from Saburo as he completed his first item. Keeper's Verdict to be used on the blue buff too, as they should be able to kill that one before it resets, and that'll be free gold to IG and a free Rift Herald.
And this game is becoming more and more about Xiaohu. He's the only one with a gold lead that really matters. The Mbessa 800 gold lead. They're both on one item right now. They're not in team fights, so doesn't really mean a ton. But Xiaohu in this side lane can really put pressure on these turrets. You see Weibo pathing towards Xiaohu, maybe trying to get some plates, or even the full tower would be really nice. But I think this is a game that Xiaohu really needs to show off that he's still got it.
Oh, Rookie's falling for the bait. He's trying to get under the turret. Gonna early flash, but he has left himself open to Dead getting the wall bang here. Here comes the Grand Starfall as a rebuttal, though. IG have found picks right back, and the Rookie stays alive. It's a double kill for Wei, and Xiaohu should be fine.
That is a massive blunder by IG. By Weibo. A massive play from IG. We'll hit one, maybe? No. All right. Nope. We don't even go over the fourth one, unfortunately. But this is the strength of Pantheon, right? He has the Herald, he, can use it on this tower if he wants to, maybe a tier 2, but the fact that Pantheon can join that play after Weibo are the ones with the prio on the wave, with the more members around, and Wei joins so quickly, so easily. This is not done. We're TPing behind. This is a Varus TP, though.
And he has no friends any longer. He's
out.
He's going to TP his way out, and beautifully done by Rookie. He gets the turret and escapes.
That was questionable by Elk. There's no way that they catch, Rookie there. But this will at least give Weibo a Drake. This will give Prio over this Drake. No Pantheon ult. He's heralding in mid, though. So the Dragon is done. Herald will go towards the mid lane with Ziggs. This probably kills the tower as well.
That's going to be a lot of gold. I mean, already a 1,000 gold lead for them. They did cede that dragon control, but I would give that up any day to take this amount of control away from Weibo. And now Wei's going to smite away the red buff from Dede. And that should be more gold, more time for IG in this game number 2.
So Rookie, with that play earlier, had evened up the gold lead in mid a little bit, so it's only about 650 gold lead for Xiaohu. Rookie could have opted to stay in mid there and even it up even more, but instead they give the full tower to Photic. This is unfortunate driving, very close, but Will's still going to charge off. So the macro from IG is really impressive right now. This tower is dead too because of Ziggs, so they've just gotten 3 towers in the span of like a minute and a half with a Herald and a Ziggs.
Yeah, indeed. There's going to be a little bit of a response here from Xiaohu, though. He'll get the side lane turret there for himself. That'll be nice to see, but doesn't do much in the grand scheme of things, Jay Beto.
There's the ulti onto Elk. He's just dead.
Doesn't even, that was a way overkill. That was 3 ultimates used there. As, you know, why not?
Yeah, they wanted to make sure he wasn't getting out of that one, but again, Xiaohu, 650 gold lead. Photic's up 1.7k, has Collector rapid fire. So, I mean, there's been a bit of discussion about what is the right build for Jhin right now. Is it Collector? Is it Youmuu's? Is it Stormrazor? And is that part of the reason why, you know, Jhin hasn't really found a ton of success globally right now? I will say, inherent balance or strength of a champion doesn't really matter when you're up 2,000 gold and a full item ahead of your opponent. You do just do more damage. So, but I can't stress enough how impressive that macro play is from IG. They group up bot lane with Rookie, get the, you know, he lives the dive. Then after that play, because Weibo have used so much, they get the bot lane turret. Rookie TP's out. They come out mid with the Herald. They get the mid tower and then drive it up to the top lane with Rookie, who's ditched that tower, given the full gold over to Photic, and then they get the top tower as well. 3 towers in a span of about a minute and a half. Really impressive macro from IG.
The wallbang action here for JJ trying to get an entrance, but Wei is right here yet again, and here comes the rest of IG. Again, a Mega Inferno Bomb coming across, Mega Cold Bomb, whatever you want to do. Zika misses his ult, and this is just child's play for IG. They are picking them apart like little pieces of a toy. And
Zika's ult misses. Elk gets nearly one-shot by the Ziggs. Any more damage on top of that, any CC, any follow-up, Elk would have been dead as well. There's no Mikhail, so any CC onto Elk will kill him very quickly.
Oh my god.
And Zika apparently.
Zika again. Incredible stuff from IG. Just taking pick after pick.
With this Ziggs Jhin, I mean, I was talking about Ziggs in an Annie comp as well at the beginning of the series, but it still functions the same way, right? Ziggs, this sounds very strange, does function as a dive champion because his damage can approach from a faraway angle. He can participate in the fight from so far away. Right here, look at this damage onto Elk. In the middle, half hits him. The pop-back execution misses. The TP in here is shuffled away by Xiaohu to protect his backline there, himself and Elk, but IG in a very solid position, very heavily in the driver's seat. Another tower over to IG, Saburo on the side lane. The only gold lead now is Xiaohu. It's 100 gold, 1,500 and some change for Wei, 2.5 for Photic. The next Drake is 40 seconds away. I mean, if you thought that the dive was going well before, just wait until this Cloud Soul is taken, and IG are going to be running at you at Mark 10. Baron is a potential, but with a Jhin Ziggs, probably not. I think IG are happy with the position.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised if they go for the Baron, but I would love to be in this position, right? You have so much control over the map, so much control of that pace of play, and now, speaking of that control, about 10 seconds or a little bit more. For this next dragon, it would be that sole point, getting that much closer to a decisive objective for IG. But what a wake-up call for IG so far in this series. Game 1 was rough. We started seeing them show up later on in the game, but this game is much better from the team play aspect. Wei has been able to answer every single one of JJ's advances.
This is 3 dragons with no answer at all to IG, so they just take Cloud Soul point. It doesn't matter if Jway dies. It matters nothing. He even lives. So they get nothing. They get Jway's flash. They're down Cloud Soul point now on a Cloud Rift. They're already fast in the jungle. They're going to be faster and faster in another 5 minutes. There is a massive timer on this game, Mazel.
There is, but it looks like Weibo want to try to make it advance. They might actually pick Wei here. He's slowed down, locked down, wallbang too. They will find the kill. They're trying to get the kill to either Elk or Xiaohu, and they'll get the kill to Xiaohu.
That is a pretty big gold injection. What more can Weibo get? With a Varus and an Azir, you have a much faster Baron. Is that an option for Weibo? They're setting up vision. It looks like they do want to start this. They're aware the timer is on. They have to make a play, Mazel, with this pick.
Try to. Saboro has been waiting behind them this entire time. It feels like they're setting themselves up for a knuckle sandwich. Baron down to 6,000. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. They just find out. They didn't know he was there. Big Emperor's Divide, but the Grim Deliverance brings Saboro straight in. Zika's trying to take a 2v3 here with Arha, but Arha goes down. Saboro trying to chase down Xiaohu, but he can't find him. Gets locked down, and Saboro's gone.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Zehen. He just can't close the gap. Maybe, again, with Cloud Soul, he's fast enough to get there, but he just can't do it. They don't get the Baron, but they get some more gold onto their carries. So, Elk only at a 2,000 deficit now. Xiaohu still at about that 900. So, we're pretty close to 3 items for both carries here. You can see that Xiaohu has the Blighting Jewel. Elk has full stacks on his tier. So, just waiting on that Mana Moon now. They both have the 2 completed items other than that. So Weibo, this is very similar to game 1, except the gold lead is in favor. So this is what I'm talking about with Zehen. He ults on top of 2. Both get away. And now he can't close the gap. The W misses. The E hits. He can't close the gap anymore. He's just watching. He just, please, let me close the gap. Let me do something. He can't do it. He gets CC'd and dies. On the top side of the fight, Arha does fall down. 0-5 on this rel. It's more of a sacrificial death here. Jway
try to take him down. They got a lot of damage now that Xiaohu's completed about 2.5 items. They should be able to lock him down. That's going to be another pick and a 4th kill for Xiaohu.
We try again maybe on this Baron. It could be a look. With Varus, you have great secure because of the Blight stacks, and Azir does do Baron fast, but here's a TP in from Zehen. Saboro with this 30% max HP shield now.
The Grim Deliverance opening up is going to be ING trying to get onto this Baron. Baron's going low, and it's smote away by Wei. He steals the objective, and now it's going to be the public execution on the back line onto Photic. But Zika needs to be careful. He's losing his front line. He's losing his damage, and now he's going to sidestep a Deadly Flourish. He's going to try to use a little bit of dash tech, but that's it. Rookie cleans the kill at 5,000 gold up his Invictus game.
The Keeper's Verdict doesn't land onto this Pantheon, who has a great Q Smite steal. Wayne may be at risk here. He doesn't have flash or ult, so he's probably dead, but it doesn't really matter to me. I think even if he dies here, which he should die, they still got Baron. Nice overstay from Weibo. Nice tempo trap, but they're losing more on the bot lane. This tower's gone because of the Ziggs. You know, you were worried about... I was talking about sieging problems with the tanky towers. IG don't have that with Ziggs.
That is true, and you can see that here, plain and simple. A little bit of a defense coming out from Weibo as we see it. It's going to be a tough position to be in, as they actually want to make a proactive play here. They're TPing in as well. You can see it's going to be the addition of Xiaohu. There's going to be a double TP coming in. The crashdown gets blocked on by Arha, but Xiaohu misses the Big Emperor's Divide, but the wallbang still comes in. It's been a double kill going to Photic, but Photic is now down, and Jway falls too. Xiaohu is just remaining to be the man on campus. He's 6-0, and he's trying to pull this Weibo team from the grave.
Yeah, he really is trying to breathe some life into Weibo here. So I didn't actually see where the Keeper's Verdict went. I was looking at the amount of damage this did. So where does Jeje's Keeper's Verdict go? He flashes over it, really nice from Wei, and then the cute steal onto Baron is so well executed. And even though Wei dies at the end of this, it doesn't really matter that much. Everyone else gets out. Zika does fall down at the end of this, but we don't have... Oh, hold on, back alive.
Wei getting caught again. He doesn't have as much tankiness, and now he's getting caught by the entirety of Weibo. 5 men strong. They take him down. Grim Deliverance can be used defensively, but he still gets flashed on and killed by Tintin.
Okay.
No, it's going to be the kill going over to Elk, and now they're going to go straight to the Dragon. That's going to be second Dragon for them.
All right. IG, no Cloud Soul. Weibo have damage online. Xiaohu, 1.4 thousand gold up. He has the Nashes, the Shadow Flame, and the Void Staff, and the Seeker's Arm Guard just for good measure. He's got a ton of damage. Elk just completed 3 items. Again, this is how the game is right now. I know that it feels bad to have teams be losing at gold deficits, but Wei is caught. There is just too much damage in the game. So even though Weibo are down a good amount of gold, Xiaohu has a ton of damage, and he shows it off here.
He does indeed. I mean, he's almost on 4th item now. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard as well, so he has so much defensive pressure too, and can just pull off these plays. I mean, Rookie finally flashed the Emperor's Divide. That might have been the first time he was able to secure that one, and it did save his life. You can see how much presence Xiaohu has in these fights, and it's so fitting that after a tough early start to the year, this is the guy that has picked up the slack. That veterancy, this matchup of over 100 games against each other with him and Rookie, and he is the one with all the power in his hand.
And it couldn't be closer in this series so far. I think that Baron power play said minus 160 something or 116. That's not very good, obviously. IG net negative on that Baron. And Weibo will be happy with that because, you know, that was their Baron to take. They did get it stolen away. Wei with the flash over the wall.
Oh, they're going to try to find Rookie. He's got the Chains of Corruption on him too, and he is down. Another big pick, and Zika goes on the board with his first kill.
One of the biggest parts about Ziggs in a siege is that he's great anti-siege, right? But now that Ziggs is dead, Weibo can walk in and siege the turrets without risk of the wave being killed very quickly. Sabora in the top lane will put some threat on the map, so Weibo won't be able to answer it super aggressively with a push in mid. They will need to back up, but the gold lead Mazel has almost completely evened up. Still a 3k lead for Fojic. He does have 4 items, which is very scary, but Xiaohu continues to build up his 1.5k gold lead. He's probably fairly close to the Zhonya's, or he might end up just going a Rabadon's if he gets that gold level 17 as well on this Azir.
I am the biggest Jhin stan of them all, but I will say a 6-in-1 Jhin with 4 items compares not to any mid laner with 4 items. No, it's going to be hard. I think it's again, Jhin, something you see a lot in competitive play. Yes, he does a decent amount of setup damage, a lot of utility. He is a good cleanup crew, and I think Fotic is in a position to do so for IG. They just need a little bit of that momentum back in their pocket.
And IG know the Baron's coming up in about 30 seconds, so they have priority over the over the Baron pit, but yeah, I think I'm taking like a late game Azir over a Jhin most of the time, even though the Jhin, like, theoretically, look, I love Jhin too. I'm an ADC player. Theoretically, Jhin should be good with the crit changes, but he just doesn't find a place. Nice flash from Rookie.
That is going to be, but now it leaves Saboro, or at least way away. Saboro isn't even here. He's in bot lane, can't even be in a 5-on-5, or at least being answered to, as they are just running IG down the lead, continuing to trickle away from IG.
Curtains are open. Zika dodges 1. Now it'll be blocked by Arha, so it should be fine. But this means that Weibo won't be able to start the Baron on spawn because too many of their members have been chunked. So again, it's just a pick onto Wei, who keeps getting caught by this Poppy.
Oh, okay. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, I think this is troubling for IG for sure. I think Wei has had some very big moments for IG so far, but this Pantheon is sputtering, and it's feeling a little bit like some of that transitionary period from game number 1, where that aggressive stance started not working out once Weibo, or at least once IG had started turtling, and now Weibo going to turtle here.
Mega Inferno Bomb missed, so Weibo still healthy.
It's
Ult
down.
Wei this time does hit. It didn't hit Wei as he is in base, so hit onto Zhui. There's no steal potential. Weibo make a play here when IG are down their jungler. You can see pings immediately out from both teams. Baron has been taken, Mazel, but the fight is about to restart instantly because Cloud Soul is spawning once again.
And you had already talked about how much Cloud Soul means for IG, but how much does it mean when you're at an even gold lead and this Baron buff is going for Weibo? They can continue pushing, they can use this prio as well, but it's all about this fight. And as we see everything available for everybody, the Mega Inferno Bomb will be coming up shortly. Chains of Corruption going to be used on away. He does make it away for now, has some Blight stacks on him, so he needs to let those fall off. And they are waiting for the ults to come back up. They will have the Mega Inferno Bomb now.
I think Arha is fishing with this Q. They've both missed, but he's threatening that he's going to flash. And at any point, he can Q flash into the backline. Arha could just sacrifice himself here, and the dragon would be gone.
They're going to try to stick it. Xiaohu doing some good damage. IG hesitant to move into the pit. And now that might have cost them their life. Wei doesn't go with the aggressive stance, but it's the rest of his team that needs to back him up. Wei getting low. Public execution be flashed out of. Wei going down. Xiaohu now picking up yet another kill. And that's 5 strong, bearing down on IG. Xiaohu wants the Emperor's Divide play. He wants to go for the big ticket item, but it's going to be the push into the mid lane that they go for.
Yeah, we were talking about IG with Cloud Soul. Weibo are on 3 Cloud Drakes. We're looking at a potential of a 4 Cloud Dragon, Cloud Soul, Rel, and Bessa, Azir with this Soul. With 4 Cloud Drakes, they are really fast. You're never catching them. It looks a bit scary, but this won't result in anything. Xiaohu will be able to get away. There is no TP threat. There is no TPs available, so Weibo, a minute left on Baron. They probably won't be able to get anything else off of this Baron play. But a 2,000 Baron power play is lovely. They've tied the Dragon. So despite their early game as well being a little bit iffy around this Dragon macro, these setups, Xiaohu, like you said before, has pulled his team back into the conversation in this game. And it hasn't been clean, but they want to end this series 2-0.
I'm going to say, big cats, they don't hibernate, but it feels like Xiaohu's a different breed, and maybe his breed of big cat hibernates because this winter has been a cold one. He's been stuck in his little hovel. He's been warming up. He's been getting ready for the spring tiger that we all know him to be. And honestly, we're starting to see little shades of that here in this final series of the regular season. The series that would lock them into that top 4 that we had mentioned earlier.
I mean, Xiaohu's got the Rabadons. Elks on 4 items. They have so much damage. Back with the gold lead themselves. Chains of Corruption will catch Shui, but that won't do a whole lot of anything. He still has Flash and also the Unbreakable Will available. So we're waiting on this next Baron and this next Soul. The issue for both teams is that they are synced with Spawn. So both Baron and Cloud Soul for both teams is available simultaneously.
That's always going to be a little bit of a head scratcher on which I'm sure we're going to see a lot of like back and forth tug of war in that mid lane as we do see a little bit of a siege setup around here for Weibo as they use the Sun Disc in the mid lane, but it's just consistently looking for picks at this point. I mean, we see Weibo finally with a gold lead, and it's a pretty chunky one here at a 1.5k.
Weibo making a play up onto Saboro here. They might be able to break the tower down if this happens, but IG are able to respond. Remember, Ziggs is so good at clearing out waves with the Mega Inferno Bomb or the Cold Inferno Bomb, the Icy. Oh no, it would be the Mega Cold Bomb, the Mega Icy Bomb, something like that.
Yeah, the
Icy but it will one-shot this wave.
You know what Icy Hot is? No? Is that something they have in Australia as a turret goes down?
No.
Oh.
Do enlighten
It's like
me,
for your
sounds
muscles.
interesting.
It like gets cold and then it gets really hot. And then it gets really cold and then it gets really hot. It's for old people, so, you know.
Oh, that's why I don't know about it. I see.
You just had to say it. You just had to say it. Anyways.
I mean, you guys have some crazy stuff in America. Like, we get some stuff, some of the big name brands, but you guys have, like, you take it to every level of the extreme in a good way, I will say. Including sports. Like, you guys win at most sports as well. And we don't do too well in that other than swimming because that's all we do. Play a bit of cricket too. But, you know, America has... Yeah, that's true. We play some rugby, but, you know, no basketball, no hockey, obviously no American football. We're not very good at those.
Made your own football, and that's what really matters.
We do. It's very entertaining. It is good. I know I need to get involved with some like American sports because I'm a part of the team now, but we need some AFL. Maybe we could do some watch partying in the AFL. But back on this game, Weibo posturing up.
Chains of disruption, but that's going to be straight onto Jway. He will pop the Unbreakable Will, so that's a big item to be gone. That's a big cooldown to be gone here if it does stay down for the long length of this dragon spawn timer. But that's the one everybody's really focused on. That's the side of the map that we are centered on.
Yeah, I mean, look at how hard it was for Weibo to end the game in that first game with the Baron. So Weibo want to secure this soul first, so their fight around the Baron is better. They could at any moment pivot over to the Baron as IG enter through the bot lane, sweep out some of the vision. All the vision and traps on the top side of this jungle that you can see here mean that Weibo can't find a great flank, so we are standing 5 in a line. Saburo just 6-pecked in the middle of the game. That's really good. No, actually he didn't. It's for the shield. Massive brain play here. That looked a bit goofy, but we're here for the shield.
Perfect timing for an ad to pop up. You love to see it as we go for the ultimate fight here. The Dragon Soul for either side. Zika, he's waiting in the wings. He wants the entrance. Look at the double pincer maneuver that Weibo are putting. It will be on vision, but maybe it doesn't matter with how quickly they can get onto that back line. Dragon going down to 3,000. Keeper's Verdict going to go wide. It's going to be a 50-50. It's going to go the way of Weibo, and now they're going to get the Grim Deliverance, but a beautiful Emperor's Divide. They still lose bodies. Here comes the Grand Starfall. It's coming in deep. It's going in by himself. Can he do it? The wallbang comes through. Elk not going to go down just yet. The flash comes through. Wei chasing him down to the depths as Weibo are forced to throw the white flag up.
So it's actually Arha who gets the Dragon with a spellbook smite that he changed over to. Huge double smite against the Pantheon Q smite with the Varus burst as well, means that the Dragon goes over, but Weibo lose the fight after. They've just used too much. IG, again, they cannot end without the Baron, without a team fight win, so instead they go back to the Baron. So look at this, so you can see Rel has smite available. What did it get smited? I couldn't see because we were in an ad, but it was a big smite. 80, 1600, something like that. Very, very big after the Keeper's Verdict missed again. And with the engage here from the triple headbutt pulverize and the Grim Deliverance landing in, the chase with the Curtain Call, the Grand Starfall, IG get a few kills here at the end, but they are down Cloud Soul. We've seen how hard it is for teams to end the game in this series, Mazel. Can IG do it with a Ziggs who is so good at sieging?
Like it might be down to one more big fight. They couldn't even get an inhib, so they don't have any of that pushing strength here. And now we have the countdown for 4.5 minutes till that Elder Dragon. It's like Weibo want to try to find some picks in between, though. I think both teams will be fishing for it. But we got to think that the GA there for Wei will still be an important factor in any fight that IG want to take. Oh, Jway was looking for it there.
I think this is a very tense position, Mazel. Weibo with the weaker current position, but as soon as the Baron wears off, they are stronger because of Cloud Soul. Xiaohu is, or should be, full build at this point, so he does so much damage. But that was a fight where Saburo was able to land onto some members there in the pit, so he did the damage. That's what we're looking for with this Sehen. We've got a minute and a half. How much can IG get? They're going to start by pushing down this bot lane. Remember, the more people around the turret, the tankier it will be.
Let's see if they can siege here. They are a little hesitant, but the turret's already getting within satchel range here very soon, but they lose all their minions. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb going. 7,000 assists reached for Rookie, right behind Xiaohu on that list. And here comes the siege to get this turret, maybe get this inhib too.
IG with the Ziggs will be able to break open that first turret and start chipping away at the first inhibitor, break open this base, but it's only going to be that first inhibitor down the bot lane, which is good for an Elder Spawn. You can easily clear out those waves. This inhibitor doesn't mean a ton, even if you do lose it. IG poking Weibo pretty well, chipping down the HP. Nice chance of corruption will force Rookie's flash out. That's a big tool gone.
It is. They're going to try to collapse back on a Saburo. I think they're going to have to give one of these in. No, they don't. IG actually going to use the TP from Rookie to get back into the fight. That 20 seconds left on the Baron buff. They really want some of these inhibs down.
Rookie's back. He TP'd in, so he's full health, but IG have been chunked down. The curtains are open.
Up. It's going to be IG trying to start the show here. Should just guarantee them this inhib. Jway's going to step up. Jway getting a little bit lower there.
Baron's
Does
off.
still have the Unbreakable. Yeah, that siege power is gone.
They're going.
Here they go. Zika decides it's time to go, but he gets locked down immediately. Deadly Flare's going to him, and that's going to be a big Mega Inferno Bomb with a kill clean up by Photic. Big Keeper's Verdict to get them out of there. It's now a 4v4, but I think Weibo is still going to be apprehensive of moving forward.
I think Zika doesn't land onto who he wants to and just gets one shot by IG. There is so much damage in this game right now, Mazel. We are, again, approaching 45 minutes in, a late game, a true late game. We are getting to full 7 slots ADC. We are getting to full slotted mid laners. And you know it's bad when supports have 3 items each.
That's the marker.
That's illegal.
That's
not allowed to. That's not allowed.
Go sell your items right now.
I spent a full year watching LoL Esports last year where supports were getting 1 item, period. And maybe that, I don't know what it was called, but the one that allowed you to buy the control wards. Obviously, Riot's removed that, so you get the control wards in a slot. But now this is like genuinely 3 support items, which is insane. Both supports have TP as well. So Weibo have 4 TPs available at the moment to go wherever they want to.
All right, we got about a minute for this Elder Dragon. This could be the do or die fight. This could mean the series continues or Weibo go up to top 4. How are these comps working here, especially for IG?
I mean, IG just need to keep sending it. They need to land onto the backline. They've got so much damage with Rookie's mega cold bomb right now. He will, if the spell shield has gone off of Elk, he will one-shot this virus completely. It will do so much damage. The spell shield is off. So if IG can close the gap, if Saboro can hit frequently, if Zhui can find a great engage and keep this map dark, Weibo needs space. They need to hit from range with the virus, with this Azir. They need time to let Xiaohu unleash on the fight. Weibo are basing. I know that they've got TP, so this is okay, but where are we TPing to? We're all TPing bot. We're going to go through bot lane.
I like the conciseness of their setup here, but they got to be a little careful because that Elder Dragon can go down real fast. Wei still having an extra life to play with here, but looks like Weibo want to take a little bit of a siege angle, go with a little bit of an off angle to the east side of this pit, because it's going to be Zika that has to answer that mid lane push and see if Saboro can come get active before that happens. He has the TP, so he'll have the big shield coming in, and Zika can make the difference. Half health on the Elder Dragon. It's going to reset, though. It's going to lose a lot of that damage, and it's going to get all the way back up.
It's really hard for Weibo here, Mazel, to actually send a fight because their main initiation, this Ambessa, is in the mid lane clearing out these waves. The Dragon is getting chunked down, but so is Saboro. Jue's going to TP back in, and I think we can have Zika join now.
Zika looking for a backline angle. They might try to go for Photic, but he has the GA. The Elder Dragon going low. Keeper's Verdict hits straight onto him. It's a 50-50. The Dragon, it goes his way. It's going to be huge as Weibo have this big buff, but they got to try to get the kills. The executions, it's going to be there, but he has his passive. Zika going wild. He still has his GA. Grim Deliverance going to come through, but the passive comes through. The Elder Dragon wings start to signal the reign of Weibo here in the top 4 of Group Ascend.
How did Weibo get that Elder? It was like a 30 health Dragon take there for Weibo, but IG will crumble at the end of this game. We are nearly 50 minutes into this game 2. It's only a 2-game series, Mazel, but it's long, and Weibo will cement themselves. Not an easy, not a quick, but a 2-0 nonetheless.
A 2-0 to cap off what was an up and down season. Weibo have done the deed. A 2-0 over IG.
I mean, they got their practice in that. Both teams went all out in that series. It was long. It was tough for both teams, but Weibo get it done. There are some definite question marks. You said this team is the question mark team. Question marks about their gameplay here. The early macro around the Drakes, the mistakes in the late game sieging, but Weibo have some stars on their roster. Elk, and this game it was Xiaohu doing so much damage.
And it's crazy, just the leap that is possibly happening. We got to wait for like full confirmation, but I do believe that 2-0 would potentially put them in that 3rd seed as well. So would be because they have the head-to-head at least to JDG. So we'll see if that actually pans out to be true, obviously. But man, if you're going to step up, why not at the last second?
Now this, at least, I feel confident in saying this has guaranteed them into playoffs. So congratulations, Weibo, this time for real. But IG can't take this loss too harshly. They did put up a good fight. Again, this match for them doesn't really mean a whole lot. They are still in the same position they were at the start of the evening. So Weibo get the win they need. Finally, after their chances, they make it into playoffs. And it was a tough slog. So I have no idea what this playoffs is going to look like, but it's going to be entertaining because I genuinely do not know who is the best team in the LPL.
That's the beauty of it. You never know until they win. And that's the LPL. I'm just still stunned. Like it's obviously a very Weibo thing to do to qualify for top 4 at the last second. Maybe even that top 3, right? But the way it happened, like the first game almost throwing a 15,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And then a miracle comeback against the team that had you like down 4,000 or 5,000 by IG. We'll see when we get to the gold graph, hopefully, but it's the most wonky way to take a 2-0.
Yeah, that doesn't look real. Like you see, 2-0, you know, you're checking the scores on LoL Esports and you're like, oh yeah, 2-0, Weibo, easy. No, it wasn't. Go watch the series. That was crazy. That first game, I mean, IG were at the gates, pushing in to end against Weibo, and they overcentered a bit. Weibo in this game were down gold, down soul point again. They were down cloud soul points in a game like this and managed to pull it back. They're incredibly entertaining, but as a team, you probably want to have your games a little bit, you know, more one-sided. You want to tighten up that late game, tighten up a bit of the early game macro as well. But both of these teams now can, I guess Weibo mostly, can breathe their sigh of relief and say, okay, we can prepare for our playoffs now and look towards, you know, playoffs, potentially first stand. I think that, again, there is no clear winner or clear strongest team in the LPL at the moment. We've got one more series after this one to, I guess, determine the standings for that, but I'm still, any team can really win. Weibo haven't looked the strongest, but they still have taken games off of, you know, they had a ridiculous couple of series against JDG. They look like they can contest the top 2. We'll have to see that when we get there.
We will. Only results-based analysis here, and
I like
the
that.
results are in.
I like that.
We'll hopefully be getting the post-game graphics here soon, but I have serious worries for IG. And the worst part about it is I don't think it comes from the younger players on the team. I think it comes from the more experienced players. And I think that's a tough thing to read. That's also something that's not necessarily easily fixable. And I think we saw little moments, like especially in that game too. We saw some clean counter plays, which were awesome to see. But then some overextensions here or there by Wei, and Wei dying like 5 or 6 times in a row. And I think those kinds of things might keep them out of Group Ascent for that second split.
That is a scary conversation to have for an organization like this, for the players on this roster, for some of the players on this roster, and the year this organization had last year. But it is a reality, Mazel. Like, we can't, you know, beat around the bush here. That was not the best game from Wei. That you know, game 2, he had an amazing start. The ults down in bot to catch Elk, set his team forward. Even after the Dragon got stolen, Grand Star fall forwards, they got the Baron, and then he just gets picked multiple fights in a row. There was one Baron that Weibo got because Wei had been picked. So, yeah, troubling signs for this team for sure. But they do have time to prepare. It is a few days for them until their play-ins, and they are playing off against not Group Ascend teams for the start. They just need to win one best of 5 and they will make it into Group Ascend. But the fact that there is a conversation about this is it's an unfortunate reality for this team.
And we have an unfortunate reality here. We get no post-game graphics right now, as they have decided to go straight into an interview after the game. So that means we're done with our series. Hopefully we'll get to catch up on who gets MVP and things like that in the break here after the interview. But last thoughts leaving a regular season, Jay Beto, for your first season of the LPL.
It was incredibly fun. This league is awesome. It is very, very fun. A lot of fighting. I think that my thoughts about the LPL right now and how we're looking as a region is, I think that the team fights are great. I think that there are some teams who send it pretty aggressively. Both these teams, JDG is a big proprietor of that, and BLG, AL, all the teams are doing it. Some more than others, like I mentioned, but the team fights are excellent. When executed well, I think the game, from what I've seen at least, is very Dragon team fight focused, which does favor the LPL. So there are some things that need to be polished up. No matter what, there are two teams going to first stand against two LCK teams and some other teams from around the world as well. We will get to see. Matter. Yeah, I'm here to talk about the LPL. There will be time to, see how that goes, how we pair up. But for right now, I'm in an equilibrium, I'll say, where I simultaneously feel a little bit iffy, but confident in the right scenarios. So if the things line up for our LPL teams, I am confident that there are some amazing stars in this league, and the team fighting looks good, and that the highest teams in the Group Ascent can reach that height. Before I'm done here, though, MVP for the series in the game, since we probably won't get it, I think it's Xiaohu for the series. I think that he played a really good game under the wings again. Like, this game was a bit more him. I think I would say maybe you could argue JJ MVP for the game, but I could see an argument for series MVP and for this game as well.
Okay, I like it. The Tiger has awakened at this point. We'll see if they get any further on. But hey, if you want maybe a little bit of hope, two of our top teams that are potentially going to be in the finals are going to be facing off just in that next series. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be a fun one. And before we get going, we got to give a huge, huge thank you to the support of LPL English that we've already gotten through our coffee. But if you haven't joined our coffee, please go join. Please go subscribe in any way you can. It's the best way to support this project. It's a huge volunteer effort by so many different people in so many different directions, and every contribution from our coffee goes straight to providing for the show and providing updates, providing pay for our volunteers and all the likes, as well as gives you a little bit of access to our content, especially our podcast and a couple other pieces, as well as our international interviews that we did have going last year and hope to continue into this year. So go support the LPL English project on coffee. Thank you all so very much, and we will see you for AL BLG. It'll be a fun one. It's going to be Grapes and Melvin coming in.
What a way to kick off the 2026 regular season here in LPL Split 1. We've had so many entertaining series in Group Perseverance, in Group Nirvana, and here in Group Ascend, where we've seen the best of the best face off. But there's one thing left to be determined up here in the top group of the LPL. Who's going to end up as the #1 seed in the postseason? That is about to be determined right here. It's anyone's legend taking on Billy Gaming, the two teams that have dominated the past 2 years in Chinese esports, right here, right now, in the final series of the regular season. Welcome everybody back to LPL English. My name is Graves, joined alongside Melvin, aka Callum, here for our first cast together and also our final series of the regular season. Of course, we got some tiebreakers tomorrow, but Melvin, AL versus BLG is sure to always deliver, and we obviously got a great appetizer in that first series, and we hope this one delivers just the same.
Definitely left me feeling warmed up having watched through the last series. It felt like a bit of a rocket ship that really didn't know which direction it was going. I think that this series that we have got here, I feel so honoured for my first split here on the LPL English to get to cast a BLG AL series and have it be the topper for the first split. Listen, for anybody it's not super memorable on what happened the first time these two teams played this year, it was crazy work, and we will fill you in on that, so you are as excited for this as we are.
It seems like almost any time these two teams face off, magic happens, fireworks fly, and we hope the same thing matters here, because the stakes certainly are present. As you take a look at the bottom of your screen, AL at 7-2, BLG at 6-3, but the way that the game score is currently set up, if BLG win this series, they will be the #1 seed. If anyone's Legends win this, they will be the #1 seed. So a lot riding on this. You get potentially better matchups in the playoffs and a better opportunity to be a representative from the LPL at first stand, which is of course what both of these teams are certainly fighting for. So without further ado, let's get into the teams that will be taken to the Rift tonight. Starting off with anyone's Legend. They were, I would say overall, Callum, the best team over in the LPL in 2025. And guess what? They changed nothing, and they're on a 6-game win streak here in Group Ascend.
I gotta pick you up with the asterisk on that. Their roster changed nothing, but we've mentioned it so many times this year for a reason. The one thing that did change was coaching staff. With Tabe stepping away, that most iconic coach, I would say just in general, really. He's up there for a good reason. So many of the reasons that AL did well last year were incredible drafting prowess. Thus far, AL have managed to keep themselves at the top of the table with all of the same roster as mentioned player-wise. And it has been, personally, my main man Tarzan continuing to look like the GOAT jungler, and with Kanavi exiting from the league to jump over to LCK, he's really kind of uncontested at the top of the table if we're looking at for these two were the top two, generally speaking, back and forth for the past few years. Shun obviously jumped up there a few times along with others, but Tarzan, the consistency on this man has been impeccable.
Yeah, and when you look at what AL have been able to do to go on this 6-game win streak after starting off the season 1-2, Tarzan is a large part of that. I would give some credit to Kyle as well in the support role, who in my opinion is playing like the best support in the LPL. We got some clips here just to showcase what exactly they have been doing good. A lot of team fighting, and specifically over these past couple of weeks, I feel like their main carries in Shanks and Hope have also been stepping up.
Absolutely. Hope has such a clutch team fight here, really maximizing the MF value to get themselves with it. And Flandra, he's been relatively quiet, but in the last time with these two teams played, we did see that 5-man definitely not Malphite ultimate from the Rek'Sai W. So we know when the stakes are up, all of these players come to play in incredible fashion. I'm super excited to see what we end up getting from AL compositionally. In the last game they played, you just may have caught it there in the clip, that was Flandra playing the Neferi top lane in counter to Varus top lane. Really, really interesting meta development that we've had coming in. And with Tarzan, my favourite player, as mentioned, picking up the Sejuani, his top champion, maximizing these OP utility items, building all 3 of the new items, Zeke's, Bandle Pipes, and that Protoplasm Harness. Just I hope we get another Sejuani game today, because it really looked disgusting.
You might be the only person on this planet who's hoping that Tarzan plays Sejuani, but you know what?
Yes.
That's how I know that we're casting with a true jungler here who really appreciates just all the levels of things. And when AL are working right, they can have Tarzan play that utility role because they're a well-oiled machine, 5-man through, everybody playing their role. But when you take a look at their opponents in BLG, they're less the well-oiled machine and more of the crazy beast that you don't know exactly what you're going to get out of every single time they take the rift. Superstars through and through, obviously, but inconsistently since about the middle of the season, they've had some very interesting situations pop up. Drama always follows this team, and that's no exception here in 2026.
Yeah, we typically prefer it when it's drama on the Rift, in the gameplay, but not always been the case. We'll jump to that in a moment, but as far as the roster has been performing, I think that people are happy, kind of. Like, at the end of the day, we expected BLG to be top of the standings. The fact that they have to win this series to be up there is not exactly where they want to be, dropping both series against JDG being the main opposition that was able to make both of these top-of-the-table teams bleed, just not able to hold that performance against the rest of the league. And then, obviously, BLG, they took the first series away from AL when they faced before. If they hadn't dropped an off series over to TES throughout the split so far, then we'd be looking at this with completely inverted expectations at this point.
Yeah, and, we can't talk about BLG without addressing that elephant in the room, or perhaps the big bin in the room, and that is, of course, the top lane situation that unfolded a couple of weeks ago. A lot of interesting things that we were following. I remember waking up and just scrolling through all of the drama that ended up going on. Obviously, that has all kind of been set aside. Bin has been back with the team, and since then, it seems like they're starting to find their stride again. Obviously, that loss against TS was not great, but they, of course, have won their last 2 series, are back on the up and up. And if you take a look at some of the clips here, it seems like everything is kind of working well again.
Yes, I think that has to come back to Shun in the jungle. When I compare these two junglers and what they mean for the team, I think of Tarzan as the starting pistol for AL. When he says go, they go. And Shun is the flex tape. He brings this roster back together and keeps them cohesive. And it's mainly been working with that main man in the mid lane, Knight. I think that's got to be, by the way, an all-time record for time speaking about BLG without bringing up Knight. But there's a reason for that. This guy is incredible and does so much for the team. And with Shun back at his side, going back to, correct me if I'm wrong, 2024, when they were last playing together, they have looked so good, so good. That mid-jungle synergy has been back out of nowhere, and we do get to see some more of the craziness that happened last time these two teams played.
Yeah, this has been basically the story of this season for BLG is, started off super hot with that 4-game win streak, then had the drama ensued 3-game losing streak, and now they're back on a 2-game match streak, looking to hopefully make it 3 to earn themselves that top spot in the LPL Ascend group going into the postseason. And of course, we mentioned the junglers as being very important in this game, but a lot of what Shun does is set up Knight, who is, in many of our opinions, playing by like one of the best players in the league. And if you think the same thing, make sure to scan that QR code right there, because we are doing Community All-Pro ballots here for the LPL English broadcast. We'll be showcasing them by the time the playoffs begin. And I think we both want to make the case for Knight here, Callum, because this guy has been so good, just basically throughout his career, but really specifically over the past couple of seasons, looking like one of the best players in the world.
100%. Pretty much the widest champion pool of any player, full stop. And when that's coming from the mid lane role, that is truly saying something. We have really, especially when Fearless wasn't in the game, just got so used to see Orianna, see the other standard picks. But even then, Knight was bringing out complete wacky picks from everywhere in the champion variety. Those melee champions, he's known for his Silas. The range champions, I mean, he brought Ziggs out, and it's something that has kind of enabled answers to what is the one champion I've yet to mention, being that thorn in Knight's side thus far.
Yeah, well, we'll get into the champion pools and some of the struggles that he's had on certain champions as the series does end up going around, but for the most part, Knight, Champion Ocean, able to perform on basically anything and can be a big carry here for BLG. And he kind of has had to be that big carry recently. I mean, Bin obviously had a great start to the year, but had that little lull in the middle of the season, and I feel like we're still waiting for Viper to fully show his form. We've seen flashes of that Viper who was the best AD carry in the world, who won Worlds back here in the LPL 5 seasons ago, but it hasn't always all been there. It feels like there's been moments where other AD carries are kind of outperforming him. It doesn't feel like that is the case here for Knight, and until everybody else gets back into form, he has been what has helped BLG continue to be at the position that they're in right now, where they are playing for first place against anyone's legend.
Completely agree. I think as far as just consistency goes, it's always been Knight number 1 or number 2 for BLG throughout every game we've played, and then it's been fluctuating. It's been having a good game. Is Viper having a good game? Is On getting a clutch engage? Is Shun continuing to just keep Knight in the game? It's been something that I think the tale of the solo lanes will really be how this series shakes out. The first time these two teams played this year, which was, again, at the start of the split, I believe it was only the second series played for at least one, if not both of the two teams, we had Bin and Knight pick up at least a couple hundred gold, if not thousands of gold, individual leads, pre-15 minutes, in 6 of those matchups, 5 out of 6 of those matchups. The only instance where BLG solo laner was not ahead of the AL equivalent was when Knight was playing Azir.
Yeah, so something we'll have to watch in terms of pick and ban once we do get into this. I believe AL is going to be first pick here in this first game of the series, which will be starting momentarily, as of course we are getting all the players set up here in our final series of the regular season. Reminder, not necessarily the final series before the play-in / Knights Road does begin. There is a tiebreaker match tomorrow, so in case you were worried that you weren't going to be seeing any more LPL English for the next couple of days, don't worry. You got one more day. You got NIP versus WE in just a few short hours. But without further ado, it's time to introduce the teams, bring them on out for our final series of the regular season. AL on a 6-game winning streak. They're the hottest team right now in the LPL, and they're going up against BLG, potentially got the most stars in the league themselves.
I just can't do anything but grin right now. Like, this is so exciting. Just, I know I said it earlier. The first series these two teams played was so good. In the production chat, everybody was just saying, thank you for existing, BLG versus AL. Thank you for assigning me to this broadcast, BLG versus AL. It was so good. Just titans of the league before we had any idea what exactly we were going to be expecting from either of them. Because, reminder, Demacia Cup, AL did not field this roster. We didn't know what form they were going to come into, at least individually. We obviously knew how this 5-stack played together. And for BLG, they were playing without Knight and didn't look too hot, honestly, as the 4-stack with sub-mid. So, the fact that we got to see such incredible quality League of Legends, just S-tier stuff, I am absolutely ready for that, and I am manifesting that this goes to 3 games.
Or just 2 really competitive games like we saw in that last series. Almost just as good. As you can see, the teams walking out right now in their Chinese New Year red jackets, handing out some envelopes of good fortune to the fans in the arena as well. Really fun to see, as of course we will be taking a short break after the conclusion of Knights Road for celebration of the Chinese New Year. And then we'll be right back into it to playoffs. We get our first teams set for first stand. And we talk about first stand, we talk about these internationals here, Melvin, as well. It feels like these are 2 teams that could very well be representing the LPL at that tournament, much like they had in essentially the last 2 major internationals in MSI and Worlds.
I think it's very much the safe bet to say that this is foreshadowing for the finals, to see who will be the 1 versus 2 seed going into first stand. Obviously, we still have an entire playoff bracket to go until then, but considering we know these 2 teams will be in Group Ascend next split, will be in playoffs this split, I think you've got pretty good odds that, if not both, at least one of these teams will be representing at the first slot.
And, you know, AL, kind of business as usual. They have been that kind of dominant team, consistent team, remaining with the same roster, of course, all the way through. On the other side, though, for BLG, they felt like their performance internationally wasn't enough despite some of that domestic success, despite winning the last split of the LPL. But remember, completely fell apart by the time they got to the Swiss stage. So they decided some changes needed to be made. They brought in Shun, returning from the organization for the last time they made it to World Finals. And potentially the biggest change of the offseason was Viper going in and joining a BLG. Hasn't fully worked out just yet, as there have been inconsistencies here and there, like a BLG season traditionally does possess. But the hope is that the upside will be better than what was able to be provided in 2025. And this is the time to show it. Obviously, the consistency, maybe having the longer track record for AL has taken them this far. But at this point in the season, BLG have had a lot of time together. And now it is a time for them to fully show their form as we get ourselves ready for the postseason to begin.
100%, and with Hope being the opposite number in the bottom lane for this series, I think that is another place where we need to be looking, because while Viper hasn't really hit those top tier ceilings, there was a reason that the whole it's Viper Life Esports last year was the case, because he truly was the man who would put the team on his back. Was it necessary a lot of the time? Yes. Has it been necessary thus far with BLG? Who's to say? There's been some games where we would have appreciated the entirety of BLG on Viper's back. But my hope is it's just going to be a bit of extra time before we see Viper start to reach those absolute peaks and then continue to just be the master of consistency. Whereas Hope, on the other side, I personally, as a new person to the league, would not say Hope has felt like the most consistent man. You could add the preface of on AL, you can add the preface of in the ADC role, but what that does mean is when I see Hope actually pop off, as in one of those clip team fights we saw before the game, he truly can put out more value than really any other in the league, as far as, except for Elk, who, you know, we saw him do his pop-offs earlier today.
Yeah.
Elk's looked kind of incredible, you know, got respect game, but there is always the hope that we get to see both of these two reach that peak ceiling for this matchup where they know the stakes are everything to play for.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what Hope has been able to bring to this AL lineup, it feels like he's the guy that can consistently play high-level AD carry when the team is ahead, but you don't necessarily feel comfortable relying on him to be that big difference maker to like to be the X factor in a series. And honestly, I feel the same about Viper throughout the first 9 series of 2026. Just has not looked like that big star just yet. Just had whatever it may be, not being able to mesh well with On, not being able to fully integrate in this team. Obviously a great player. He's probably a top 3, top 4 player in the league right now, but not the superstar that we thought we were going to be getting when he moved over to the LPL just yet. It's gonna happen at some point, and maybe this is the series that it does, but it hasn't been the instant come in, be the best in the league. Obviously, I've dropped some series since then, and I think that the fact that we haven't had that full superstar potential be unlocked is a reason why.
One thing I will point out though is even when BLG lost their first game against AL, Viper On still got a solo kill, or better said 2v2 kills in their lane, despite losing that game later on. So, as far as this particular bot lane matchup has looked in the one best of 3, mind you, series we've got to see between the two of them, BLG's bot lane has been getting the upper hand as we start to get into the bans, all of the usual suspects off the table. Will we see Azir banned, BLG, or are we taking it first? God bless!
They're going to take it away because we'll get into it if Knight ends up picking it up, but this is also a champion that Shanks has a ton of comfort on in his own right. Does mean that the Miniko has been left up. This is one of both On and Kyle's most preferred champions, I would say, throughout the last couple of seasons. So no surprise to see that get locked in early. Now we'll see what BLG want to prioritize. Noticing things like the Jarvan are potentially available for the taking if Shun wants an easy playmaker. Maybe they go down into the mid lane and get Knight something he feels comfortable on.
It's an interesting one. I don't know if it'll be picked this early on, but in the last series they played, AL did ban Karma against On in every single game they played. So I'm quite curious to see if we will potentially see a Karma pickup later on into this draft, or potentially a second rotation ban, as now it is just trying to see which of those prio picks BLG want to snap up ahead of this second set of picks for AL. It will be very standard, Ryze and Zalba. It must be said the Ryze and Sivir combo with the Shen support, we're probably not going to see that one this game, was the thing that pushed BLG over the edge to win the game 3 of their last matchup, utilizing that early rotations and map mobility as that is something.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to get the Anivia answer into Rise. That's something that's been really popping up in all across the League of Legends scene, not only here in the LPL, where I feel like it really originated at some point. The Casio, also a traditional answer into this pick. You'll be able to stifle a lot of that, power and push that the Rise does end up having. So with that being said, a strong mid jungle opened up by anyone's legend as we finish out the first phase of this draft. It will be the Mbessa picked up blind for Bin. Now this could potentially, who am I kidding? This is not going to get swapped around. This will be a top lane Mbessa, and we're going to see some counters banned away here, likely something like the Renekton or maybe even a Varus.
Does mean now with the way that this pick order is going to go, there's going to be all to play for regarding banning out these bottom lane champions. BLG, they're going to knock off some of the more standard top lane picks, but AL, they could just either keep limiting that support pool from on, maybe take out the Alistar as one that could potentially mute the Nico engage later. It depends on whether they want to focus on getting a beneficial lane matchup, in which case you don't mind letting some of those melee supports through, or as we see here, banning away some of the range ones to make sure that you can play and get that winning lane for AL in the bottom lane.
Yep, the Sion ban makes sense. It is essentially a handshake where the Mbessa can get ahead early, but then the Sion's going to be Sion, and Flandre, one of the better Sions that we have in the world, especially when he's put on that island on the weak side. So going to have to be resorting to something else as we see On continue to get targeted, but the Karma not left unbanned at this point. It is still available. We'll see if that, alongside maybe a Caitlyn here for Viper, that could be a fun 2v2.
It's definitely on the table. It's kind of a weird one of you would pick the Caitlyn first because you know AL wouldn't then be able to take the Karma away from you. However, they might just be trying to think of what ADCs AL would like to pick up and pick up something like the Varus here, who is a more standard, fits into both comps decently well, can play the variety of styles, and more of a pick away. I do love the idea of a Sivir in this draft because there's going to be a lot of close range scrapping, a lot of running at each other. Kai'Sa can serve a similar purpose. Don't dislike that, but I think I want to see something that can pump out a lot of damage for AL, particularly from Hope, and the Sivir does hit all of the buttons that we need AL to do in this comp.
Have some wave clear, have some late game damage, and just have a good ability to stay alive in this Varus lane as well. Which is certainly one of the more impressive ones that we have in the game at this very moment. Now waiting for the final pickup, likely for Flandre up in the top lane. This was something that he picked a little bit earlier, and so is this one this season. The Rek'Sai going to come out as something that can also survive the brunt of that Mbessa early game.
Okay, we see a Lulu last pick. That I would be absolutely shocked if that doesn't mean we're getting on-hit Varus this game. You wouldn't pick that if you're planning on going lethality, but good recognition that this is not going to be a slow game played with poke. This is going to be a game where everybody's looking at each other and then somebody jumps in and all hell breaks loose. So I'm so sorry. You're going to have a rough time this game, my dearest play-by-play.
That's what I love. That's what we're here for, baby. That's what this is. Chaos, name of the game here in the LPL. When I take a look at the drafts, though, I feel like AL have better go buttons, right? They have easier tools to start engages with. You have Flandre who can jump in. You have Tarzan with that Grand Starfall. Even Kael sneaking in with a minion as that Pop Blossom. BLG really relying on an Mbessa ultimate or Wind Becomes Lightning from Xun to start things off. And I feel like in that situation, having a little bit more of a conditional engage could mean that AL could have the advantage in terms of just being able to start fights on their own terms, which is always a very important thing to have in this league.
I do tend to agree with that. However, it's noted that while BLG lack the tools to go in first, they do have excellent tools to keep you away between the Xin Zhao ultimate, the Lulu ultimate. Even just running into Varus Rise conceptually is a scary prospect. And the Casio typically wants you to run at them. So this is going to be a weird situation for Shanks to play through in these team fights. Obviously, we've got a ways to go before then. We've got to think about how the laning phase matchups goes and if that gets shook out in BLG's favor.
When you think of the LPL in 25-26, you think of these two teams. One of them going to end up as the first seed in the 2026 Split 1 playoffs. Let's do it. It's game one between BLG and AL.
These are the Gyos I was promised.
Yeah, we haven't been getting them in Group Nirvana as much, but today the Gyos has been incredible. Maybe it's some New Year's buff as well, but I'll take it as we get some heavy summoner spell usage here before the minions even come in. These guys are coming to party.
To make sure you get control of this lane as soon as possible, particularly when there are these level 3 gankable junglers in the game, is always something you've got to be wary of. Either side could make their way down if the health bars get too low.
You can see the importance and the emphasis for both Hope and Viper to get that level 2 first is going to be won out by the Varus Lulu lane, as they're going to get first push here and likely get those first 3 melee minions to unlock that level 2 power spike. They also have their own jungler in the area at this point, but they are pathing away. Means that Shun will not be around the level 3, level 4 mark. It's perhaps good to get that early push now to make sure that you are able to at least maintain some dominance and not be in a position to get ganked later.
Precisely. If you can get the bounce back so that you're in a safe enough position by the time Pantheon is down there, then you're doing quite well. As stated, Tarzan is the main man for this roster that gets done, but instead it does look like BLG are just looking to secure that push prio so Shun can get in there and take stuff away from Tarzan.
It's me and invade. Yeah, so instead of going for the full clear, gonna try to match Tarzan at his blue buff.
Ooh.
Gonna spot that ward and now go in for the steal of the wolves. Tarzan smites away the big one, which is, of course, the most important, but denies some XP, as now On is walking straight into the Tribush, just gonna phase check it and die! First blood to anyone's legend. On's brain seemingly off for that one, and now Shun in some danger as well. Kyle running in to make sure that Shun is not able to contest this blue buff, and AL get a kill for free.
Did he think he was on Alistair? I don't know what just happened there. That was objectively not correct. Okay, cool, well. That kind of was the play for BLG, but they make a counter on
Shanks
mid.
could be in trouble as well. Yeah, that's an easy kill. It seemed like Shanks was in a position to get away from that rune prison, but opted against it and still ends up burning his flash. So 2 interesting kills, to say the least, has evened up our game.
Yeah, capital INT interesting, absolutely. Shanks and On handshaking to keep this game interesting in the early. As Shun will be able to walk over and secure one of the Scuttle Crabs, but as we take what is probably a breather, there's no way. What is happening?
On is playing like he's an 80 carry in this game when he really is not. He's going to dodge away from the Tangle Barbs there. A little early, does provide a little bit of a punch, but fighting over these wards certainly is a choice at this point in the game. And so taking stock of how that has left things, the mid jungle for BLG certainly ahead to start things off is going to be important. Knight getting an early tier, get that stacking.
Oh boy.
But on the other side, Hope and Kyle get out of this lane that is potentially going to be one that BLG were able to control early on.
And we do see Tarzan walking over there trying to contest the second Raptors respawn. Will not be able to steal that away, but does have his own camps to get back to. Partly that vision control that we saw on Fort so difficult for is going to be enough to ward away the AL jungler, as we briefly, I'm going to say briefly because so far this game has not disappointed with non-stop action, but briefly have a moment where neither jungler is in a position to exactly fish for a gank, but they are both on sides of the map where lanes are in beneficial positions should they go wandering. Will just be Tarzan going for the full clear. Shun does not want to impact that bottom lane. Listen, as soon as level 6 gets ticked over, I'm not going to be surprised if we see a Grand Starfall pressed off cooldown to make something happen.
Not an easy target, as all 4 laners, I should say, on BLG do have their flashes, but certainly an opportunity to at least burn some of those, get your lanes in a good spot. I think the bot lane certainly can be something that the AL can take advantage of, as Hope is a little bit ahead in terms of experience at this point. Tangle Barbs also land onto On. He has to burn the heal again, taken down to below 200 HP. And that's almost going to be another kill. That Q not doing enough damage, as the sad B on BLG On is going to be forced to head back to base once again.
Really makes it rough, as finally this tower is going to start to get ticked down. Ooh. Throwing down poke, curious if they're going to go for the cancel on the reset, but with only one person in the lane, it does mean Viper will get a bit extra XP in his pocket off of these minion waves. Might lead to a potential surprise level 6 angle from the Varus if we do see something happen. We have Knight now with the Realm Warp available. Can look to go on Shanks here, who is still no flash, but does unlock Petrifying Gaze just in time.
See if they still want to make this happen. It worked once, and now Shanks does not have a flash, although as you mentioned, does have the ulti. A lot of time being spent here in the mid lane for Shun, but there's not much to clear out. Waiting for that second spawn of the Raptors to come back around. Dragon is available. Tarzan waiting for that crab, looks like, to make sure he's able to stay ahead in the farm game. Currently up about a camp.
Actually, I don't know if this is going to knock him up to level 6. Normally it would, but we did actually have Shun steal away the 2 small wolves, so this is going to be quite narrow. If he doesn't get the level 6, that is quite a bit of a skirmishing power lost. It is only level 5 for the Pantheon. Mitigates some of that early pressure where he would have had map priority to do something right now.
Instead, a little bit more farming, and I think that's probably for the better, considering some of the decisions that were made earlier on in this game. It looked like they both were testing the waters a little bit, decided it's too hot, they're going to back on out, maybe wait until later on, because both these teams really do excel in team fighting, specifically on BLG's side, with the fact that Viper is going for the on-hit Varus, right? If you were going for more of the poke, maybe you want to skirmish a little bit earlier on, but now with that late game win condition alongside Knight, definitely feels like BLG are also okay with scaling in this game.
Definitely want to circle that one of the late game win condition. The on-hit Varus takes probably the longest of any of the Varus builds to come online, needs at least 1 to 2 items, 2 to 3 items, sorry, before it starts to actually pump out significant damage. Before then, you still have the Varus ultimate, so you're not useless in team fights by any means. But with Hope getting that first gifted kill and being able to sneakily grab a cull in the meantime as well, does mean this Sivir, who is one of the best champions at accelerating herself in gold by just hoovering up farm, should be getting a bit stronger than Viper before these team fights really start to roll on. Unless we see some major jungle intervention, I expect this to just be kind of a calm lane. Thing is about Sivir with the spell shield and Nico with the clones does make it difficult for Viper to find an ultimate angle. That is one of the main reasons we do see Sivir picked into the Varus generally.
With that, AL have position around this dragon. That would be a good way to start this game off here on the bottom side for Tarzan. As he heads down on there, should be able to take this one rather uncontested. We actually see shouldn't go back to base right as the grubs spawn. Feels like with Flandre pushing this wave in right now, they don't feel comfortable enough to go for it immediately, and that means that BLG are going to be behind on the neutral objective front to start this game off.
Gonna make it difficult if AL continues to stack up those objectives, but by then, we have plenty of time to go. Flandre may, I believe, yes, okay, with the Rex site, they have fished out Vision knowing this is being done. There is always the potential for Tarzan to ult over. We have definitely not Hope in the mid lane. Currently lurking around. Could potentially go for a collapse. Tarzan is still finishing this blue buff, though, before deciding whether he's going to impact the lane or go for the grubs, or honestly, neither by the looks of it.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, Tarzan, a player that always is able to make his presence known on the Rift. And we haven't seen him go for any ganks of any sort, but the way that he's been clearing, the way he's been positioned in the right places at the right time, still feels like he's had a very high impact to this game.
So far, it's been a lot of a pressure gauge that neither team has really wanted to let pop after it exploded at the 3-minute mark. The thing is, the Xin Zhao definitely does scale better as the game goes on, particularly having the Lulu in the pocket. When Xin Zhao gets an Enchanter, the amount of sustain innate to his kit can really go crazy in these team fights, and it might prove deceptive when AL go in and try and burst out a single target, which is what the Pantheon wants to do. He wants to press W on someone, have the rest of his team use their CC or wombo combo damage to blow them up, and then reset, play another slow engage, and look for another play, as he is diving first play.
Wow, right on to Bin. Underneath the tier 1 turret, Flandre does land the knock-up, but it is followed by the public execution of Bin. Void Rush comes through. Bin not going to flash away for the damage, but does make sure Flandre goes down to the final turret shot. It's a confirmed 1-for-1 as Tarzan does kill him with the Comet Spear, but now he's going to come up with the Realm Warp and make sure that none of the wave is lost.
Oh, hold on. He's ghosting aggressively. Tarzan may have to flash out here.
Going to be okay for now. He uses the Aegis to get away from a lot of that damage from the Overload, but does have to flash away. So all things considered, a 1-for-1, plus a couple of Summoner spells and ultimates being blown across the board.
Very close stuff right there. Even if that dive had been slightly better executed, this is the main problem. You're about to see it. He's been getting to buffer this ultimate. He walked away from where he was expecting Tarzan to land, which gave him enough time to get away with this. And as we get to see, it was essential for Flandre eating that extra tower shot and going down. Knight was there, though, to pick up, and I think him trading Ghost here for Pantheon Flash is very, very worth it. Lower cooldown on that summoner, and more likely than not, that Pantheon was looking to flash on the rise anyway.
Now Kyle doing a little bit of harassing, not following the minion AI, so Knight knows that it is okay to back away from that wave. Not worth the extra 14 gold.
Damn, minion got hands.
Exactly. So Kyle doing his best to try to make his presence known in the mid lane, as Knight and On have now resorted to farming out this wave, clearing it out, maybe trying to get a Crystalline Bracelet proc or two. But AL still in general holding on to the lead. A lot of that, though, going towards the bottom lane, where Hope has really been able to pick up a ton of plates, get a lot of CS, and also going to get that call completion soon. He's going to be pretty accelerated at this point in the game.
Is a bot laner to first have a full item. This Essence Reaver is basically saying, I get to infinite wave clear now, and you cannot do anything about it. So you do hold on, shouldn't go for this.
Going in, Flandre forced to flash away. Bin with that Q3, able to finish off the kill. But Tarzan is here, and he has a decent chunk of damage in his own right. But Bin follows up with the public execution. That eclipse with a lot of survivability. And in goes Shun with the flash, and the wind becomes lightning. 3 talent strike, and the kill. That's 2-0 in favor of BLG.
I think the AL simply weren't ready for that kind of play. I'm pretty sure Tarzan didn't have stun going into it, had just used it on his Crocs, I suppose. It didn't look like Bin got stunned at any point there. So, yeah, going to be very happy feeding some gold into the main man in the top lane and continuing the trend so far. It's not 15 minutes yet, but BLG solo lane is having a lead in this matchup thus far.
Thought process was right here for Tarzan. You know, hover Flandre, but just wasn't ready for Shun to come in quick enough.
So does he actually get a stun? It didn't look like he was stunned under tower. No, okay. I was about to say, surely if he's stunned under tower, then Bin takes some amount of damage, but just not enough, and clean execution. Nice flash from Shun to make sure he gets in there. Even an extra second or so would have given Tarzan time to close off his E and pop Bin with the last Q. Nice little comeback.
With that, it is a top side, very far ahead for BLG. Remember what we said in the pre-show here? Colin, it's kind of all coming back around. Solo laners for BLG, able to put themselves into good positions. A lot of that, though, with the help of Shun, who has really been a catalyst in terms of playmaking here for Billy Gaming with his return to the lineup. On the bot side, though, it is Hope and Kyle really keeping the gold in a reasonable position. We'll see if it matters here. It's potentially BLG going to try to start up this dragon.
Thing is, though, Viper has picked up the Blade the Rune King, so he is no slouch in a team fight. He's not at peak power by any means, but he's definitely self-sufficient at this point. And now it's kind of just figuring out what we're going to do. As we start to see most of the quests finish off, it is just support for AL and mid lane for BLG not done. Does mean that Knight necessarily going to take a little bit longer in the side lane. He's probably very close to the quest by the fact that Shanks has it and he doesn't. Did pick up his kill, so that should, in theory, make him pretty much on the edge there. Once that empowered recall will help with being able to rotate the fights off of basing. Now he's just posturing around Dragon.
And right now, Shun on the top side of the map, so will not be in a position to contest. It looks like the goal will be to play a pseudo-split map situation. Have the bottom side really be dominated by AL, top side dominated by BLG. That's where the goal is allocated, and that is where these players will be spending a lot of their time. A 2-0 Dragon lead for AL certainly will be helpful in terms of scaling towards that late game, but we'll see if that comes to the cost of Flandre's life, who is in significant danger here. Down to about 500 HP, of course, going to be able to get some healing back in that burrowed form, but Shun is chasing him down. Nice dodge from Flandre. That's the little stuff here that makes him one of the best top laners in the world.
Well aware after the previous play that he can avoid this as long as he dodges away from that essential ability, and will be able to TP back up top. Has the unleashed TP at this point, is going to be safe up there. Tarzan pressuring bot lane, but Knight's quite tanky.
Look at the damage Knight's able to provide underneath the turret. Kyle with the Pop Blossom. This Knight flashes away from it. to make sure he does not get stunned up, but Bin comes in with the TP of his own, has the public execution, and will use it onto Shanks. Gets hit by the Rune Prison, but the Petrifying Gaze in response is going to be enough for the Embested to drop. So it's a 1-for-1 in this fight around the bottom side, and Hope hasn't even arrived yet. Chain of Corruption goes wide, but now Bin looking and hunting for a potential stun. Not going to find it, as it will just be BLG backing away with that 1-for-1, but the first tower also going in favor of Flung.
We'll put a bit of a dent into that gold lead in the top side, and I have no idea how Shanks was able to get that Petrifying Gaze off onto Bin, considering he was midway through a spin animation. So that was kind of crazy. If that doesn't land, then I think that Bin is able to sustain up through it, as this is just too aggressively posturing for AL. This isn't what we want to see. Shanks not able to walk through the tower range. If he were to take aggro here, he'd be in a bit of a rough spot. And Knight is just so damn tanky. On actually backs off instead of taking the Realm Walk, seeing that the Nico is about to drop down on them when they land. Bin does not get the initial pick, but with this chase down, I think the stun also came in a bit preemptive for Tarzan, because Bin was still in the middle of the public execution animation. And while it does result in a 1-for-1, you have your Sivir having to burn ultimate just to evac your support out of the play.
Now Shanks, without any flash or ultimate, is going to be in trouble once again, as Shun has arrived to the bottom lane to take him down. That is Shanks' third death of the game. He has been targeted heavily by the hands of BLG. And he'll be down for the next 30 seconds, but Tarzan looking to make a play of his own. Uses the Grand Starfall to get inner access into that mid lane tier 1 turret. Potentially try to cut Viper off if he goes a greedy route. Gonna get spotted out by that Scrying Orb, but it might not even matter, as he is forced to cleanse. Does use the Hail of Arrows to try and slow Tarzan down. And now the Chain of Corruption has come in. Bin has come back from base, and BLG are looking to party once again, and AL are not in the right position. Viper gets payback onto Tarzan, and they'll lose yet another man.
Longtime former teammates, Viper comes out on top in that one. Just barely playing on the edge. Does have to burn his summoners though, makes this Varus a target in future fights. But we need to see AL force something. They may have the Dragon lead, but if BLG play this correctly, I think the game is quite in their hands. If you go to the objective first and then make AL walk into you, BLG should be in a favourable position. That's what we're talking about where it came to how these comps execute. They have less tools for going forward, but much better tools for having you run into them.
We're going to see in this game what Hope is made of down in the bottom lane for AL. He is one of the more consistently tenured, one of the longer tenured players here for the team. Him, Shanks, and Kyle were a part of this squad back even in 2024 before Flandra and Tarzan joined in the party. But Hope, has had a bit of an up and down career, really on the up and up recently, but with the lead over one of the better AD carries that we have in the league in Viper, gonna have to be the main damage dealer in this game that is relatively still, even, if AL want to have a chance of pulling away with it.
I mean, Knight is about to pop over to have the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages in pocket. Shanks not that close to it right now. Does actually have the pen shoes rather than going for the MR shoes himself. Does mean that Knight will take a lot longer to die when Shanks is hitting him versus the other way around. But if Shanks is allowed the free hit, he should tear through BLG. He's just not been given such an opportunity, constantly getting jumped on by Shun, by Bin in this side lane whenever he goes too far up. And you can see he is being reticent to push up right now. Even though he's the one with a global ultimate jungler, if he shows himself and doesn't have backup, Shun's already here to force something bot lane.
He's here to protect Knight, just like he did in 2024 on that run to the World's Championship Finals. Of course, with that time apart, Knight was like, hey, get this guy back in here. And so far, it has worked out in a pretty good way, specifically for the mid laner for BLG. As the third dragon has spawned, it'll be a Chemtech Drake, Chemtech Soul potentially on the table if AL are able to pick up 2 more. And if BLG are able to pick up 4. It'll be anyone's legend starting this one up right now. It looks like they're just playing it as a bait. Make sure that the full positioning is made aware by BLG. Still Flandra pushing on the top side with Bin instead opting to join the rest of his team at least for a moment. Shun playing very aggressively and forces a rocket belt away from Kyle. That is a big engage tool that will no longer be available as BLG regain their control around the bottom river.
This is meant to be the moments when AL comes out on top. fighting around objectives is where they made their bread and butter in the league. And now with Rift Herald being shut down, they are going to regroup as 4 and look to try and defend this mid lane tier 1. A very important objective for keeping map control, particularly with how essential dragons are going to be to a win form for both teams.
Kyle using the clone to face check that brush where a lot of BLG members were in, and Tarzan opting to go forward is going to just get met here by Shun, who now has a wild growth on top of him. Only one gets stunned up by the petrifying gaze, but Shun is taken, and the Comet Spear from Tarzan will take him down. That's no jungler available here for BLG, and that is the signal for anyone's legend to go forward. Teleport comes in from Tarzan. They're going to go forward onto Viper. The Aegis keeping him alive for so long, nearly able to take the Varus down, but he will live by the slimmest of margins, and Bin has come in to clean up the rest of the fight. Flandra flashes in. He's able to get one back on tonight, but the Mbessa is just massive at this point in the game. Bin, 1,500 gold up, 4-2-1. Looking to tear apart this Rek'Sai, and Shanks is in some danger as well. There's no ultimate available here for Bin, so he will have to back away, but BLG, all in all, come out on top in the fight. It's a 2-for-2 overall, but Kyle, still not long for this world either.
Both junglers respawning. I feel like we're going to get this salty run back very, very quickly as the map starts to repopulate. And we get to see this one kicks off by Tarzan, the guy who pulls the trigger, going in, jumps onto Knight. But look at this, as soon as the Xin Zhao comes down, everybody dives in from AL to try and DPS, but the Lulu ult completely stifles that engage. And Shun with a really nice sidestep to not get stunned up. Tarzan collects him on the end, but as we get to see here, it's Bin rotating down, causing the problem. Flandre TP's in, and it should be all but curtains for AL if it weren't for Bin causing such disruption on the backline. The dive partners for Tarzan are stopped, and BLG are able to walk away with the win.
So overall, a 3-for-2 as Kyle was able to die, respawn, and make it back to the pit. But it still means that BLG were able to retake the gold lead, also add a dragon to their arsenal. Make sure that there is no soul point available for anyone's legend the rest of the way. But you can see what our JD bot thinks down on the bottom of your screen. Still a very closely contested game that could go either way, as AO showed that they still have a little bit left to fight with. Hope still very much in a strong position, nearly finishing off that Infinity Edge. But it felt like there here, Melvin. The engage from Tarzan, very, very telegraphed, and it felt like BLG were very ready for it.
That's one of the things about playing this Pantheon, is unless you're getting the Grand Starfall in a position where you're not posturing for an objective, it's quite difficult to force something that the enemy team isn't ready for. That's why I want to see Hope being the guy that pulls the trigger with Tarzan to force something 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds even, before the objective, as opposed to waiting until it's already alive. AL, they will do better if they can stand in front of the dragon, in front of the Baron, and hit it and make BLG run at them. But they kind of were getting drawn between, we need to keep Flandre top to keep Bin up top lane, because if Bin's down here, then that's their main engage tool. So AL was kind of just posturing as 4 people, not wanting to pull the trigger, and by the time they did, they were able to trade 1-for-1, but it wasn't able to convert into anything meaningful, as now we have a red buff fight with Tarzan being looked at quite aggressively. It's not going to be resulting in anything, but it is losing prio for AL around this Baron pit with the top lane tower going down.
Yeah, at this point in the game, the fact that Knight able to clear out any wave that he chooses right now, that is around the top side. And now Realmorph is coming in underneath the tier 1 turret. Could be in danger, or anyone's legend. Kyle does not hit anybody with that Pop Blossom, and he's already down. And so is Flandre, with Bin landing a beautiful public execution. So it's the tower plus 2 more in favor of Billy Gaming, as they have had all of the right answers in this mid game.
Oh, AL want to counter-attack by knocking Billy down here. If they are able to kill him, it would let them go and contest the objective, but no. Bin does have TP. Yeah, like, he's ahead of you now. You can't do anything here, AL. You can't play for this.
The 5v3 Hope does not have the Infinity Edge yet. That is a major power spike that has not been unlocked. Bin just trying to soak up as much pressure as he can to allow his team to wear purple for the next 3 minutes, and they land a Rune Prism onto Shanks as well. Kyle has returned from the Death Realm. Shanks does not hit anybody with that petrifying gaze, so it will be everybody on the retreat from anyone's legend, and BLG now having the Baron power play.
Okay, with Knight having to ghost and Bin using both summoners, The best thing AL can hope for is setting up a play to kill these solo laners. It has been 1-3-1ing that has gotten BLG this lead, and they are playing so well around the map. This is what took the series the first time they played in Game 3, was BLG just being smarter on the map. Really nice flash away to avoid getting picked off there, as they do just get the 2, chain it into Baron, bin, waste time / gets chased, you can call it either way, but the end result is the same. We have 1 minute until the Chemtech Dragon is alive. If AL can get this and secure themselves the sole point, they still have breath in this game. I think if BLG are to take away this Dragon, then AL, they're starting to get outscaled, and I don't think they're going to be able to pull the brakes if they don't get this Dragon.
Thing is, there's a big pointy difference in terms of the strength and power that anyone's Legend have here in this next fight, and that is the IE that Hope has picked up. Did not have it in that last fight, and he is about as strong as this Sivir is going to be in terms of comparison to the rest of the map. 3 full items on this champion, nearing level 16, and AL already off to a good start as they pick off Knight and force him to use the Realm Warp defensively. That is a tool that they will no longer have at their disposal, but Shun still looking to go in. Lands that audacious charge onto Kyle, lands a knockup as well, and there's a Lulu on top of him to shut the Nico down. He dashes away from the petrifying gaze. Shun is popping off. He's got a triple kill here in this one. And now Flandra has teleported in, but is immediately forced to use that tunnel to escape. It is a 3-0 in favor of BLG, and that makes sure there is no hope for AL to contest this Dragon.
BLG call it too little too late from AL pulling off their attempt at a play. It was exactly what we wanted them to do 20 minutes ago. And not able to walk away with anything, it will be BLG securing an even larger gold lead. They won't be cracking the base off of this Baron, but I think keeping themselves in the game on Dragons is a very happy prize. As, yeah, this was exactly what I was hoping AL would do earlier. They would force a play first, but Shun has so much resources in him. He's just so tanky, and Shanks over the wall does 0 damage to Shun until this point. And when your Cassiopeia can't DPS, how do you expect to get through a Lulu-empowered Xin Zhao?
Man, it feels so good to be Xin Zhao in these games. You're already fed, you got a Lulu buffing you up, increasing your attack speed, increasing your health, making sure you do not die. And that is exactly the feeling that Shun has pulsing through his veins at the 28-minute mark of this first game. BLG, off of a nice set of sequences here in the mid-game, have ballooned the gold lead to over 5,500 and have left AL in a very, very bad spot. Baron no longer available for them. That is spawning soon, so should be the next couple of minutes where not much will be happening unless some major positioning issues are going to be had. And on that note, gotta call out Kyle a little bit. Getting caught out by Shun there. You are the main engage tool, and he died without burning the ultimate or his flash.
It's one of those situations where you're kind of in desperation mode for AL, and if somebody's going to pull the trigger, you would have previously thought it to be Tarzan, but we need Kyle to be there with him. We need to see this Nico ult going on to at least 2 people. But the Xin Zhao, Shun has been so oppressive in these team fights, muting several of Kyle's engages, not giving the potential for the 5-man Pot Blossom to save the game, as now it will just be a slow posturing around the Baron. Playing careful. Nice celebration for Knight there. 13th total. 5,000 assists. That's quite a big number.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the tenure of this player. He was kind of the new guy in 2020, 2019 when he was on this upstart top esports team that made it all the way to Worlds. And take a look at where he's at now. 5,000 total assists. I mean, we're on milestone watch right now as well. I believe Bin is currently 14 kills away from 2,000. It could happen here in this series if things continue to go the right way. We'll keep our eyes on that. The graphic showed up on our Huya feed that we were able to relay that information to you guys. As just showcasing, right, the amount of star power that is on this BLG team.
Oh yeah, I mean, as far as super teams go, you can't say it's not. Simply put, you can't say it's not a super team when at least 3 of these players were considered top of role several times in the past few years. Arguably 4 going on 5, really, depending on how far back you are. Look, as they are now just trying to lead this game to a clean execution, not give AL a way back into the game. We have seen several times throughout the split, teams have not been able to finish out games because with the changes to this season, with the changes to tower plates, with the changes to how gold works, minion works, it's made it so much easier to throw a winning game state. If you make one mistake, there's a lot of standing gold around the map for you to pick up constantly. And the later we get on into this game, the less the gold lead matters, the less it becomes just about dragons, just about champion scaling. And while I would say BLG have favourable champion scaling individually, 3-item Cassiopeia, a near 4-item Sivir, still has the potential to run a team fight if you do play uncoordinated.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to have to be on what exactly BLG do to start a potential fight. It looks like that's going to be what they do around the Baron, although they are backing away from it right now. Shanks and Tarzan now in position to look for a sort of counter engage, but he thought it was hard to kill Shun 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
He's got a GA now. You gotta kill him twice.
Yeah, that doesn't look so good, especially because Tarzan does not have his yet, so it means if he were to go in, yeah, okay, BLG's plenty aware. If they can find Tarzan,
Yeah,
they
it's like
can
when
take
you're playing-
Baron for free.
When you're playing Smash and you got an extra stock, you get to play a little bit more aggressive, make sure you're able to play with your life a little bit more, and that's what Tarzan is going to force Shun to do. He has the Wild Growth on top of him now, but still in a pretty good position. Pop Blossom only finds On, and the fight now beginning in earnest with mid laners fighting around the top side of the map. Flandra on a teleport is going to find On a flank, but Tarzan is in a bad position himself, and he'll get taken down at the first casualty, and Flandra goes into the middle of a 1v5, and he's not going to like those odds one bit. He flashes On out. And now it is AL on a complete retreat underneath their own tier 2. But the Realm Warp is going to stop any sort of sense to that. Shanks goes golden, but it will deny the inevitable, as now Hope is the only one left standing around the fight. It is an overall 3-0 as BLG dominate once more and will pick up their second Baron of the game.
Question is, what do they get done at the same time? Knight looking to knock down this top lane tower as well with the dragon spawning. I mean, there's the potential for AL to go for some kind of counter-attack. You have Pantheon up with ult in 12 seconds, but where can you even find anything? It looks like it's just going to be forfeiting across the board, as this was such a weird start to the fight. AL go for a force onto Shun, and it looks good for a few moments with Kael on the other side of the fight, though he's not able to get into the pit and CC Shun. On then gets targeted off while Knight is being zoned away, and with the Lulu backing away, it does look a bit dire for a moment. However, Viper and Bin come in to close out the fight in BLG's favor.
I mean, I say this with love, as, wow, Shanks barely got away from that one. But Kyle not having the best game in terms of finding the right place. Pop Blossoms, I know he's a lot on his plate, but have not been on the mark just yet. And that means that BLG been able to take control, and specifically off of finding picks onto Kyle, who has been one of the most consistent, one of the best supports that we've had in the league for over a year, I'd say, at this point. BLG pick up their third Chemtech Dragon, and they are looking good. But they could have maybe picked off On as Tarzan went in with an Empowered Blast Cone, but it'll immediately be stymied, and Shun still going to be invulnerable at this point. The Guardian Angel has been popped. Kyle looking for another engage and does find a 2-man stun, but it will only be the Guardian Angel being popped off of Shun, and now Bin is straight into the backline, publicly executing anyone's legends right next to their own base. That is going to be another ace picked up, as BLG will march into the mid lane as 5 strong to take game 1 of this series.
What decisive fashion to kick off the series. BLG fighting to call themselves top 1 in the league. No talk about this top 2 stuff, as they will walk it down, get their first game in the series, but remember, they still need to close it out if they want to be going into that first spot heading into playoffs.
It was close until it wasn't, and then BLG just said, all right, time to win the game. They go up 1-0 and are now 1 game away from claiming that top spot in Group Ascend, giving themselves the best playoff positioning possible.
I'm curious who's going to be getting MVP for this game, if I'm honest, because I could see a lot of different lines. I could see a lot of different interpretations. I don't think we're going to get more than 5 people voting for the same person when it comes down to the official vote. Where's your head leaning after that?
I might go On for this one. I mean,
Right.
I feel like on the Lulu, able to not do much in the laning phase after what was, not the best start, but the fact that he was able to keep somebody like Shun alive for so long, and on the counter side, Kyle had a big responsibility in terms of forcing the engagement. I feel like a lot of that was stopped by the Lulu, forcing polymorphs out, using things like that wild growth. You could also give it to Bin on the Invest side. I thought he had a good game. Really, everybody on BLG was able to step up, and I think that is why they ended up taking the win. As you mentioned, I think you can go a lot of different ways here.
I think it probably won't be Viper just because he was relatively quiet throughout the game. He wasn't needed to be anything significant. But Knight, we saw so many good Rise ultimates, making just AL kind of struggle to be able to execute on these fights. They had tools to force. They didn't have enough tools to force, evidently. And maybe it's going to be just going back to the drawing board and figuring out, is this the kind of style we want to play? Or do we want more pick, potentially, in the comp? Maybe look towards something like that. Ashe, Seraphine in the bottom lane. Early prio that Bard for Kyle. Give something else. Because AL's strategy of getting a winning bot lane was working. They were ahead. Perhaps it was because of On's something at level 2. I think, in retrospect, probably the only reason I wouldn't give the MVP to On is because the only reason that game was close was him just walking it down bot level 2. I kind of
forgot about that.
Yeah, I blocked that from memory until I started thinking about who would be MVP.
Try my best to forget the first 3 minutes of that game. To me, this was only a 30-minute contest.
Yeah, but I think that as far as looking at how AL went to play about that game, they just weren't able to push their lead early. We needed to see more of that early forcing while Kyle had the chance to go in. But Shun, I think he's probably, I've talked myself into it. I think Shun's going to be the main recipient of MVP because every single time we saw Nico go in, there was about a 70% chance that you were just getting swatted away before there was any chance for a pop blossom. And there were so many of these fights once the lead was in BLG's favor that Shun just sat there and laughed at AL. They did not have the damage to deal with him.
Yeah, I mean, it was dominance through the top side here for BLG, which has been the story in this matchup specifically this season, right? When you take a look at how the early to mid game has played out, it's been bot lane for AL, able to really, hold their own against Viper and On. But the solo laners, Shanks and Flandre, were struggling the last time these two teams faced off early in the season. And once again, we're not in the best position later in the season. Shanks, of course, getting caught out, dying to the hands of Shun multiple times. Flandre kind of failing on that dive early on onto Bin, and then getting countered dove a little bit later on into the game.
Yeah.
Shows how that top side matchup went for anyone's Legend, and those two players specifically are going to have to step it up if they want to have any chance in this best of 3, and even more realistically, chance against BLG once we get to the postseason.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams are locked for top 2, but you still want to be going in top 1. The easier you can make your life going into playoffs to get yourself up there for that first stand qualification, it's so important because we see it time and time again over the years. The teams that go to the internationals get a power boost when they come back. They'll have a couple weeks of slump of being overworked from having to do the international, but then when they come back, you can see the amount that they raise their gameplay because you've just had international competition. It's the best place to just intensive boot camp yourself up to high form. And listen, considering both of these teams are going to be in Ascend coming into the next split, I think we're probably going to be seeing this competition for top 2 consistently throughout the year.
I mean, it was so fun to watch these two teams face off anytime last season. Now we're going to get to do it all over again here for time being in the LPL. I love the idea of everybody playing everybody in theory, but in practice, when there's 14 teams, getting the best matchups is always a good thing, and that has been one of the joys of Group Ascend every time you tune in. You don't necessarily know who's going to win. I think they ran a graphic that every team has kind of beaten everybody in a sort of circle here in Group Ascend. And we're seeing it here, although it could be a 2-0 sweep in terms of series score if BLG are able to pick up one more Nexus over the next 2 games.
That's not what I want. I want them to... I don't care if they get the 3rd game, but I am manifesting. I'm praying that we get to that 3rd game, because this was fine, but it wasn't as exciting as that first time around. I want to see more life from AL in Game 2. I want to see Tarzan on something that when it forces, it goes in and the team goes with it. Get him back on the Sejuani, please. I want this man on Sejuani.
So your answer, you want to be more proactive, and then the answer is Sejuani.
Yes.
You know what? If that's going to be what helps unlock somebody like Flandre, somebody like Shanks, maybe combine it with a Silas or an Ekton, a Fiora, whatever it is, I'm for it. I'm all in on it. But you're gonna have to convince me as we get into game if that is gonna be the case, because putting one of your best players on the Sejuani, it's a little risky when you have seen the performances of his teammates at this point, putting so much faith into a guy, into those other pieces when Tarzan really has been one of the more consistent players all year long.
You're definitely not wrong. I mean, you could look for the potential line of seeing if you can get that Kiana locked in. It is something that, while I personally don't like generally, is iconic to the region and is something that gives you a lot of agency. Shun, on the Kiana, won the last series in that Game 3 with a 5-man Kiana ult, so that might be an angle for Tarzan. But I think that the bigger weakness here is that AL didn't have leads in the solo lanes again. The only time we have seen AL manage to beat BLG was when mid lane had a lead. It did come off of the back of Knight playing Azir, so can we find a matchup for Shanks where that can happen where Knight isn't hamstrung? Who knows?
Right. Maybe the real goal is to mind control Shanks and mind control Knight into picking the Azir. It looks like the player of the game is Shun. You were correct on that one. He did play very solid. A lot of the reason why the top side of the map was able to get going. So that's his first MVP of the 2026 season, back on BLG.
Crazy. I mean, I suppose when you're next to Knight, it is kind of hard competition.
A lot of mouths to feed in that department, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad he got the recognition, though. This was a really good game and made the difference consistently throughout it to keep BLG in the driver's seat. But it's not best of one.
That is
it's not
right.
Best of one.
More League of Legends to be played as Billy Gaming get themselves just a little bit closer to that #1 overall seed heading into the Split 1 playoffs of the LPL season. But anyone's legend still have a little bit of fight left in them. We'll see if they can come back, tie this series up when we return from this short break on LPL English. In a battle between our top two teams in Group Ascend, it was Billy Gaming coming out on top in our first game of this best of 3, the final best of 3 of the 2026 Split 1 LPL regular season. See if anyone's legend can bounce back, take BLG down, much like they did in the Split 2 playoffs just a few months ago. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Melvin once again. BLG looking like the super team that was promised here, Melvin, but AL have a lot of tools still left in their bag. They need to pull out some different ones than they had in game number 1.
Get this game a bit wacky, AL. That's what I want in the draft. I want to see something different. Because if we're playing standard League of Legends, BLG's looking pretty good at that right now. And that isn't to say AL isn't up there in the same competition, but we need to find something that combats these solo laners in lane. Because the fact that with the exception of one singular person in one game, out of the 4 games we've seen so far, BLG getting those lane leads in every other instance, it becomes too much after a point. And while Hope was rocketed off to a good start in the last game, it was not enough. Just not enough actionable gold that they can really throw at people. Using a Sivir as your main win condition, it's just not it in the Big 26.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Shanks really fell behind and it fully rested on the shoulders of Hope to carry that game from a damage perspective, became much more challenging for anyone's legend to create situations for themselves where they'd be able to dish out enough damage against a Lulu-empowered Xin Zhao, a Bessa frontline, even a Rise with the the Rod of Ages and the Merc Tread boots. So, all things considered, AL just didn't have enough juice in the tank, whether that is because of the individual performances or the champions that ended up getting picked. We'll see if the first selection situation ends up changing up at all. Of course, AL will once again have that priority. They picked first pick last time around. We'll see if that happens again, or if maybe they want to try to get a counter into the right hands. Maybe allow for Shanks to feel a little bit more comfortable. Allow for Flandra to get one of those signature counter picks that he has in his back pocket.
And I was honestly very interested with the fact that AL opted for taking first pick, because when we look at the previous series, BLG started off with the first selection and chose to have first pick in the game 1, and then after losing game 1 and game 2 again. But in game 3, where AL got their choice, they decided they wanted last pick. So opting to go for first pick today clearly shows they had a plan with the Nico, but was not ready for how much chaos the Xin Zhao would throw into the mix, Shun really making the big difference. And so now, let's find out if they're going to change up the strategy, go back to what was working, or if they've just got something else. Because, I mean, when we look at the early champions that are still available, we're probably going to see Jace, Orianna, these kind of champions banned Rumble. I'd be very surprised if any of them are getting through. But then there's a couple more that could start to sink through. Maybe we do see that Jarvan, who has been kind of just up there as not the S tier of jungler, but like the A+ so far.
I know you mentioned, some of those powerful picks, but we are on this new patch 26.2. Do you feel like things like the Malphite, the Jace, the Lily even have been subdued in a way, or do you still feel like they're powerful enough picks to be selected early on in drafts?
I think at least in pro play, the Jace and the Malphite nerfs aren't enough to bring them back in line. But I think we're going to need to see some... More than likely, the way it works in pro play is teams let it through once, and then if it loses, other teams are more likely to keep laying it through, and then we kind of see from there. I think at the moment, some minor nerfs to Jace aren't going to be enough to make him seem not too scary, but Malphite was getting through somewhat often with things like the Mundo and the Silas being potential answers. I think his nerfs were a bit more impactful. Potentially... specifically losing 10 seconds on the ultimate cooldown at level 11 and 20 at level 16. It's just something that means you can't slam it off cooldown as much, which as you get later into the game is something Malphite wants to be doing. We do see, though, both of those insta-jump on junglers banned away.
Seemed like having an easy go button for Shun was valuable in that last one.
Yeah.
The Audacious Charge, not very long range, but it seemed like it was long range enough, especially when you had that Lulu empowering it. So all those champions that you mentioned still kind of hitting the ban tables at this point as we head into this second game. AL with that first selection opting once again for first pick, with BLG then opting for blue side. So the exact same situation as game number 1.
Is changing nothing going to pay off? Let's find out, as Okay, you've got to ban Azir here, surely. It's BLG. Come on.
Yeah, it's a kind of a preemptive Ziggs ban because they know that if that doesn't happen, that's what's going to be locked in first by Shanks.
Summoning circle,
Maybe
no
has
Knight
a bit
Azir.
of a- Oh,
no Knight
there's
Azir.
There's the printed pick. I've heard mythic legends about
No Knight
the
Azir,
printed,
game 3. This is what we want. If we see Azir banned, we have hope.
You know, you want to see my notes? It's four. It says here, what, four characters equals first pick, and 5 characters equals
Smart man.
blue
Smart
side
man.
selection. I'm still learning that one.
Okay,
Looks like the
okay.
Rumble was actually selected, so they're throwing the gauntlet. They're saying, all right, BLG, you're not gonna lock in this year, and if you do, we're okay with it. And you might not be okay with this one.
I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with it, Knight. This is the one time you weren't able to beat Shanks into the dirt. We'll put it realistically. Okay. Okay.
There it is. So,
Uh,
this now means that Shanks feels like he has an answer to this one. What exactly that will be, left to be determined. Things like Akali have traditionally been answers. I don't feel like, you know, the Assassins are really what Shanks has been thriving on recently, but it is something that he has been able to whip out throughout the course of his career. And it's against Knights Azir, which again, is something that he is 1-3 on this season.
I mean, the thing is, last time Shanks was playing the Orianna, another very strong champion who can actually hold their own against the Azir. Now, with the Ziggs band, Syndra's the only champion that really jumps out to me as like a, oh yeah, you slam this into Azir. That's something, and my god, if that's not 2 melees in your solo lanes, please lock it in, because that is the most Sejuani angle I've ever seen.
I'm seeing through the matrix right now. I know exactly what you're seeing too. Shank's gonna lock this in. This is a champion that, specifically towards the start of 2025, he was playing a lot of. The Yone really reached a high level of popularity.
Do it.
And you know it goes well
Do it.
with heavy auto attackers in your solo lanes.
Do it. That's not it. That's not it.
not-
It's my
it's not
birthday at the end of the month,
necessarily a
Tarzan.
Nocturne.
Come on.
But you
it's
know
a
what?
bit early.
We could get there too.
I mean, I don't think I'm getting it.
No, I don't think so. Hey, the Wukong's a powerful enough pick,
Yeah,
though.
it's good. It's good.
And something
Fine,
that
all right.
Tarzan definitely is going to be able to have a lot of agency with.
Sure, we're going for the other route. There was the one route of put Tarzan on full utility so he could give all the resources to the laners and hopefully sway that matchup out of BLG's favor. Going for this alternate route, this is saying, okay, fine. If Shun is going to have that much of an impact, why can't I? Picking something that does scale very well, it does now put a bit of an onus on BLG to get stuff done early. And when you have Azir, Yanara, Cassante, not exactly the tools to do so. We're going to need to see the second rotation tie up both of these drafts something nice. Things like the Rel, things like the Alistair really do need to be looked at with the amount of wombo potential on AL.
And you know what? There's a nice tool that anyone's legend have to deny some of that, and that is called the second ban phase, which we have now entered. See if any of On's champion pool does get targeted here. He does love his hard engagers, although he did play the Lulu in game number 1. Now, we get to see BLG take away some champions from Hope. Things like the Corki that could potentially work well into Viper's Yunara. Potentially give the superstar transfer ADC for BLG a little bit of a better time than he had in that first matchup.
I would love to see AL ban stuff like the Brom preemptively, considering the Misfortune is another champion that could slot really nicely into this AL comp and can threaten the Azir from super long range, so that's something to keep in mind. Outside of that, the Kai'Sa's the other natural pick. You've got full dive from AL right now. Does make it a bit more volatile, so let's see what kind of flavor... It is. Let's see what flavor BLG doesn't want to play against, though. I'll be really surprised if it's anything other than those two being banned away here. Okay.
Fellas.
Interesting. Alright. Sure. I mean, it gets a better lead against Yunara in the lane phase, so I think that's just trying to say, alright, not sure how this mid lane matchup's going to go. Top lane probably going to be Bin just absorbing the lane phase, unless we get some major impact from Tarzan early, which is unlikely on the Wukong. So now, getting some more power towards the bottom side.
I think Misfortune makes a lot of sense here. If that is something that Hope wants to end up selecting. Of course, we're going to have to wait until we get to the next ban phase here. Nautilus taken away from On. Having that easy go button means that maybe something like the Kai'Sa would get picked up by Hope just to have, deny the easy point-and-click CC. But time will tell as we wait for the selection here on the 4th pick for BLG.
Rakan is on the table. I mean, I'm very surprised, honestly, that we didn't see a Leona ban from AL if they were going to go towards the direction of that misfortune as, okay, very slow. This is one of the champions that did get impacted on the patch. Aatrox did get some buffs to his Q, which, clearing monsters, it snowballs quite a lot because that gets amplified each time he Qs. So, yeah, he's just a bit quicker, bit more, speedy on the clear. The Aatrox is already fringe good in the jungle, but this game, he's got a lot of targets to be hitting, and if we're picking short-range ADC, probably a Rakan, Alistar, these kind of champions now, the Aatrox has the potential to kind of run away with the early game if he can get even slightly ahead.
I know it didn't work out well. I forget who exactly it was in that first time we saw it. Was it? Huh. It might have been Jinja or something like that. But Aatrox jungle definitely has had its power in other regions, and you want to counter to hard engage here, Melvin? You pick a Renata. The Aatrox is going to help out there as well. I think BLG have a good answer to what Anyone's Legend have, but AL with a much more solid and complete identity.
Yes, this one, last time you had the Cassiopeia running along with a Sivir, it's like those two kind of want to do different things. They could do both, but not well. This time, everybody goes in. Everybody goes in. The Alistar and the Wukong go in first. Maybe Yone if you're feeling spicy with its shanks. And then we see the Equalizer tumble down, and it just splits BLG up, makes the fight impossible where Hope gets the free hit. BLG, with that Renata last pick and with the Aatrox, have got good tools to handle it, and even the Azir and the Yanara are incredible. They just need a bit more time to get ready. So, with double range bot lane in the pocket for BLG, let's see how many of these lanes can go favorably for BLG as we head into what could be the last game of the regular season.
AL don't want that to happen, as they still feel like they are the best team in the league. That's why they kept all 5 of their players. That is why they're on this 6-match winning streak. For starting off a little bit slow, getting off of that World Championship hangover, they decide, okay, it's time to lock in now. They have done so once again, maybe helped out by Helper, their new head coach. And need to win 2 straight maps in order to lock up that first seed at 8-2. BLG wanting to deny that with their new look roster of their own. It looks like we have some delays to initially get into this game, but still certainly should be an exciting one. And for Anyone's Legend, you told them, spice it up, go crazy, be aggressive. That is exactly what they did with this team composition.
The reason that AL looked so good throughout last year was they were just the best team in the world for so long at showing up to an objective and just outfighting you. That's what I want to see from them this game, because last game, BLG was doing it. BLG was showing up, and the thing that made BLG special, both in their prime and again now, is that they feel good about just constantly forcing plays and putting that pressure on you, making you have to perform constantly. This game, though, I don't think they have as many tools to force that. Like, when we look at how BLG force a play proactively, is Aatrox just going to run into 5 people? It has to be something that, I don't know, I think that while BLG have good tools into AL this game, they don't necessarily have good tools for BLG. So we'll have to see if they can really diversify the way they play the game and be at those objectives first, get Shun ahead, and make this difference against the AL squad, which I say is a lot more in flavor for what we want this team to be doing.
Yeah, because when you're playing a composition like what AL have, where you have the Kai'Sa Alistar, you have all these go buttons to just immediately send it straight down mid. It's a very snowbally composition. As soon as you get a little bit of a lead, it is very hard for your opponent to try to counteract that. And so for BLG, you got to make sure that you're ahead and at these objectives first, so that AL, with their desperate mindset, will go in straight into the trap, potentially, that you've set up with things like the Renata Glass, like an Aatrox, who is a very solid counter-engaged champion in his own right. And that's kind of the style that they're going to have to play. And as you say, starting with Shun on this Aatrox, being able to be just as strong as he was in game number 1 on the Xin Zhao.
100%, and this is the time to really kind of define if this champion's going to continue to have legs going into the playoffs proper. if Shun has a really gross game on the Aatrox, if he can stay ahead on the clear against the Wukong, who historically doesn't get a lot done pre-6 and really doesn't get a lot done pre-Triforce, there is a window for this Aatrox to sneak in their impact lanes, blow those important summoners, and take the pressure off of his laners, particularly the solo laners. I think this bottom lane, with the Renata into the Alistar, unless we see some heroics from Kael, should be pretty safe for BLG. But, you know, it's LPL. There's only so much positing we can do before things get thrown into the system, like potentially on walking up level 2 and deciding, actually, let's make this game interesting. Let's get
you can set up all of the expectations, make sure you have game plans for each team laid out, drawn, and clear. And then all of a sudden, 2 minutes into the game, all that can be thrown out the window. That's the beauty of League of Legends in general, but specifically in this league, crazy is our game really holding true as the motto of the LPL. And we saw it in that first game. We've seen it all season long. And when you get a matchup between the two best teams in the league at this point, you're no doubt going to get some of that chaos. And that's something that AL specifically are going to want to have to unlock with their composition today.
Absolutely. And now we're kind of going in circles at this point of just waiting to see when we're going to get to see the heroics come out. So I think let's, try and slow it down. Not, we're going to have to build it all back up once we get into game anyway. How have you been enjoying the split? Because this is my first one here and it's felt really cool.
It's been great. I mean, a lot of competitive games back and forth. The fact that we have 3 groups means that every game really matters in terms of getting yourself into the play-in tournament if you're a team in Group Nirvana, getting yourself into the playoffs if you're in Group Ascend, getting yourself seeding advantages if you're in Perseverance. I don't know how much time we have into the pause, so I don't want to necessarily whip out the standings graphic just yet, but just across the board, the fact that we've had so many close matches, so many ties having to be broken, the fact that we have a tiebreaker tomorrow between WE and NIP for first place in Group Perseverance, that just shows how close it has been between these teams in the LPL and how blessed and how privileged we are going to be to get to watch the entirety of this 2026 season unfold.
Oh yeah, I mean, when we were preparing for this game and talking the other day, there was the chance that we were going to get a tiebreaker match for first again. There was the potential that we were going to get tiebreakers again in Group Perseverance and in Group Nirvana. It's like, this has been such a chaotic start to the year in a very good way. And you know what? At least for entertainment value, S tier. S tier.
Yeah. It always comes back to the conversation. Has the LPL, are they able to build up what it takes to contest with Korea, to make it back to the top of the world stage?
It's tough.
Not entirely sure yet, but I think with the way that we've seen these teams play, everybody seems to be able to beat everybody. You can call it a good thing or a bad thing, right? It's either everybody's so good and they're all going to come in and smash Korea no matter what, or they're all kind of not so good, and when they go up against the high-level competition internationally, maybe they will struggle. It seemed like it was a little bit more of column B in 2025, but when you bring in someone like Viper, when you bring in Junja and Honkyu over from CFO, you just elevate your region in terms of just the top players that are able to compete here. And I think that is a good thing for everybody in this league, not just necessarily the teams that were able to pick those superstars up.
100%. I think that JDG roster is going to make such a big difference to the LPL's just amount of prep you have to do. With such unique styles, if we can see some of the weaknesses that have kind of showed themselves in the second half of the split get shored up, I mean, we know that JDG can take games off of the top teams. They're currently 3-1 against the 2 teams playing right here, right now, that we have been positing as the best in the league, with good reason. So if we could see the weaknesses of JDG, that consistency start to close up, then particularly going into playoffs, once we get into best of 5s, very different environment for Fearless. Right now, you can get by with a champion pool of 2 to 4, but once we're in best of 5s, that's when it really starts to show, well, there's a reason that we call Knight pretty top tier over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. It's going to continue to be fun. And speaking of what is to be expected as we wrap up our pre-Chinese New Year portion of the LPL season, I'm going to call for it. Can we bring up the potential Knights Road playoff bracket? I know it's not fully finalized as we have tiebreakers to play tomorrow, but just seeing kind of some of the potential matchups that we're going to have over these next few days before we head on, of course, that brief 2-week break for the playoffs do end up beginning. It is a kind of modified double elimination bracket. Teams at the top are going to get an extra game. That is, you know, the WEs, the NIPs of the world. Round 2, these guys are all going to be kind of single elimination. There's a lot of really fun matches, though, that have already been set up for ourselves here.
Yeah, absolutely. We know now, based on the first series, that TES will be the team playing in that qualification match, and it will be Weibo going directly to playoffs. So at least that bit is locked in. But I'm really looking immediately at that round 2. I need to see EDG continue to step up, because this roster, I mean, especially after covering Demacia Cup, I was pretty high on their expectations early on, but we just haven't seen it. As now, finally, we get the real main show.
That's all to come. What's right now, though, is Game 2 of BLG and AL. I think we got a good idea of who these fans are rooting for here, Melvin.
Don't know what would give that impression.
Of course, a very popular team. When you got superstars, you're going to be popular, right?
The most, if the fans are excited, we're going to get a fun arena, and a fun arena usually leads to fun games one way or the other. As now, we are finally into the lane phase. Let's do a brief little generalist recap. We don't need to go over everything again, but if AL are to turn their spirits around, we need to see some impact in these solo lanes. We need to see these solo laners getting ahead. And ideally, Tarzan, as soon as he hits that level 6 mark, as soon as he can, having some impact on the map, because last game just felt a bit too slow for AL.
And of course, eyes on the junglers here. Tarzan, of course, on the Wukong. Champion that, you know, he's able to do a ton on throughout his tenure here on this team. Whereas Shun on a new look jungler in the Aatrox that just got buffed in this recent patch. But as we mentioned, the way that BLG's composition functions, you're going to want to get some of your lanes ahead in order to be in a good position. And so Shun is going to be a big part of that here. Is BLG already unlocking that 2v2 push in the bottom lane like they did in Game 1.
Absolutely. Leveraging the double ranged matchup is going to be essential for these two to get a lot done. As I believe Viper just used barrier because he accidentally ate a tower shot there. So that is going to be an important summoner down. Pretty sure AL should be able to notice that it was used. It kind of... He used it and then stayed at full HP because there was a Renata shield at the same time. So there's maybe a small angle where AL didn't notice the barrier go down. But we'll just have to see, because with this Alistar, as we've seen it so much throughout the year already, there's the potential to start something immediately if he wants to.
Yeah, get a little bit too close to the tower. That's a flash, pulverize, straight in a headbutt back into the tier 1, which is certain doom, especially in the first 3 levels of the game. Viper and On are going to have to be careful of that. They do have their jungler around the bottom side, potentially doing a little cross up and towards top lane, but looks like just a standard full clear into 1 crab apiece going to be happening here, as Viper does have to flash away from that headbutt pulv combo from Kyle. He has no idea at this point where Tarzan is.
And I think we're going to call that pretty big worth right now, assuming AL does not get dived, which, to be fair, there is a Renata in the game. So there is the potential if BLG do want to full send it down there, knowing there's no heal on the Alistar. But I think that just with how the Yanara is in this early game, good for getting priority, not so good on the damage part for going for a dive. Shun is in the area though.
He's going to get spotted here by that ward in the tri-brush, so Hope and Kyle know exactly what's going on. And Tarzan headed back to base, picked up a couple of items, and now is going to be here to potentially counter this dive. Hope flashed away for the Q1. The Q2 not going to find too much, and should now have to flash away. A full-on 3v3 has unlocked here in the bottom lane, but it was only the goal of Tarzan to prevent any of his players from going down, and so AL will end up unscathed.
I think that's going to look like a 2-for-2 summoner trade. Both of Hope's summoners are down now. And yes, okay, it was Shun using the flash and the heal from On that were burned. So, even on the map, but losing the summoners from bot are going to make the lives of Hope and Kyle even more difficult. As Knight pressuring in this early game, that's what we like to see. He wants to turn around this reputation on the Azir anytime now.
Yeah, that's a good start to this one. And Shun now has an opportunity to go for this second spawn of the Raptors. Maybe a dive is possible. if Knight is able to get a little bit more poke down, as you see On also rotating up here, but Tarzan going to spot him out in this mid lane brush and dash towards him. Looks like all will be forgotten as these sides will back away. Speaking of Knight's Azir, again, big elephant in the room. It has been one of his weaker champions. If you include the Demacia Cup, not actually lower than a 50% win rate. Not something that is familiar for somebody as successful in his career as Knight. Now 1-3 on it this season, entering his 5th game on it in 2026. So certainly something that he has struggled on recently, specifically here, Melvin, but just given the reputation, it's a little bit hard to believe.
It truly is. The fact that it's just been the thorn on his side professionally, I think if Knight played Azir, even to like middling tier compared to his otherwise stellar ability to pilot the rest of those champions we just saw there, then it wouldn't be a conversation. But the fact that, as we all know, Azir is the mainstay of pro play. Hold on.
Oh, Bin somehow gets that all out all the way over the wall, forces Flandra to flash away. Flandra also going with the Ignite for a little bit of extra lane pressure, and that was enough for Bin to not go for the continued play for a solo kill. So just a pressure, just a flash. And BLG going to hope that that results in some more good situations down the line.
I think losing the Ignite as well not only takes a lot of pressure that Thunder can put out as just an ultimate trade. This is very standard in Azir plus movement champion matchups. We did see the Echo get pulled out a few times earlier on into the split as an answer. It basically does the exact same thing of Azir shuffles, you go yourself back, and dust hands, job's done. Alright, we go next. It's probably one of the weird areas where melee champions generally have a better time against Azir than the ranged champions, because standard things like Orianna, like Ryze, they just get shuffled and typically die off the back of it. It's the immobile mage problem. As now, Shun, level 6, does have the lead here. I don't know if they will turn this into a fight, AL.
Yeah, even if Tarzan's able to steal the scrub, not going to be able to have that Cyclone at his disposal. He gets sent back in by the chains, but does not get knocked up. That means that it will be a good opportunity now for BLG to go for a steal onto that Gromp and maybe even look for a play on the bottom side, as Hope and Kyle are desperately trying to push that wave out, make sure there is no threat of a dive anytime soon. Just steal the Gromp, maybe the blue buff also, as our mid-laners are also getting into a bit of a tenuous position. Shanks the Soul Unbound, going to force Knight to flash away with that Q3.
Okay, and that takes away some of the pressure that stops Shun being able to really threaten this blue buff with as much authority, knowing your mid laner can't come. He's still hitting it, has the level lead at the end of the day. Ooh. Okay.
Just gonna back out. No problem there. So BLG, hey, we talked about Shun trying to get his laners ahead. Looks like he's okay with getting himself ahead too. He's up 3 camps.
And I think the bigger part of that is getting Tarzan behind, because the longer it takes this Wukong to come online, the less impact he's going to have. It's a champion that really is only really a champion now after hitting level 6, and once he gets over to that Triforce, just gains so much value from those 2 spikes in particular. Now, Tarzan can contest a fight, but I think he's still going to get walked over by Shun. I think he's still going to get walked over in these fights. If he can get over to that Triforce without having too much more hassle, a couple camp down is not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely not where you want to be.
I feel like Wukong is one of those champions that if you fall behind, you just do 0 damage, and it just feels very, very terrible. Obviously, there's enough pieces on AL's side in terms of DPS to make that not as much of an issue, but you still want to have a little bit of threat here. As speaking of threat, Kyle gonna actually flash to land a good headbutt into Knight and pull off an Uno reverse card. Tarzan goes in with a Cyclone, and that's first blood for anyone's legend. Thought that it was a good play for BLG, but AL do a great job turning it around on its head.
That was some 90 chess type of stuff, as now Bin walks down. They will be the grub start. Pretty safe for AL, as On is still not over to the level 6 part, which would have made this fightable. Skirmishing, ADC ults down.
Viper, very, very powerful here with that unleashed ability. So forcing Hope to back away. It's going to be that trade, as you mentioned. But AL, after getting that kill on Knight, are able to make their way towards the grubs and pick up a very solid neutral objective.
I think we got to be very happy about this, particularly when it comes to side laning. Anytime Shanks can get those minions under the tower, it's going to be even more impactful for trying to get the 1-3-1 online for AL. The ability for their solo laners to collapse is going to be super, super important, and even just now for laning, as we get to see Shanks able to build himself a bit of extra gold.
Yeah, going to happily take that HP for a trade, because guess what? He's headed back to base. He doesn't really care how much HP he has as long as it is not towards a fatal margin. So he will head back. I wonder if it's enough to pick up any more than just the recurve bow. No, just going to be that. Went for the early Berserker Greaves as Mochiones do.
Yeah, makes sense. It's one of the better items to be upgraded by the mid lane quest once that starts to tick over. For now, he's just going to be standard issue fighting in the mid lane. The dragon is up and Kyle is without flash.
Chick does land. Kyle not wanting to burn that Unbreakable Will, so instead popping the heal to just get a little bit of extra movement speed on out of there. First dragon still has not been taken. And all the ultis are starting to come back online. Be an opportunity for somebody to go for a fight. Shanks once again trading very heavily with Knight and getting himself in an advantageous position with his rage jumping back in.
Okay, does take a bit of a heavy trade at the end there though. It's going to make it a bit more dicey should he want to go for another aggressive play on tonight. And with BLG posturing to start up this dragon, Tarzan on the other side of the map, Kyle walking back onto the map. This is just a forfeit, not going to go for anything. You got the grubs. It was a really delayed trade of objectives across the map. Tarzan hoping he can kind of remedy his situation right now by stealing some camps away, but you know, this Aatrox clears pretty quick. The Shun has been able to take away his minions in the jungle and make it so there's just nothing for Tarzan to collect on the other side.
That's always a sad walk into the enemy jungle, as you're just hoping that, okay, I'm going to make a play on the other side of the map. This is what all my coaches, all the analysts say I should do, and then there's just nothing there. Valuable usage of your time as you do gain some information, and see some ultimates once again traded. Fate Seal, just forcing a little bit of a dash away from Knight, able to get out of that one unscathed. Now Shun and Tarzan will once again be contesting here around this top side scuttles. Tarzan does have the ultimate available once again, and so does Shun as he pops the World Ender. In he goes, not going to land that Q2, and now going to be forced to back away. Tarzan with the first proc of the Cyclone does a lot of damage. Shank dashes back over the wall, and Knight still awaiting to use the Emperor's Divide, finds it at a perfect moment to take Tarzan down, and that evens the kill score up for BLG.
And that's the thing, when Shanks went in last, he used the Fate Unbound, but does not actually get the Emperor's Divide. So, Knight able to leverage that in the little team fight we have in the river. Very nicely done from BLG to a full collapse, and I don't really know for why, if I'm honest. That was On and Kyle up there, but just a regular little scrap, as now Kyle forcing something onto Knight.
Not able to get the distance necessary to find that pulverize onto Knight, who has been able to play very safe despite all the resources that have been thrown to him, playing like one of the best mid laners in the LPL. And if you think that is the case as well, another reminder, all pro votes are available for the taking. You flash your phone up towards your screen, scan that QR code, and vote for who you think has been the best players across the league, as we'll unveil those towards the end of the season as we get closer to the playoffs. Around that 15-minute mark here, Melvin, Knight's not necessarily at that plus 322 mark as per usual, but he's able to kind of neutralize things despite all that has been thrown his way.
Tell you what, if he can finish off the split on an Azir win, then I think it is a pretty promising case. Knight already while the up and runners in the top of that all-pro vote. Hold on a minute now, we've got a bit more of a scrap happening in the mid lane as he's really asserting himself with this Lich Bane completed, leveraging that first item power.
To just do a little bit of extra on-hit damage with the auto attacks, with the soldiers, with everything. It means that Shanks is actually taking the worst end of these trades. Now he has the lifesteal as he's going towards that Blade of the Ruin King, which always will be able to help him sustain a little bit, but all in all, Knight suddenly able to fight back a little bit stronger than before.
And it's important to point out that... Ooh, hold on.
Fate sealed. So that's a fun interaction, and it seems like Knight's been able to utilize it pretty well so far.
Exactly, it just completely eats away pressure from Shanks. Now he's getting chased down.
Yeah, he's got Shunin on the way as well. You know, would have been nice to have the Emperor's Divide, although he might have been dead if he didn't use it earlier. So instead, just going to be Shanks backing away. Now potentially some skirmishing around this top side jungle. The Rift Herald's going to be up soon. Tarzan's not going to go for the full send. Instead, going to allow for Shun to smite away this Scuttle Crab on the top side.
We have both ADCs over here too. Gonna have to see now, are both mid laners gonna immediately walk back? All of the quests except for Kael's are completed, so this could be the final lane distributions for the moment. I was also not going to be surprised if we saw Knight and Shanks immediately run back to this in preparation for the Rift Herald fight, but it looks like no. It is just going to be both teams staggering their resets, getting ready to try and set up vision around that objective. As now, AL pushing in, trying to get some vision onto the enemy bot side jungle. Maybe spot out Shun while he's taking a camp and get a sneaky window to start the Herald up themselves. God, that
Shun had a very strong point in this game as well. He's got the Thunder Sky, so thought the healing already with the passive, add a little bit more of that. It's going to be a very powerful champion at this stage in the game. See if it's going to be around the Dragon or the Herald. But BLG feeling pretty comfortable with where things are at right now.
Definitely a moment of peace, especially considering Flandra has not been able to pick up the full Liandry's.
Right, dashing in. I don't think he meant to do that. He has to now use that Emperor's Divide. Kind of lost track of his soldiers there.
He was definitely in a weird situation. Everything about that just kind of felt a bit uncanny watching the play. I wasn't really sure what was going on, if I'm completely honest with you. Like, it was a weird standoff where both mid supports were kind of look at each other, and Knight was the first one to blink.
And now, without having to use that Fate Seal, Shanks can go in and pick up a solo kill on Knight.
First one to blink, and his eyes are sealed shut with the Dragon spawned and the Rift Herald up as well. Looks like BLG are currently opting into just trading objectives, but Shanks can solo this bad boy. You can have 4 members of AL contest, and BLG are aware of it.
Lands onto On. A little bit of a Summoner Spell trade back and forth in the mid lane. Hope and Viper both just doing a little bit of peppering onto their oppositions. The Rift Herald still has not been taken, but the Dragon will eventually fall. Shanks ends up blast hitting it, evens up that count at 1. Could come at the cost of this tier 1 turret, but I think overall anyone's Legend generally in a good spot, as Bin is able to clear this wave out and allow for Shun to make his way towards this Herald on the top side.
I don't know if Shanks is tracking where Bin is, but can potentially cancel a TP should he go for it. Ooh, does find the recall and stop it, but it doesn't matter. Will there be a force fight here? Kyle is in a great position.
Kyle, he has a great position for a flank, and Tarzan knows it in with the Cyclone, and it's immediately followed up by Hope. A 2 for nothing, as it's a double kill for the Kaisa, and Flandra flashes right over the Sand Soldiers and says, not today. It's a 3 for nothing in favor of AL, and it doesn't even matter that the Herald went over to BLG, because anyone's Legends are feeling good in this game too.
That's what I wanted to see from AL. Get to an objective and just slam it down onto BLG. Able to secure some plates on either side of the map as reward. Probably going to be more gold than BLG will get by throwing down that Herald. As now we get to see how it started off. It was just AL letting BLG go for this. That's an abstract use of
just
the
trying
revive.
To burst it down with some attack speed, I think. I mean, definitely not the most valuable usage of that ability right there.
I don't know if it would have made a meaningful difference in the fight, if I'm being honest. Because I don't think either of those champions are getting a chance to revive, even with how low Tarzan was. Maybe it lets Knight fish for a counter kill. But, as we see here, everything goes in AL's favor, short of losing the actual Herald itself. And now, we find ourselves in a situation where both teams have 1 Dragon apiece. The next one spawning is in 3 minutes. Mid lane tier 1s are alive, as AL is forcing something onto Bin.
Landing that Q3, Bin in a precarious situation, but he throws out the all-out, going to try to turn this 1v2. But Shanks the Soul Unbound has suddenly become very powerful, and he's able to take down Bin and zip right back to safety.
And this is the 1-3-1 nightmare scenario, when you have a solo laner who can fight both of the enemy solo lane as well. With the Blade the Ruined King, Shanks card tears through that Cassandre as now BLG try to do the same to mid lane tower, but TP coming in.
Teleport coming in. It's going to be from both solo laners, and Hope going to try to slow down the bottom lane's retreat. On already being taken out, and Shun is going to have to try to hop into this Rift Herald to go on a grand escape, but they break the car open before his very feet. and Tarzan will make it 8-1 in favor of AL.
Baron spawning in 30 seconds. I would be scared about dying here.
In they go again. Knight throws out the Emperor's Divide, but Tarzan dives right under it like he's riding the sandworm from Dune. It's 9-1 now in favor of the Pandas, and they're going to take down this mid-tier 1 and maybe even look for the Nash.
They have a lot of money in pocket after that play, so I think taking the reset here is going to be pretty fair decision-wise, but let's see how this even started off. It was just as soon as BLG go to try and collect some of that tower plate gold, double TP, an absolute beauty of a play coming out there, as we do get a narrow escape from Viper, but it will be all for naught, as at the end of the day, we still see Knight go down at the tail end of that play, and now Dragon's up in a minute 20, but who cares about that? You gotta wait at least 15 minutes to get sold. Let's get Baron and end the game.
Anyone's Legend. Remember, we said as soon as they get a little bit of a lead, it's going to keep growing and growing and growing by the nature of their composition, and that is exactly what is happening here. Tarzan with a phenomenal game so far, punishing any overextensions from BLG. Shanks really finding great angles here on this Yone champion that, once again, he's had some success on, but maybe not as recently as we have seen this champion have a high level of priority. And now it is Anyone's Legend in a great spot here in this second game, proving that they are not going to just fall over and hand over this 1 seed. They want to hold on to that top spot in Group Ascent.
It may all come down to a potential single objective fight. Shanks is currently soloing Baron. That's happening. Man, Yone's a cool champion. Okay, he will get spotted out by the blue wall.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to kill it, but he was going to do quite a lot, considering.
It's called the limit test, right? They're far enough. I mean, I feel like I'll do it I'll do that in like a solo queue game sometimes. Maybe not in like, you know, a potential series that decides my placement in a professional league playoffs. But you know what? They're feeling confident enough. That just shows you AL firing on all cylinders once again. And Shanks is at the heart of that, havoking his way against Knight. And in goes Tarzan again, landing another 2-man Cyclone onto Shun and on. They're surviving for a long time, but they have not had hope arrive yet. They go with the Killer Instinct, but Viper's able to shut him down. And they get a second one onto Tarzan. Here comes BLG, and they're here with a vengeance. 4 kills down, and it's Shanks now trying to fight the rest of the team. But it will not matter. It is BLG with a huge punish, and they're going to get the Baron at the 22-minute mark.
Everything looked so good for AL, and then on a moment it turns. The reinforcements arrive, and AL just weren't able to get enough done in time, as this looked like such a good play, but I mean, we talked about it. These two champions are really annoying to jump in, and the fact that you don't get that narrow last hit on the ultimate coming out, and because Shanks has the ping back, Hope gets completely torn up in this fight between Viper and Knight going on him, and then it's just you're outnumbered. Shanks got pinged back over the wall. He was nowhere near to help the DPS.
And look at Shun soaking up all of that damage. You see the power of that Sundered Sky, the healing doing wonders. Keep himself alive, and then, you know, as soon as you get one of those resets, the Triumph, the extra heals, they just keep stacking and stacking and stacking, and this Aatrox goes from just a mere annoyance to an immortal amongst men. And that is exactly what he was in that specific team fight.
Definitely living the dark in fantasy this game so far for Shun. Doesn't need to be ahead on gold. He is definitely currently leading on impact after that one. Even with Tarzan doing so much to generate the lead. You look up to the top of the scoreboard, and what lead is there to be had anymore?
Wow.
Just a single dragon? The gold is dead even, really.
I mean, the Baron power play helping that out as well. But it was 5K at some point. We were talking about Game 3 plans, and all of a sudden BLG say they don't want to have a Game 3. Still some more work to be done in order for that to happen, though, as Shanks still is a powerful Yone, although Bin now starting to soak up a little bit of that damage, and having the empowered minions certainly doesn't hurt.
Takes a bit longer to tear through, and the longer it takes, the worse it gets. Well, we get Viper's ability order. That's nice.
It's pretty standard. All right.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that made Yunara super powerful, though, right? The new addition of that Fiend Hunter Bolts. You get the extra crits. When you proc that ultimate, you ascend to even a higher level than you were able to previously.
It's a proper
Speaking of
install.
ascending, Knight might ascend up to another world, as he is going to be in a whole lot of trouble. That interaction works well when you're in a 1v1, but maybe not in a 1v4, as the killer instinct from Hope sends him straight into a big payout of 300 gold.
And that's what we need to see if AL want to get this to a Game 3, want to make this last match of the regular season go the full distance. It has to be more plays like this, using your long-range pick tools, using Shanks as the main go button for the team. Tarzan can do alright in a counter engage, but maybe Shanks here might have overstayed his welcome. Nope, not gonna fall into it.
It's a weird game. I kind of
It's
forgot.
really weird.
I kind of forgot that BLG were right back in the driver's seat, but that was a momentum swinging play. Stopping some of that aggression, it makes sure that the Baron power play actually doesn't end up being much of a power play at all. Plus 900, and the Baron gives you 15. So AL able to stabilize things, and now we're going to be able to take a step back, scale up a little bit more, and then fight for this soul point in about 2.5 minutes.
It's one of the biggest things about this season is it's so easy to throw a lead because there's so much gold available everywhere. If you stop putting your foot on the pedal, if you give a moment for your opposition to breathe, they can drag themselves right back into it. We saw BLG notice that window at the Baron fight and seize it to make the game even. One more play goes wrong and suddenly it's back into a winning spot.
Again. Nice, just the Emperor's Divide there by Knight this time, and Hope just gets assassinated straight into 4 members of BLG, and that killer instinct ended up killing him instead. Shanks now has to flash over the red buff wall, but he's going the wrong direction as BLG find another opening to get themselves back into this game.
3 people chasing down Shanks. He doesn't have the Baron recall. He has to fight his way if he wants any chance of survival, but it is only a matter of time until Viper finally having a Viper-like game, being the man that makes the difference in these team fights, knocking down Hope in front of the Baron, knocking down Hope again here. If there's a way for BLG to walk away with it, it seems to be with Viper at the helm.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly Hope got into that situation, but again, just maybe pressing the ultimate at the wrong time. That is just the danger, though, of playing as BLG's composition here, Melvin. When you have a Renata ulti, a Nazir shuffle, even a knockup from Cassante or Aatrox. As soon as you press your instant all in and that's your last dash, it becomes very difficult to play the rest of the game. And we're going to see that right here. Hope getting zoned out by Knight, but anyone's Legend still trying to force this fight. The headbutt in from Kyle is big, and they should be able to take this Azir down. He lives for a little bit longer, but eventually will be Hope to issue the killing blow. Bin running out of time on his all-out, will be forced to flash away, and that is all going to be BLG retreating after losing their mid laner.
Crazy work from Gael there to manage to turn that into a play where you actually come out with some gold in pocket. And once again, it is Knight being the one getting picked off. Not what we want from our expected man of the season, but we need to see now if BLG can drag themselves back together with this dragon spawning in 6. Prio on the map for AL. If they can take this to a soul point, then suddenly it becomes a lot more pressure on the BLG team's shoulders. You have Bin pushing into the top side, has got teleport, but it looks like there's not going to be any attempted contest by BLG for this dragon. That's going to be soul point for AL.
So the back and forth game that we were hoping to see between these two teams. A battle for the first seed in Group Ascend is delivering here in this second matchup. AL going to pick up this third dragon of the game, crawl closer and closer back in terms of the gold deficit, and are looking to stay alive in this matchup, force the game 3. But BLG not making it easy at this point here, Melvin.
Taking a look as we prepare for the Baron fight. Let's do a little run through of summoners, of important items that have been picked up in the meantime. Currently no GAs on the junglers. We do have a Seekers up there for Flandre. Zonya's now for Knight in pocket. Both ADCs up into that 4-item territory. Pen item in the pocket for Hope, but not for Viper. Along with the fact that there is that anti-heal, does mean that Shun is a fair bit less durable if Hope is getting to hit him now. And then for supports, that Mikhail's finished for On. It could be the difference maker when it comes to getting out of one of Kyle's combos quicker, but really that's the only thing for it to be used on.
Got my eyes on these bot laners here, Melvin. I mean, Viper, this newfound not newfound, but the prodigal son of the LPL, the most fed member in the game at this point, going up against Hope, who has 4 items himself on a Kai'Sa pick that has dominated Group Ascend matches all across the board. Whoever has the better fights, whoever has the better positioning, could be the team to come out on top of this one. And a huge test for a player like Hope, going up against Viper and having an opportunity to outplay him, outmatch him, and force this game 3.
It's a Cold War scenario we sit at right now, standing in front of this Baron. Neither team wants to be the one to aggro it. Neither team wants to be the one to get their resistances shredded. Shanks looking to get some level of pressure down, but the fact that he hasn't got to hit this bot lane tier 2 once goes to show that Bin is really starting to turn into the brick wall. Approaching that level 20, already got the Randuins in pocket, mitigates a lot of that crit damage that Shanks is pumping out there. I think Shanks is still winning an elongated fight, but that doesn't matter if it's enough time for BLG to win the game on the other half of the map.
We've entered a lull. 30 minutes into the game. AL have stabilized the gold. It is now 400 in favor of Billy Gaming, who now again just need that one win to lock up first place in the group based off of just game differential alone. AL trying to get to 8-2, have the runaway best record in terms of series score. Make sure that BLG don't have the sweep on them throughout the regular season. I mean, that's something that can play into the mental of this as well here, Melvin. The fact that BLG could have AL's number, at least so far in this season. I wonder if that will continue to be the case around this fight.
Flandra looking, Tarzan
Yeah,
going
he goes in. Really nice flash, trying to lock down Shun, who still has not burned the ultimate. Shanks has to use the Fate Seal defensively, though. And that means that Billy Gaming could now go on the attack. Bin popping that control ward over the wall to get a little bit of a sense of where AL are currently situated. And with them now going back to base, potentially, it's going to be BLG starting up the Baron and canceling the recalls of AL. Likely to get a full 5v5 unless AL are content with just allowing this objective to go down. Tarzan has the Baron at 6,000 HP, has the Guardian Angel, but is afraid to go over the wall just yet. A teleport comes in with the spellbook from Kyle. They've kept the Baron at 5,000, waiting for anyone's legends to go in. Shanks goes with the Soul Unbound, but is now forced to tether back as Flandra has now overheated. In goes Knight. He goes for the shuffle, but everybody flashes away. And that is a big tool that is no longer at the BLG mid laner's disposal. He's burning down. And in goes Hope, but he goes golden at just the right time. And Viper is gone. On will fall. It's a double kill already for the Kai'Sa. And Hope has found his moment. It's a triple kill for the AL bot laner. And that will be the full ace for AL.
Absolutely fantastic from AL. They let BLG draw themselves to the end of the Baron and then say, no, this is our fight. Kyle had a perfect TP flank to go around the side and completely shut out any escape from BLG. Once they had walked too far, once they had stepped into AL's trap, it was all over from there. As we get the full 3 games. Hell yeah!
BLG looked like with the Baron they could shut things out, but AL had a glimmer of hope. We're going to a decider in our final series of the regular season.
Yes! This is what we wanted. This is it. All 3 going the distance between the best teams in the league in what was, I would say, one of the best games I've seen between these 2 teams so far. That was exactly as back and forth as I wanted it to be. And I think that may have given a bit of the momentum, a bit of the confidence advantage over to AL going into that 3rd game.
Started from the draft. Just the mind games that AL were able to play. They knew they had to spice things up. They threw BLG a bone. They said, we're not going to ban Azir. We're not even going to pick Azir in the first round. Do it. You won't. And BLG, they had too much of an ego seemingly. They know they have struggled on this pick all season long. They pick it up, and anyone's legends just had the perfect response to it. Shanks played that Yone game masterfully. He was able to find really advantageous trades for himself, allow for Tarzan to get in, and whichever jungler got off to the better start so far in this series, Melvin, has been able to close out the game and give their team the win.
I would say in AL's case, though, it was a bit less decisive. Particularly with that throw around the Baron. It really did look like BLG was just about to walk away with it for a good portion there. But it came back to AL team fighting around objectives. getting themselves to that soul point, and I think the fact that they had soul point put that extra level of pressure that BLG knew they have less than 2 minutes before the Mountain Dragon spawns. If we don't force Baron now, we're going to get stuck in the terrible position where they could just send Shanks to solo Dragon and stop us doing Baron, and if we go to Dragon, then they get Baron. And so it was a lose-lose situation. AL had got themselves into the winning position off the back of those objectives, and with a immaculately played final team fight, they were able to take it away after what looked like it should have been all over, because they had lost 3 of their key engage ultimates before the fight even started.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the point of how these compositions like to function. We're going to get a replay of that last fight, but part of me is wondering if BLG just stayed on the Baron, forced AL to fully commit without having those tools, and then BLG go for the counter engage, would that have resulted in a better fight? Instead, you see Knight dashing in with basically a reckless Emperor's Divide, trying to shuffle everybody back in, ends up hitting nobody. And even though he survives for a little bit longer with a nicely timed Zhonya's at the end of that one, Hope is able to dash in with the Killer Instinct and just absolutely tear BLG to shreds. We said whichever bot laner had the better performance in the decisive fight would end up winning the game. And guess what? It was Hope. It was not Viper. It was the LPL mainstay that has stuck around here for the last few years, been across the league, whether it was, on JDG, down to WE, back onto AL. He stayed in the LPL, and he's now taking down the mercenary that is Viper.
Who, for the most part of that game, did look like he had the potential to run it for BLG, but was not able to take them over the line. I wouldn't say drag them over the line, though, because it definitely felt like everybody on BLG, short of the man in the mid lane, had their moments of incredible impact, where Shun did a lot to re-drag them out of that pit and put them back into the game with on around that first Baron play. But now, we have to start to project forward as we get the replays going through the history of what we just watched. And it does feel like history at this point, because even though this is only minutes ago, the only place we can look forward to is what on earth gets played in Game 3. Because right now, AL may be on the momentum, but they have only beaten BLG when Knight's been on Azir. Can they break that streak at this point? Because I don't see
Fearless strikes again, but in the opposite way.
Yeah, because we need to see them be able to win on something else. Shanks was able to get a winning matchup here, and I think that was the important part. Now, can we extrapolate that to the draft as a whole, or is it just we have a winning answer when it's against Azir?
That's a great point, because the Azir it's a meme. We can talk about it all you want, but as you say, the reason that it's worked out is because that is what Shanks has been able to get a good laning phase out of, and that is the main thing that has kept AL in shape. Obviously, they lost a couple of team fights here and there, but this one ended up being just a beautiful situation here. You got to shout out Kyle for that TP flank as well. I mean, you mentioned it at the top. Watching it again, he was a big reason as to how AL won that game.
If Viper gets the DPS Hope down there, I think he does win the isolated 1v1 with Knight coming out of Zhonya's and finishing off the kill. And then it becomes a very different situation. Losing that Yanara damage, I mean, there's just no damage threats at that point. Azir's dead, Yanara's dead. What is Cassante and Aatrox supposed to do? They're not that broken anymore.
Yeah, potentially. We'll wait to see as we finish off the rest of the season, obviously. But yeah, for now, this series delivering. That game definitely delivering. You saw the gold graph. That is an LPL gold graph if I've ever seen one. None of this one-sided nonsense. You're getting back and forth, comebacks, throws, all in the same. And that is exactly what you are to expect when we have our 2 top teams in Group Ascend. Potentially that finals preview, and if the finals are anything like this one here, Melvin, we are in for a treat to round out the season.
Yeah, I think this is a well-deserved MVP. I mean, recency bias because at the end of the game I was thinking Kyle, but at the end of the day, the reason that AL had the lead was Shanks in the mid lane, really sticking it to Knight throughout the game and being that pressure in the side lanes, in the team fights. Yeah, fair, deserved, definitely, and, can he do it twice in a row? That's going to be the main question, because if you can, then suddenly we have a very interesting playoffs to look forward to.
Yeah, AL don't want to get swept by BLG in terms of series score. They did not get swept in game score here tonight. They want to finish things off. They are not just going to be satisfied with that one win. BLG are going to get first selection in our final game of the 2026 Split 1 regular season when we come back from this short break on LPL English. One more game to determine first place in the LPL regular season. Who's going to have the top spot entering the playoffs and be in the best position entering a shot at first stand? It's going to be either BLG or anyone's legend. It looked like BLG were going to come back in that second game and complete a sweep, but AL denied them. They won a clutch team fight at the very end of the game off the back of Hope on his Kaisa. Shanks had a great game on the Yone. Everybody for AL able to deliver in a clutch moment to send us to a Game 3.
And of all the people who were not able to perform from BLG, the last one we were expecting, but it was Knight on Azir, not able to get it done. Can we get a return to form from BLG with him on a different champion? The blessing of Fearless for BLG.
Yeah, it means you're not going to be able to be put in a situation to lock that in again. It does create a very interesting mind game that you're going to be able to play with your opponents for the rest of the playoffs. Like, remember, it's a reminder that these stage games that we see from these teams are a mere fraction of the amount of practice and the time that these guys are playing the game. And I wonder if all of a sudden this is going to start to shake Knight's confidence a little bit, just about, playing the Azir is going to become a topic that people think about. Maybe he's dominating in scrims and just having some bad moments here. All to say, stuff to look forward to. But right now, got to focus in on the present, and that is the fact that AL have evened our series up. That Azir will not be on the table any longer, but certainly a lot of fun options available for what, again, is the final game of the regular season. We got tiebreaks tomorrow, but in terms of the initially scheduled matchups, this is it.
So I suppose we should kind of shopping list some of the champions we expect to see. We're talking about Knight, so why not keep it on that route? Things like the Syndra, the Talia, the Ziggs even potentially could come up here if we want to take it more into like the melee skirmishes. There's a Kali, Galio is a potential signature we could find out, and again, Ari. All stuff that could come out here from the man in the mid lane. As we kind of expand that out to the rest of the game, what kind of champions are you hoping that we end up seeing, as now it is all or nothing, do or die moments for these players?
When I was going back and watching, just getting excited for a new player or a player to re-enter the league in Viper. Watch back some of the crazy LPL highlights he had, and a champion that's been very popular recently and was very popular back when he was on EDG winning Worlds was Aphelios. And he had some great games on that champion. Want him some finals, want him some World Finals. Would love to see him whip it out. I know it's normally used as a bit of a counter match if the Yunara's not available and blah, 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 but we'll see. I think it's definitely something that can fit the playstyle. Give Viper the ball. Again, it's been a situation where it's been a lot of other players being the main reasons why BLG is winning games. Viper has obviously been solid, but he has not been to that next level since he has joined BLG.
Absolutely, and the question is, will we need to see that from him this time around, or will the rest of the team be able to stand back up? We think about what carry champions are left in the top lane. A lot of the big picks have already been knocked down, but Bin Jax is on the table. That is something we do need to keep an eye on in this draft. It was played in the last Game 3. These two teams played against each other to great effect. As far as the other ones that are really things we need to keep an eye on, the Kiana still could slip through right now. Rel is another important support that has yet to be picked, and in the last time they played, pulled out Shen support. So I'm expecting some flexibility, maybe something new. If we're lucky, and by we I mean me, Tarzan might pull out that Sejuani.
Yeah, we were going over into the break. It feels like the Yone was the best situation for that. Other pairings that are traditional.
Freljord comp, Anivia, Sejuani Ashe, they could do it. AL could do it.
That sounds great in TFT set 1. Doesn't sound great potentially on the
Can you tell the last time I played TFT?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, same here. They are all very playable champions, just maybe not in conjunction. I don't know. We'll see exactly what BLG what AL want to opt for here. It seemed like their strategy of just full sending it, going for fights, letting Tarzan engage basically at his own will, worked out for them in that last game. So we'll see if there are other tools available to allow that to happen again. I believe the Orianna has been banned away in both games so far. If you combine that with like a Nocturne, something like that, that maybe an easy go button for anyone's legend that is not the same as some of the other champions that they already have picked and will no longer be available because of Fearless.
Absolutely. I mean, other things that have been on the ban bench for all of the games we have had. the Jace and the Malphite. Those have been the champions that were banned over and over thus far. Things like the Poppy, maybe the Jarvan end up slipping through. That Ziggs was also banned away, but that was the bait thing from AL to make picking the Azir more appetizing for BLG. So I expect that's at least one more ban available for AL. It just depends now. I don't think we know quite yet which side of the map will have each of the teams on. It will be BLG getting the first selection. So drumroll, waiting to find out what they have opted for.
Not entirely sure. I think if all serves well, the more preferred option has been to just take the first selection, allow for your opponent to go either side. But maybe maybe BLG are happier with getting a counter pick. We'll see exactly. I mean, I know Bin is a player that, and top lane right now is a role where if you get a good matchup, it can really mean the difference between winning and losing a game. Perhaps that is a situation that BLG would be happier with, and so we shall find out as we're looks like waiting on a bit of a pause to get back into the swing of things here.
That's all right. And I think for BLG, I think taking away the counter pick would be even bigger just to deny it from AL, because when this team looks good against BLG, it's when they've got some kind of counter picks. Typically in the mid lane, that's the one we've highlighted, but at the end of the day, compositional counter picks matter just as much. On's Renata was nearly enough to drag BLG back into the game last time around, but it just wasn't enough to get over the line this time, especially if things like the Bard available for support. That is something we could see either player lock towards. On's Blitzcrank also potentially on the table. There are a lot of things, even though we're in Game 3 of a Fearless, that could come out and completely swing the direction of the draft. It just entirely depends where the first few picks end up going. Which of those standard picks do we see get to sink in?
Time will, of course, tell. As once again, just as a reminder, that even though if BLG winning this game would put both teams at 7-3 in terms of match score, because of the way the game record is set out, BLG winning this game would put them ahead by just 1 in terms of the plus minus. Or actually, it might even if it tied them up, they would have swept AL anyway in the head-to-head. So, with that being said, it means that the winner of this will be the 1 seed entering the playoffs of split number 1. There's the typical go around here. BLG opting to pick first, AL going for blue side. We will not see that Orianna, as a lot of these popular picks once again being banned away.
Okay, now what is going to end up sinking through? The Talia is one that is, I'm going to keep talking about it until we see whether it comes out or not. The Akali priority goes down a bit with the Orianna banned away. We might even end up potentially seeing that Ahri slip through, as it will be a top lane ban, knocking that Sion out, making it a bit more difficult for AL to put together a standard front to back.
That makes sense to me. This feels like a game where Flandre would be very happy slamming something like the Sion. You have, of course, things already taken away that can do decently well into it, and it's just a pick that Flandre really has enjoyed throughout his tenure in the LPL when he was playing alongside Viper back on EDG when they went all the way to, of course, that World Championship title. But Bin's going to lock in the Aurora first. This is a flex pick, can go to either solo lane, but it could just be Knight getting something rather comfortable. Maybe a Victor is the response here for Shanks.
It's something. I don't know how I feel about picking a Victor this early on into the draft, but I mean, there is always the angle to send that up to Bin in the top lane if you want to get a counter pick on the Knight now, but we'll have to see what ends up going down. With an immobile mid laner picked up, the first thing I'm thinking about is, do we see a Vi lock in from Shun here? Because, yeah, anything you could do to punish an immobile mid is going to be very profitable. And also, there was a brief hover on the Ashe base cycling through everything. One of the picks that comes to mind is that Ashe Seraphine, something to keep an eye on, because with that, there is always the opportunity for a Sylas to come in. Not anymore with Shanks locking in the Victor.
Going to be able to deny that very easily in the laning phase. Bard has been banned against On.
Nice.
Multiple times, actually both games in that second phase. So they decided to pick support a little bit earlier this time around and get this player one of his most favored champions. Going to go likely well alongside an Ezreal that can survive very well in an isolated lane while this Bard goes around, roams, and provides impact across the map.
does mean Viper will be taking a pretty humble backseat, though. So it does require the rest of the squad to be on picks that can drive the game forward. With Hope on that Corki, something that he really does prize playing, there is the potential to go for aggressive plays if left alone, and I don't mind which of these champions we end up picking here for AL, because I would say either give a lot of facilitation to get stuff done in the bottom lane. It will be the Nautilus, has the potential to match those roams, and has something that can actually answer the Ezreal with that depth charge, being able to follow even through Arcane Shift.
Yeah, similar situation to like locking a Vi, but instead you just get the depth charge onto either the Ezreal or the Aurora, two champions already that are rather slippery and can now be locked down just a little bit easier as we enter the second phase of the draft. Anyone's Legend currently are looking for a top side of the map. BLG could be looking for a top side of the map, although they could of course also flex that Aurora up to the top side. Bans are going to start to come through, and Shun is going to be the target early on.
Makes sense. Ban out some of these physical damage champions. The Kiana is one that I think both of these teams should really keep in mind at this point. There's not a lot of point-and-click CC. The Nautilus has point-and-click, but it's not fast, and Kiana has a good shot of outrunning it and be able to do all her damage before she gets knocked up. So, something that I think both teams should be very mindful of as we get into the rest of these bans. The Mundo also something that could come in if either team wants a beefcake, because we do get Kiana knocked out.
Just thinking about stuff that could work well into anyone's Legends composition, specifically the Corki and the Victor. It feels like they have set up a very, clear-cut identity for themselves already, regardless of what top laner or jungler they lock in. They want to scale up, they want to team fight, they want to do big AoE damage in these big circles. And just curious, I'm very interested to see what kind of champions could try to counter that. It looks like stuff that can immediately dive into the backline is what AL's best guess is, and that's why they're banning away a ton of junglers here for Shun. That's 4 junglers out of their 5 bans.
I would really not be surprised if we see a Mundo ban here, because when you look, the Ezreal's not renowned for tearing through tanks, and we look at the rest of the squad, I mean, all these two need is a good frontliner for AL. Whether that be in the top lane or the jungle, looks like it's just going to be a Croc.
So giving last pick over to Tarzan in the jungle is going to allow for BLG to at least know where these soul laners are specifically going and give a counter pick either to Bin or Knight, depending on where this Aurora ends up finishing. That and a jungler here for Shun that he's going to have to pick up line. Knight hovering the Galio, another champion that he has done exceptionally well on recently, and that is going to be the lock-in. He played it a little bit earlier on in this season, ended I believe 6-1 in 15, and provided some huge game-breaking plays to allow his team to win a decisive game. And this is a pocket pick to say the least. You said that BLG needed a little bit more damage potentially to shred through tanks. That is exactly what this Kindred is able to provide.
That, you cannot pick Zed here into Kindred, surely, Tarzan. I know it is something that he historically has styled on like the best of them to ever do it, but I mean, he did just get nerfed on this patch. I think it's a bit more stock standard, but the Lee Sin does at least have the ability of removing Kindred from her own ultimate. Gragas also on the table, but it looks like it will just be that Lee Sin pickup. Okay. Oh, it just swapped to Sejuani. It's my birthday. The screen froze
you
just
got
as
your
they...
wish.
Hooray! I was just thinking it's a good Sejuani angle, and I was, I wasn't going to be disappointed with Tarzan on Lee Sin. But if AL really wants to treat me nice, I suppose they can. As so this gives Tarzan something.
Yeah, you get Tarzan Sejuani. We all get Knight Galio. We get Shun Kindred. I know Mazel is watching and is very excited about this.
Win.
After finishing off that first series. Just a great way to wrap up our regular season in a decisive game, again, to determine the #1 seed out of Group Ascend, getting yourself the best possible path to the first international of 2026. Do you like this Sejuani here? You think it works well?
I mean, if you want me to be completely honest, no. But if you want me to be completely honest,
that's not what you're supposed to say.
No, I know it's not what I'm supposed to say. But looking at, there was a reason I wasn't pushing the Sejuani agenda as this draft went on, because you kind of need to kill quickly. And the pick tools are nice individually, but you're against a Bard. Even if you land a Sejuani on somebody, the fact that Bard, who is probably building Mikhail's first item, can either cleanse them out of it and portal them away, or from across the map chuck down the ultimate to then send in the reinforcements with a Galio on top. I don't know. It's going to need to be a very, very scrappy game for AL to win, considering I think their champions just get a bit turbo outscaled. The Victor will do a lot later, but can just die instantly, so...
One final game to wrap up the regular season, to wrap up Group Ascend, to figure out who will be seed number 1 and who will be seed number 2. And I love how, Melvin, we were going into this series. We were building up 2-star players. On AL, it was Tarzan. On BLG, it was Knight. These are 2 players that we think have very strong cases for even the MVP award at the end of split number 1, and both of them on facilitating champs in this decisive battle.
And you know what? I think that if you can get it done while on the facilitators, even more credit to you, because bringing that power and not just having to be the solo character and dragging it to your team is so important, considering you need to be ready for rosters, especially when we go international. Like, at the end of the day, we're looking towards first stand prospects for both of these teams. You need to be ready to play against the best of the best in every single role. If you cannot help facilitate your team, then it's gonna really hamper.
That's true. I mean, these teams were designed not just to be revolving around a single superstar. In a way, that's kind of what BLG ended up becoming towards the back half of 2025. It was really the night show. At the end of the day, Bin was having slightly, not his best year. Elk and On had some of their struggles in their own right. The jungle situation was what it was with BLG. And Knight really had to do a lot of that heavy lifting. But now, bringing in Shun, who he's very comfortable playing alongside Knight. You bring in Viper, one of the best ADCs or players on the free agency market. This is now their show. They're on the carries. They're on the backline AD threats. And they're going to have to tear through this massive front line that that AL have now constructed.
And so, just because of the way the ADC items scale, we need to have AL get off to an early lead. You cannot let this go to 4 items. 1 to 3, it's playable. But once it starts to get into the mega late game, this Kindred is going to tear through you. One of the big weaknesses when we're looking at this early part of the draft for BLG was, oh, Viper is on Ezreal. Ezreal does not tear through tanks. AL picks some tankier champions. Oh no, Shun, with a compositional counter pick on this Kindred, locks in, and is very likely to be the main difference maker if BLG is to take this game away, as now we do have no marks, lost the coin flip on the first one, does not opt to stand there and wait to have the mark come over a bit of Kindred tech, instead is just wanting to maximize the farming, stay on par with Tarzan, who will be building very, very cheap items, so gotta stay on the board to keep up with him.
Yeah, we'll see if that build that you mentioned comes in, and one of the biggest synergies that Sejuani has in this game is with Flandra on the Renekton. They already forced a couple of flashes, and they're going to get a stun out of him as well. Bin in severe danger, and danger turns to death. It's first blood for AL on the top side.
Super important. You can see a 20 CS lead already occurring just because of this range versus melee top. Flandra needs that help to get through the early, get to that level 6 mark, and be able to threaten onto the Aurora. As now, we do have TP coming back in top, but Tarzan isn't up there anymore. Will be both flashes down. Should hopefully, for AL, make Bin a bit more reticent to play aggro. However, I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be constant aggression across the board. Speaking of, going to be Knight forcing a flash, but in goes Kyle. So a lot of summoner spells being burned in the mid lane, but it results in nobody actually dying. And now Shun going to prompt an invade here onto the second spawn of the Raptors and force Kyle back away. Another hook does land, though, as On might have been caught a little bit out of position. He uses the magical journey to escape. A 3v3 around the mid lane. All but show at this point. Not a lot of full sends in this certain exchange. We've just crossed the 5-minute mark. Shun really wanting this camp, able to secure it. Hero's entrance does come out, and Kyle and Tarzan are both knocked up, and both ticking dangerously low. Shun picks up that first kill, and BLG have equalized the kill count at 1.
Well, very nicely played by BLG to keep that series of play going for super long. Main beneficiary will be the mid jungle for BLG, but Viper was left alone for the majority of that. Had to take the recall. He's going to be able to calmly collect their farm now. Sheen in pocket. Hope opting for the Cull and Tia, going for a very scale-heavy route in the early game.
Really nicely done. Knight barely able to get to 6 to throw out that hero's entrance. And, you know, you might think about Knight and Galio. Not really a Knight champion, a carry champion. It definitely wasn't at the start of his career. And we had that infamous 2024 World Championship Finals where Faker just styled all over him on this pick. And since then, it seems like Knight's learned. He's had a pretty good time on this one. We're going to see him have it again as he lands a stun onto Shanks, takes him down, and gives Shun his second kill of the game on the Kindred. So BLG getting this jungle snowball rolling, and it's coming off of the back of their star mid laner playing on more the defensive side.
It sure as hell isn't a pick jungler in the way I was imagining, but you know what, when you pair it with a bard, it's doing great work to bring that attention, bring that pressure into the mid lane and shut down the immobile mage. This is the thing about locking in an immobile mage early into a draft, especially where it's that early on dying.
We're just praising him. That's a caster curse right there, Melvin, as Hope ends up getting taken, or getting a kill in the bottom lane in his own side. True Shot Barrage comes out, not going to be any kills there in response to Viper, as Ben is once again being the focus here. Tarzan clearing up on the top side. They're not going to get any kills here, though.
Okay, now we have the dragon being looked at from BLG. You do have a Kindred, so you tear through it reasonably quickly. Already at that tier 2 smite. Tarzan will be able to just continue to eat up these Kindred marks. Currently at 1 for sure. We've got to look at the 4 is the big marker. Once he gets that, it'll be an extra 75 attack range on the Kindred, and then further 25 range for each 3 marks beyond that. So we are playing the Kindred minigame, denying this extra range. Because if Kindred starts to get, you know, past the 4, past the 7 marker, then they start to feel like a real traditional ADC as far as how far away they're hitting you. And that is going to give AL a super difficult time, because they are a mid to low range comp. Just because they have the Victor doesn't mean they want to be playing at arm's reach.
I mean, they basically become, at some point, if you get enough stacks on Kindred, you become Vayne with Caitlyn range. It just is a very hard champion to try to navigate against if he starts to scale, and Shun knows how to scale on this champion specifically. Again, one of his specialties, a 41-17 overall record. That's over 70% win rate, over 58 games. That's how you know a guy really likes this pick, and will want to pick it in any single possible situation that it could be valuable for his team.
It's a very dirty pocket pick this game. I think it does so much to answer the aggression from AL. There is still the potential, at the end of the day, if you're forced to use Kindred ult early, then just because you have Knight landing on top of you with the Galio doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be happy with the situation. So there are plenty of avenues for AL to play through, as now we do have attention being paid to these grubs. Shun is looking to back, as I think, yes, okay, AL are going to aggro, and Shun isn't going to cancel recall. That is going to be running off a base with the Kraken Slayer in pocket. I don't think there'll be anything to do over here on this side of the map, but that is a very, very scary Kindred at this point into the game. You need to be super careful if you get into a fight, particularly with that dragon spawning in 3 minutes.
Yeah, the silver lining, only 1 mark for Shun so far. If things had coin flipped a little bit better for him, it could be at 3, maybe even 4 at this point. But not going to really be much of a difference in terms of the damage he's able to provide against some of these players on AL at this point. Shun, I think you could argue, strongest player in the game at this point. Only one to have completed his first item, other than Tarzan, who now has just picked up the Protoplasm Harness. So maybe going to be difficult to kill the Sejuani, but everyone else certainly in danger if you're AL.
100%, and even the Sejuani will get torn up if given time to free hit for an elongated period. One of the things about this Protoplasm Harness that works so nicely with both Sejuani and Aftershock is if you do somehow get bursted out on Sej, which is really hard to do, then you're going to get incredible increased healing, because the heal from the the second part of that lifeline passive scales with your resistances. So Sejuani, innately high resistances from the passive, and then once the aftershock procs, even higher. Shun, though, is going to get the better end of this with a Raptor pickup. That was not a Mark camper.
Raptor's a Raptor nonetheless. Surprisingly enough, Tarzan actually has the CS advantage at this point, although more standing camps for Shun to take at this very point, so you can consider it essentially even right now, and that is the state of this game, even. And you know, we mentioned how AL likely want to be ahead early on, but you know, Hope's in a good spot. We got Flandre already picking up that first kill, though he has now fallen behind in the CS department. BLG, I think they feel comfortable about where things are just due to the scaling that they eventually are going to have.
100%. I mean, for AL, you're kind of waiting for those big break points right now. You want that Triforce onto Hope. You want that first items onto Shank. First item onto Shanks. And then we can finally... Oh, that's a bad route.
Gets cancelled here with a Justice Punch. Arcane Storm coming out as well. Don't think this is going to be enough to kill Knight, especially not if he flashes away and allows for Shun to instead be the one to eat up the Dredge line. Glacial Prisons potentially going to be issued, and preemptive flash from On will make sure that everyone on BLG will survive.
Very, very much an overstep from BLG that is swiftly punished by realistically only 2 AL members needed. Tarzan just comes in to be the threat that says you can't re-engage, as Bin maybe the attention of some pressure, otherwise it will just be Tarzan continuing to play the Kindred minigame.
Dominus has been popped. AL have clearly telegraphed their next move, and that is a dive onto Bin on the top side. Knight does have the hero's entrance, going to use it to try to keep Bin alive as he goes between worlds and uses the weirding to chunk Flandre down to half HP. With Knight chasing after him, Flandre could potentially be in some danger, but there's not enough damage, not enough gap closed to allow that to happen. So just going to be a stop of the dive from a BLG. They want to just make sure no more blood is shed in the top lane.
And they do secure that mark for Shun on the Kindred, which is also important. As hold on there, as he overstepped potentially.
For more too, and he dies away from the Dredge line of Kyle. Protoplasm Harness has been procced, and there's a lot of stuns issued onto Shun. Can they burst him down before the ulti? No! The Lamb's Respite does come out, but it's a big numbers advantage right now in favor of anyone's Legend as they are punishing this invade by BLG. True Shot Barrage going to come out. It takes down a member as the Renekton does fall, and Knight and Bin suddenly are able to make things work in the 2v3 situation. Knight down at 300 HP. Shanks issues the gravity well, but is unable to do a lot more damage onto the Galio, and both sides will retreat. Overall, a 2 for 2 with the help of Viper from long range.
But in a very bloody teamfight, Shanks is going to be super happy on the Victor. Gonna pick up a ton of passive stacks to further those evolves, who has so far, despite being on a scaling mage, had a really disgusting impact in all these skirmishes so far.
I mean, this was a very aggressive play from Shun. He was playing around with his food a little bit, and I think just kind of didn't realize the amount of firepower that AL still had left standing.
And On gets zoned away from the Kindred ult by Tarzan, pretty much just right-clicking onto him. But with all the important cooldowns already blown, despite being able to get rid of 2 early on, there's just not enough damage left to get through that shield from Bin's TP. Really sick Viper ultimate to clean up 1. And now we get a skirmish over Dragon. Both junglers are here.
Tempered Fate does delay On's death for a little bit, but it still should happen. And there's the snipe from downtown, sticking Shun into a glacial prison. A beautiful play from Tarzan Sejuani, as it's a 2 for nothing plus the Drake for the Pandas.
That's what we picked the Sejuani for right there. Smite secure into pick onto their opposite number. And now zoning former teammate Viper away from walking to his tier 1 tower. I mean, it looks like the pressure will start to fade, but I'm starting to feel very excited about this game. I think we got something real serious going on. AL needed to get ahead in the early game. Otherwise, they were going to get completely walked over. And I don't know if this is exactly enough, but I think this is at very least the right kind of start that we want to see if this is going to be the most dramatic game so far.
And every game in this series so far, Melvin, where a team has picked up a significant gold lead like AL have right now, it was not always a complete gold lead, right? In game number 1, it was the bot lane that potentially got a little bit ahead, but the rest of BLG were winning. In that last game, AL seemed like they had a lead, but there was like another side. This time, everybody on anyone's Legend has a gold lead in terms of the gold that matters. Right now, On is the only one on BLG that actually is ahead in terms of income. That is a good sign for how AL are going to be able to use everybody on their team to start to snowball this one if they want to pick up this Game 3 win. As BLG don't really have an area of the map where they feel particularly advantaged in.
And short of something really stupid, if I'll be honest, in like the next 20 seconds, we're about to hit 15 minutes, and this will be the only non-Azir interaction where AL are walking away with leads in the solo lanes at 15 minutes, which, as you're saying, is something different to what we've seen between these two teams so far. After that Grump side skirmish, the most important objective in the game, as we all know, it kind of all went to a bit of chaos. And you know what? AL thrived in that chaos. They had their numbers there and were able to pick up enough that now, as far as quests go, they're all done over. We have Shanks with the Blackfire Torch, and if we get into another skirmish even half similar to that, this Victor is going to go positively crazy if BLG cannot one-shot them.
It's going to be a fun way. I'm very, very interested to see how the rest of this game plays out. Just because AL have a very interesting comp where their top side is very aggressive, but then maybe their main carries want to stay a little bit back, be a little bit more controlled. On BLG side, you have a very similar situation, a little bit of a mix of will they want to engage, will they want to kind of stay back. And so with the limited amount of full engage on either team, those tools just become even more important, whether it's Flandra on a teleport flank, or maybe Knight coming in with a really good hero's entrance. Whoever is able to start the fight the best with very limited tools on both sides, I think is going to be in a better spot.
And one of the things that really will limit how much of getting onto that better side you can do is Shun's marks on this Kindred. Currently only at 2, means they are only halfway to getting that range increase, and currently still had Tarzan marked for the entire game so far, but that Protoplasm harness keeping them alive in that skirmish on the top side. And if you don't get to that 4 marker soon, we're going to get to a point in the game where the map opens up, everybody's playing their side lanes, and there's basically no time where jungle camps are left alive. They're one shot off cooldown, whether it be by the nearby laner or by the jungler himself, which makes it super difficult as Kindred to snowball marks if you don't get up to that 4 point at least, and then start having it spawn on the neutral objectives, where there's a bit more control in your pocket. It becomes really dangerous to run at the enemy Krog camp at 25 minutes when you know if the jungler dies, you can lose Baron and lose the game. You don't want to be on that half of the map, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if AL have the Kindred mark spawn down there and just don't touch it. Leave the camp up and say, alright Shun, you're just kind of hard stuck at 3 marks now if you want to be. Walk in and die, or give us Baron, one or the other.
It's an interesting proposal. It's just the way that you're able to play around with this little mini game. Well, I like these little interactions that create interesting situations in terms of strategy, how these teams play the game. That Tarzan has experience basically playing any jungler. I mean, the Kindred is not necessarily the top of his tier list in terms of comfortability, but he's played a ton of games against it. He's played games with it, as it. So going to have very strong knowledge as the leader of this team as to what exactly to do in these certain situations. We're currently, of course, waiting through a pause. Not entirely sure what is going on. We will, of course, update you guys as soon as we do. But it just adds to the tension, right? Because we're just waiting to see who ends up coming out on top. It's been a great series. It's been a great day of League of Legends so far. And it looks like we're going to have that keep on rolling as we're back in.
Alright, just really try and milk the end of this series for what it's worth. Get the maximum amount of game time down. I'm okay with it. I feel like taking a breather at that particular point is the right time. We have now got confirmation it's Ocean Soul this game, which dragging out these team fights to make them even longer is going to be ridiculous. Something important I just saw pop up though. We have Riftel spawning soon, but on finishes the Mikhails. Called out in Champ Select. This is so essential for trying to stop Tarzan getting the initial pick and running away with the team fight.
It's another interaction that we're planning to see it. It's maybe a Chekhov's gun situation where it's going to become a major part of how this game ends up unfolding. Will this tool, will Shun with the Lamb's Respite, a lot of abilities to try to negate that huge burst that is available when it comes to a Sejuani pick. Will any of that end up paying off for BLG, or will AL be able to find opportunities where BLG aren't able to use those full tools at Will. Waiting for the next fight to fully unlock. Herald could certainly be the topic of conversation, as both junglers will interact there on the top side of the map.
You get very heavy trading into the mid lane. Bot ultimate
And
down.
speaking of Tempered Fate, it's actually going to land on the Hope, who now is exhausted and taking a lot of damage from the Mystic Shots of Viper. He dashes in and picks up the shutdown onto Hope. And now BLG have a 4v3 in their favor and will take Kyle down. So, with that kill, with that pick, AL now find themselves down to 2 men, and BLG have evened up that kill score once again.
I don't understand what we're doing here. Like, that's just incredibly greedy from the bot lane of AL, as we do get a collapse now, looking to try and at least get on.
Yeah, the
Viper
teleport
is on
from
the opposite
Flandre is
side
going to be
of the
first. He
fight.
pops a Dominus on, going to be in some trouble as Tarzan is just fully targeting him in his own right in a 1v1. Knight going to land the Justice Punch on Flandre, try to peel him out, and the Hero's Entrance going to at least negate a little bit of extra damage. Flandre going to get stunned up by On, who is somehow still alive at the end of the fight. It's going to be the Herald secured by Tarzan, but nobody will be able to claim the eye, as it will be BLG 5 strong trying to take the Sejuani down. True Shot Barrage barely unable to land.
He snuck it!
Actually,
Kyle
it's Kyle
snuck it!
who sneaks in there and pulls off a grand escape with the Herald in tow.
What a crazy heist to turn up the end of that play. Thrown away the lead by the AL bot lane, and then is going to be able to finish off the play, claiming the mid lane tier 1. Okay. You know, I'm not going to call it net positive for AL, but I will say that that was as much of a redemption as you can get for what started off terribly.
And what still ended up as a 3-for-0 in terms of kills. We're going to get another look at this fight. It really was AL who thought they found an angle here onto Viper. Kyle going with the Hex Flash in, but Viper beautifully buffers that initial dash. And then, of course, it is On who is really the hero the rest of the way.
Oh my god, the excellent stun as well. Just hand feeds it to Viper at the tail end of that fight. And while AL did everything they could to kind of slow the rest of this fight down, it didn't end up amounting to much beyond Tarzan getting the Miracle Steal. And this is what I was kind of waiting to see. He has now finished the Bagpipes. He has got Bandle Pipes in inventory. Crazy amount of value can be offered in this fight, considering with the Sejuani passive, even if you don't normally care about a Nautilus or a Renekton's attack speed, it's actually going to make a pretty significant difference. And with the Dragon spawning in 16 seconds, I want to see Flandre down there. I want to see all 5 AL members standing at this ocean and saying, "Walk at me, BLG. Fight me now."
Yeah, I mean, this is a Renekton with Stridebreaker, with Conqueror. Definitely somebody who's going to benefit from having those extra auto attacks woven in. And so, with that being said, of course, you can't even mention Hope as well in that situation. But AL going to feel pretty strong at this point in the game. And this is, again, that snowball they're going to have to continue to roll, as they will potentially start another engage around this 3rd dragon of the game. It'll be Tarzan starting this up as AL try to gain control around the mid lane. Remember, they already took down that tier 1 with the Herald that Kyle was able to steal away from underneath BLG's noses. Billy, instead of opting for a 5v5, will try to trade gold on the opposite side of the map, taking down this tier 1 to try to fill Bin's pockets a little bit.
Very respectful and definitely correct from Flandre to not stand there under that tower. Normally a Renekton would be pretty durable, but when you're against Kindred ult plus Bard ult, there's just one too many tools to make it so you can't survive a dive attempt there. So, he's just going to be, as you said, very standard trade. Will put the Dragon lead in AL's favor. That means the longer this game goes on, the more and more pressure on BLG, and that was when we saw them falter at the end of Game 2. Was a bit too much pressure looking down a soul point when AL was just able to play the objectives better.
It's going to come down to those objectives once again here, Melvin, as we're waiting for the Baron, just about to spawn right now, again with that that 2nd dragon, I should say, being secured by anyone's legend. That'll become a big part of this game, and with the way that specifically BLG scales, despite now being at a slight gold disadvantage, I have a feeling that this one is going to go quite a while.
I wouldn't be surprised, especially if BLG are to take the game. I would expect at least another 10 minutes on the clock. AL, however, with the Baron alive, can look to force something at any moment, as that is a Nautilus TP bot lane. It is on vision. So, yeah, Kyle's there. Something about Spellbook supports.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to use it to get the next slot open, right? Like, at this point in the game, is teleport always useful on the support champion with Spellbook? Not necessarily. So making sure you have an exhaust or something, maybe a little bit more beneficial. I don't know. I'm kind of coping here for Kyle.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
I think On's about to demonstrate. You know, maybe I'm caster cursing.
Yep, there you go.
That was it. I was gonna say,
All
no,
right.
I think I do like this from On because he chucked down all his wards and then insta TPs back onto the map. So you know, it is something. Kyle might have done the same thing and I wasn't looking for it, but I don't know On did it. That's
I
the
do see
important
3
part.
wards in his inventory, so that very much could have happened. You're gonna use those wards at this point to actually get
That
vision
is
around
not
the
a
dragon,
support
or the
TP.
Baron, I should say. Speaking of, are on the top side of the map. It has been and Shanks engaged in a 1v1, and a teleport came in from Knight to try to cut off the rest of anyone's legends. Flandra now answered the TP of his own, popped to Dominus, and will look to try to engage on to BLG. Tempered Fake gonna slow up 3. There goes the Glacial Prison onto Shun, forces him back, and the first kill is on to the Victor, but now it's immediately traded back in a 1-for-1. Tarzan going to get singled out and taken down by 3 members of BLG, and Viper is 1v1ing Hope underneath his own area of the map. True Shot Barrage not going to connect with the weirding. Well, Bin finds the kill, and Billy Gaming get 4 for 1, and will head over to the big purple worm.
And it was Shanks trying to burn cooldowns to force Bin away, but the collapse from both teams it ended up being that Shanks died first, and as soon as that damage threat is down, AL are a bunch of beefy guys and a Szechuan and a Corki hitting you. It's not going to do much. So really solid from BLG to snap this one away. And we didn't get to see this bit. It was just trade of ultimates. But when the Victor doesn't have ultimate, that's one of his main tools to zone and slow down the BLG assault. And so when he gets split off to the side, Flandra does a good job of buying time. But as soon as that Nautilus hook is thrown, it is a chef's kiss Bard ultimate from On to separate the fight and stall for his carries to come in and collect the rest of it. And then, well, it's all curtains from here. Viper and Bin really wrapping up the play on the other side.
And so with the Baron, gold lead back into the hands of Billy Gaming. And remember, Melvin, they're the team that's starting to scale up. Shun dinging level 14. Now at 3 stacks, still looking for that 4th, but great situation for BLG to continue to add to their lead. And Knight might have found another pick. Shanks forced the flash away. He's able to get away from the Tempered Fate, but he has to run in the opposite direction. Will be able to survive for now. A lot of standing gold available on the map for BLG to try and pick up. Continue to try to stuff the pockets of their main carries and add to the gold lead that they currently possess.
Well. And it's going to make life really tough for Shanks and AL as a whole to play around in the next team fight. That Bard ult is going to be up quite soon. If BLG just play a slow dragon start, there's the potential to just take Shanks off the table before he even has a chance to play the game.
It's going to be about who can engage better here, Melvin. Remember, the tools for BLG in terms of finding fights aren't necessarily the most practical or the most easy to execute. Requires a lot of things going well, but so far that has been the case. As the Baron power play continues for another 75 seconds, it'll allow for BLG to march to the bottom lane, take down this tier 2 turret, add a little bit more gold into their inventories before this next dragon spawns. They want to make sure that AL do not have an opportunity to get to Mount to Ocean Soul Point at this point in the game.
And it looks like they're not even going to try and contest. Shanks on the top side without TP. I mean, I guess he's dragged Bin up to that side of the map is your asterisk, but it's a really tough angle for AL to try and get anything done here. Tarzan is stunned up.
Tarzan getting stunned up. He's forced to flash away. Kyle will match with the dredge line of his own. And BLG are just playing bully ball, making sure that AL have no way to get into the Dragon Pit. True Shot Barrage only chunking Flandra out, as Knight will not land that Justice Punch. AL threw out a lot of tools, but weren't able to find anything, as BLG will make their way back towards the Drake.
I mean, Kyle's defensive Nautilus hooks have been great, but that's not what you're picking Nautilus for at the end of the day. You want to be going forwards. You need to be going forwards, as now we have just more posturing from BLG. The Baron is about to time out. No extra camp secured for Shun, still stuck on that 3 mark. But at the end of the day, there is a gold lead over to BLG, an even Dragon Point, and the later the game goes, the more the scaling favors Viper and BLG, picking up now that endless hunger. This is one of the few champions that actually gets good value, because what he gets is ability haste that scales with his bonus AD, which between the Mirror Mana and the Triforce is quite high. yeah, this Ezreal is a bit of a Gatling gun, and if you do end up getting a kill, picks up even more Omnivamp off the back of it. So, yeah, Viper's not even a really feasible target in a lot of this. So, what do you do, AL? I don't know. I've not got a really good answer.
He's got to just find a pick. Make sure that any of those denial abilities from BLG are unable to be chained together, and just keep looking for fights like they're going to do so here. They land a stun onto On, and Hope's able to back forward and one-shot the Bard before the Tempered Fate does land back down. So a big pickup onto AL's side to slow down BLG's continuation of a build-up of a lead, but there's no major objective to get in the 4v5 situation.
It's kind of reminiscent of old Tom Kench. If you don't kill the Bard this game, he will save whoever's with him. So you need to get rid of On first, as now we have a bit of posture, a bit of vision clearing, really. Just trying to retake any control on the map. When you're playing a pick comp, one of the most important parts is vision, because if you don't see your enemies, if you send everything for a pick and suddenly Knight is around the corner, suddenly Shun is right there chucking out the ultimate, then it's all over. It's all over.
Close game, close series between these two Titans. Remember, last time these two teams faced off, it was the second game of the season for both of them, and it was already a battle. BLG winning this one 2-1. These two teams went back and forth all of 2025. Eventually it was AL who came out with a better individual head-to-head record, but BLG certainly had their shine as well. Could this be the year BLG have their get back? Looking like it is a possibility, at least to open up the season with a season sweep in Split 1. But there's still work to be done. Flandre has popped the dominance. He's looking to get a kill onto Bin, and he uses the ultimate straight into the arms of Tarzan. It's going to be another big pick onto the BLG top laner as he gets shut down by the Sejuani with Baron up in 35.
That's perfect. Can we now get a second play to follow up? Because you won't be able to burn the Baron in that time, but you may be able to burn one of the BLG members, and we do see BLG playing incredibly respectfully off the back of that. Everybody bar Shun takes a reset, and now, I mean, Baron is about to spawn. AL's not touching that of a 10-foot pole, particularly when you're looking down a Bard ultimate, a jungler that's still alive, but now maybe we can fish for another play on the On.
Definitely is a viable target, but he has a lot of tools to deny. Has the Locket, has the Mikhails, had a heal, and of course that Tempered Fate makes it very difficult even to hit the Bard. So in terms of finding picks, AL running low on options. Bin was certainly an easy target, but now that he's gone, what do they do next?
And him being gone was a temporary countermeasure with the Baron on the table. BLG once again re-establishing all of that control on that top side of the map. AL was able to get a sliver of vision on the bottom side, which is now faded because they've had to re-establish control over their own top jungle. If you lose Baron, I think the siege from BLG will just kind of put you in the dirt for AL, because you can't run at them. It's so hard to run at this group as a 5-stack right now. We do have Dragon, 50 seconds. It's going to be probably a game-deciding fight off the back of it now. As we take a quick look down the flashes, it's only Flandre and On that do not have flash available. That means Shanks, Hope need to be ready to play around that Tempered Fate. They need to be constantly outputting damage and avoiding getting picked, because it's when they get picked is when AL loses the fight.
Another interesting thing to point out, 3 items completed for Shun, and he also has his 4th stack finally. So he's going to have that extra range around this potentially decisive engage on the 5th Dragon on the bottom side. BLG currently have push in the mid lane. Tarzan trying to clear out vision without knowing really where the rest of BLG stand. And he take a decent chunk of his HP, but he's okay with that. Take a look at his items. He's got 4 completed ones at this point, going full support mode onto the Sedge, but it's not going to help him do a lot of damage here to BLG. And that means that they're going to back away and allow for their opposition to get to Soul Point.
That is crazy to not even start with any kind of contest, but that's just the power of what On and BLG have been doing with Vision. They go in, control the area, and don't give AL a safe approach. And as soon as there's not a safe approach, you can't really walk in as Victor. You have an immobile carry. He's nearly over towards the full Banshees, does have both of the components, so he is basically just one reset away from having that. The spell shield means at very least you can't be hit by a completely blind Tempered Fate and knocked up off the back of it, but it's so easy for BLG to pop that spell shield, as now there's a lot of attention being played over to Hope.
Flandra TP's in on, looking for a flash engage. That was not the play, as he will get taken down by Hope. The Tempered Fate does land on a 2 to try to slow things down in this current engage, but AL find another massive pick, and this time on is dead as the Baron is up.
BLG could just walk down mid if they want to here. There is the potential to go all the way to inhib. I mean, it looks like they're kind of splitting the difference because AL does not want to start this Baron just yet. Go. Glacial Prism is available. Who
look at
will
Viper.
Tarzan fish for?
He doesn't know. Flandra is waiting for him. He's going to finally get caught out, but he shifts right into the Renekton's arms. On the other side of things, it is Knight already going golden with the Arcane Storm raining down on the back line of Billy. Here comes the hero, and his name is Knight, and takes Flandra down. And on the other side of things, the 4v2 already has the Land's Respite down. Shouldn't try to buy some time, but it's 2 more kills picked up here for AL. Knight and Viper, the 2 carries, the 2 superstars, trying to save the game for BLG, but it won't happen. A shutdown for the Shanks' Victor, and now it is Knight on the run. Tarzan trying to chase him down on his back up, but he will not be able to save his carry. It is Hope getting another, and it's AL winning the fight.
Baron is available. Tempered Fate is on the table. Will On have a spellbook change over to Smite potential? As we get a moment to check out the replay of how that started. It was such a incredibly aggressive and nearly perfect force onto Hope. But On gets grabbed out. The stasis really doesn't do much to impact the fight. And this part was the most ridiculous, is Viper face checks into Flandra and then just wins the 1v1. I think even if we didn't have Knight land down here, there was a good chance that Viper just kills the Renekton, who does not have ult available. And on the other side, though, AL is able to super force because BLG oversteps a little bit. Shun comes in to try and save his top laner, but at that point, you're both locked into the death chamber by these beefy boys on AL.
And as soon as you separate Knight and Shun, it makes that Lamb's Respite just a waiting game for your inevitable demise. As Knight, of course, had to use it to save Viper instead. And that split up was exactly what AL needed to take control once more of this decisive game. Our final game of Split 1 into the regular season. AL now have the Baron. They have it for the next 2 minutes. They can look to try to end this game and claim the top seed in Group Ascend. Kyle and Hope waiting in the mid lane as Viper's trying to clear out that cannon. We're on the bottom lane. It is Tarzan trying to clear some stuff out. And both tier 2 turrets are going to have waves crash at the same time.
God, it's going to be so difficult to end, though, with the extra tower playing as Bin is
Taki.
looking for an aggressive TP.
Hope! They all know this. In goes Hope! He assassinates Viper on the Ezreal. Knight comes in, but it is far too late as a double kill has already opened up for the Corki. He'll eventually get dropped as Bin picks up a big shutdown, but On's already down, and it's only Knight and Bin against 4 members of AL. The Red Panda still have Baron. They are going to push down mid, and they're going to try to claim the #1 seed.
They're walking it down. They have numbers. It is just the solo laners of BLG, the ones that have made the difference every time in this matchup. Can they hold?
Neither have ultimate, neither have a ton of DPS, neither have a lot of wave clear. The Nexus tower is going to start to melt like paper against the might of BLG. Anyone's Legends kept the same roster, and in the new year are going to continue their dominance over BLG. They get the win, and they will claim first place in the LPL entering the postseason.
The fact that this game, this split, the regular season ends with Hope diving under tier 2 tower on the Corki and just deleting Viper was not to be predicted. And that is the variance of Hope. When he's not playing well, he'll lose you the game. When he sees the angle, that secured the victory. Wow.
We had that in both games. It was on the Kaisa in game 2. It was on the Corki here in game 3. Without Hope's decisiveness, without his killer instinct, no, pun not included, pun not intentioned, they are able to take down Viper, who again was the superstar that BLG brought in to take this team to the next level. But we can see that not all of those kinks have fully been ironed out. There is still work to be done here with BLG to turn them into that top-level contender. And AL, the roster that have kept all 5, are still the ones who are going to end up on top.
Wild. Absolutely wild. That getting a Tarzan Sejuani victory in Game 3. I'm very happy. I wasn't ready for it. I really thought that BLG had the game in their hands for a good part of it. Like, AL got so wildly outscaled as the game went on, but that was the angle. The Corky burst damage was the way to take it out. And, I mean, Shanks did decently in the early game, but after a point, On's Bard just nullified the impact that this Victor got to have. And so, we got to see it. It was, I'm going to keep saying it, because Hope was the reason that game ended in AL's favor. If Hope doesn't do that there, and we maybe knock down 1, 2, 3 towers at Lucky on maybe knockdown in here, but I think that's a bit ambitious, then it goes over to an Ocean Dragon fight, and I think AL is not in as good of a stance there. That was... wow.
Just goes to show how wild, how unpredictable the LPL has been this year, has always been, but specifically here in the first split of 2026 as we enter our New Year's break shortly. Lot to be determined. Nothing can be taken for granted. BLG Super Team ends 4-6-4. They're still second place overall in the standings, but it's AL who, after a slow start of their own, have won 7 straight series to get them up to 8-2, and they will be, once again, your top representative entering the playoffs to get themselves a shot back at first stand. Here's a look at the updated standings after the conclusion of our regular season. The only thing to sort out at this point is NIP and WE. They split the series score in the season with each other. They have the same game record, which means we will have to go for a tiebreaker. In Group Ascend, we have Weibo and JDG tied at 5-5, but because Weibo 2-0'd JDG during the regular season, they're going to end up as your 3 seed, while JDG will end up as your 4.
I'm very glad you're fluent in tiebreaker, because that made it a lot easier to comprehend the otherwise mishmash of craziness that could have ended up being the end of this split, as we now have our top 4 teams waiting up in that playoffs in order, and everybody else, short of LGD and Ultra Prime, are looking to see who will walk the Knight's Road to join the man himself in second seed coming into the playoffs.
Oh boy. I mean, the fact that there's still a lot more to go before we even get to that 8-team playoff bracket is very exciting, because we, of course, do have that Knight's Road, as you mentioned. Top Esports, IG, NIP, WE, they'll all start up in the upper bracket, whereas EDG, ThunderTalk, OMG, and LGD are going to have a chance, only one more life, to try to keep their season alive. Winners will move on into the playoffs and get a spot in Group Ascend for split number 2, while the losers will be eliminated and head back to Nirvana for the next season. As we take a look at some of our post-game graphics again, it was a very, very back and forth game, as you can see on the gold graph. Everybody contributing in their own little way, positively and negatively. But again, at the end of the match, at the end of the series, in the clutchest of moments, it was Hope who came through for AL. And that's not something we always said. He was always the unsung hero of this team, the guy who was able and comfortable with playing in the background. This time, against one of the biggest names that the LPL was able to acquire entering 2026, he delivered, and he delivered in a big way.
You look at one of the epitomes of consistency in Viper versus a Lord of Variance in Hope, and we got to see what happens when Hope spikes high. There were several times in the series where he did not spike high, and Viper was able to just walk away with it, but throughout this match, it was Hope that made the difference. And if we could see throughout playoffs, throughout these best of 5s, that bottom end of Hope's gameplay start to shore up and come to rise to meet the top, where he can truly peak with the best of them, then that is the version of AL that I think everybody on the broadcast, everybody watching at home, would be very happy to see take it to career internationals.
Yeah, I mean, this was the AL that was doing so well at certain points in 2025 season. We were wondering if Tabe leaving and going over to JDG was going to all of a sudden remove the synergy that these players have been able to build over the last 2, even 3 years for couple of the core towards the bottom half of the map. But looks like so far, so good. Obviously, it was a bit of a rocky start as maybe the new patch, the new season ended up affecting them in some way. But since then, AL have been all rolling, and all of a sudden, when you look at just where the game record is in comparison to the rest of the league, they're the team to beat right now into the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, BLG coming into the day, despite being lower down on the standings, I think for a lot of people it felt like BLG were number one. And I don't think you'd be wrong to say that they might still be number one, but AL have earned their place at the top, and I don't think anybody can call you wrong for saying they are number one in the league anymore. And you know what? If they can continue to play like this, continue to play their forcing towers, forcing objective chaos team fights, where we get to see the clutch factor from this team really show, that is just the beautiful stuff that you only get in the LPL.
It's been a magical season so far, and it's only just begun. Even Split 1 has a long ways to go. As we get a look at some of the replays here, just again, decisiveness for anyone's legend, and we're going to get a look at this final fight that ended up deciding the game. I didn't even see how Viper got one shot here. It was just Hope getting a nice rocket proc and
just flashed on top
finding
of him.
The perfect angle. It was beautiful.
And then the best part is, because shouldn't get stunned, the QSS, or sorry, the Mikhails from On does come out, but it's a bit too slow. The Kindred doesn't get to do the Lamb's Respite in time, and the game's just done. Both carries are just deleted instantly.
It's a fun game. And I thought that BLG were going to win it for a very decent chunk of that one. But AL had other ideas. They end up coming away with the victory. And I hope we get this matchup between these two teams many, many, many more times at the rest of 2026 with these rosters going at it against each other. Because it was just an incredible sight to behold and will continue to be. And hey, maybe some of our other teams are going to be able to step up and challenge these guys as well. Obviously, we've seen flashes, but not that same level of consistency from at least our other teams in Group Ascend. Meanwhile, in Nirvana, we have teams like LNG completely dominating, but we're not sure entirely what their level of competition is specifically looking like. And I think right now, we could take a look at what is remaining before we head on over to our Chinese New Year break, as the play-in bracket has now been almost completely set up. The only things that are remaining here now, Melvin, is where exactly WE and NIP go. And these guys are going to be playing against each other tomorrow at 11 p.m. Pacific time, 2 a.m. Eastern time here in the United States. I believe that is 7 a.m. over in Great Britain where you are at this point. So
yeah, sounds about
same
right.
time as today. WE and NIP are going to duke it out for the first spot in Group Perseverance. And who has the privilege of playing against Top Esports and who will instead go over to face IG?
Honestly, it's going to be something no matter what ends up happening, but I just can't wait to see how the non-Nirvana teams stack up against LNG. You alluded to it. They're the ones I've got my eye on. I think that Croco has been doing some incredible work, and I just want to see how much is hype and how much is they can actually spike that high, because we really do need to find out between TES and IG if they can hold their ground in Group Ascend or if they end up slipping all the way down to Nirvana.
It's going to be fun, especially with one loss in that either round 2 or 3 and you're down to Group Nirvana. Not only does that make your chances of going to playoffs in Split 2 and 3 even harder, but it also means you play against maybe lesser competition. You don't get your opportunities to challenge the BLGs and ALs on a regular basis. So still a lot more left to go. Getting a correction on the time. It looks like it's been pushed around a little bit since I originally saw it on Leaguepedia. 3 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. over in Europe on GMT, and then 6 a.m. Eastern time if you are watching here on the East Coast of the United States. I believe it's a best of 3. But we'll, of course, have to finalize that and confirm it. Check our socials for all the final information. We're just two guys standing up here.
We just work
trying
here
to deliver information. Exactly. Speaking of, pleasure to work with you here, Melvin. Pleasure to work with Shivam, our producer behind the scenes. And a big thank you, of course, to our other pair of Mazel and Jay Betta, who opened our day up with a great matchup, again, between Weibo and Invictus Gaming. That's going to do it for the regular season. But again, in about 22 hours time, you're going to see a final play-in tiebreaker before we head on over to Knights Road. On behalf of everybody here on LPL English, we want to say thank you very much for tuning in. It has been, once again, a pleasure. Before we go, we have to give a very big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters. That is Aaron Soup and Mung, as their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Final score here in our final series of the regular season is Anyone's Legends taking a 2-1 victory over BLG, securing that first spot in the postseason. We'll be back tomorrow with that tiebreaker between WE and NIP. My name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for watching here on LPL, and we'll see you all tomorrow.